You were doing the chat with those guys. Ace Frehley died yesterday. Terrible news to hear. 74 years old. We were on a call last night with each other, and Nick had seen a story that he was hospitalized for a brain bleed.
Yeah.
We kind of left it at that, and then not more than an hour or so later, the news came out that he had passed away.
Well, an article popped up that they correct me if I'm wrong, but they took him off life support, correct?
He had a fall.
Yeah.
So it was he was in a bad way, but he died peacefully, surrounded by his family. 74 years old. He passed away in Morristown, New Jersey. Family members said in a statement that they are completely devastated and heartbroken, but will cherish his laughter and celebrate the kindness he bestowed upon others. And I will play some laughter of his in a moment.
So do you know what I couldn't help but think the second I heard this, Preston, is that there was contention for many years in the band, and obviously with Peter Criss and he and Paul and Gene and Paul and Gene basically essentially became Kiss completely, right? And I'm wondering how this is going to hit them because it's the first member of the band to go down.
Yeah, exactly. So, and they released some statements. Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, and had on behalf of the band said we are devastated by the passing of Ace Frehley. They said he was an essential and irreplaceable rock soldier during some of the most formative foundational chapters of the band and its history. And he is and always will be a part of Kiss's legacy. And then Gene had shared his own separate tribute as well. He said, "No one can touch Ace's legacy. I know he loved the fans. He told me many times. Sadder still, Ace didn't live long enough to be honored at the Kennedy Center Honors in December. Ace was the eternal rock soldier. Long may his legacy live on." Rush, who toured with Kiss as an opener for several tours in the 70s, looked back on their time with Ace Frehley, and Getty had posted yesterday saying, "Back in 1974 as the opening act for Kiss, Alex, Neil, and myself spent many a night hanging out together in his hotel room after shows and doing whatever nonsense that we could think of just to make him break out his infectious laugh." An undeniable character and an authentic rock star. Mike McCready from Pearl Jam said, "All my friends have spent untold hours talking about Kiss and buying Kiss stuff. Ace was a hero of mine, and also I would consider a friend. I studied his solos endlessly over the years, and I would not have picked up a guitar without Ace and Kiss's influence. Rip it out, Ace. You changed my life. Thank you." Also, Tom Morello, who is an obsessive Kiss fan and inducted them into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, called Ace his first guitar hero. He said, "The legendary Space Ace Frehley, inspiring generations to love rock and roll guitar playing, his timeless riffs and solos, the billowing smoke coming from his Les Paul, the rocket shooting out of his headstock, his cool spacey on-stage wobble, and his unforgettable crazy laugh will be missed, but will never be forgotten. Thank you, Ace, for a lifetime of great music and memories." I didn't know he did a cover of ELO.
Yeah. Crazy, right?
Yeah.
Fairly faithful.
Is this all solo stuff from Ace?
Yeah, I have Kiss stuff too.
Okay.
You know what I remember about, and it's one of those so lucid memories. My friend got, he was the one who introduced me to Kiss. And we were standing, he was on one side of the gate in my backyard, and I was on the other side. And he just came running over and goes, "Look at this." And I remember looking at the picture of them like, what the hell is this?
Yeah. My uncle had that first Kiss album. Their makeup was a little bit different in the beginning. And I remember looking at the same thing, Steve, and just going, what am I looking at?
Right,
I have no idea what this is. So he was born Paul Daniel Frehley, grew up in a musical family and began playing guitar at 13. Before joining Kiss, he played in local bands around New York City and actually was a roadie for Jimi Hendrix when he was 18 years old.
Wow.
Of course, Kiss was huge in the 70s. He sold tens of millions of albums. They were a marketing marvel. Beth was the biggest commercial hit. That peaked at number 7 in 1976.
Peter Criss wrote that, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe he did write it, yeah. So Ace feuded regularly with Paul and Gene through the years. He left the band in 1982, missed the years when they took off the makeup. They had mixed success then. Paul later said they nearly replaced Ace with Eddie Van Halen.
Oh, wow.
But Vinnie Vincent assumed the lead guitar role. And then Ace, of course, performed as a solo artist with his band Frehley's Comet. But he rejoined Kiss in the 1990s for a triumphant reunion and restoration of the original style that came after the bands, including Nirvana, Weezer, and the Melvins had expressed affection for the band and paid them musical tributes. He would leave again in 2002 when the original four entered in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. In 2014, a dispute scrapped plans for them to perform. Paul and Gene objected to Peter and Ace being inducted instead of then guitarist Tommy Thayer and then drummer Eric Singer. Ace and Kiss also had huge influence on the glam of the 1980s. Metal bands like Motley Crue and Poison kind of took their lead and ran with that. But it was sad news to hear, man. And I want to play a clip of Ace. If you've never heard Ace Frehley laughing, do we have this?
Yeah.
Yeah, here's Marissa, grab a couple of clips. You can easily find montages on YouTube, but his laugh was outrageous.
I think this outfit is self-explanatory.
But you're kind of like a spaceman, huh?
No, actually, I'm a plumber.
Listen, I got a little piece of pipe backstage I'd like to have you work on.
Tell me about it.
In that interview with Tom Snyder, Gene Simmons looks so pissed off.
Oh, my God.
Because they wanted to be kind of this serious, intense band. And Ace had a buzz on. He was, he had been drinking, him and Peter. He was just cracking up left and right. And Gene just looks like,
man, you're killing us.
I'm going to kill you when we're done. And then do we have a clip of him when he was on our show? Yeah, this we play from time to time. Is a few years ago. But back it up to the beginning,
sorry,
case.
Man.
And we talked about the props on stage and what the production would be like, and then he had this to say in that.
Does anything come along with an Ace Frehley show that will be a throwback to Kiss? I'm not talking about the songs. I mean, like some of the performance. Do you still have the smoking, burning guitar or anything like
I
that?
still got the smoking guitar. I haven't brought out the rocker guitar in a long time because that usually entails getting a pyrotechnic guy, and it's a much more involved thing.
Oh, I saw that live.
It all depends on how big the tour is. I mean, if this album breaks everything wide open and is as big a hit as I hope it'll be, who knows what the staging will be? If somebody wants to throw in a couple of $100,000, it could be a full blown show with a goddamn spaceship on the
I love it, man. Oh, that was
It was a great moment.
When I saw them reunite with the makeup on at which was the Core State Center at the time, and he came out and he did he had the guitar that launched the Rockets. It was so cool. I've seen the smoking guitar before, but never seen the one with the Rockets. And I still couldn't quite figure out how they did it, because the way he went to the stage right, and he leaned down and he aimed his guitar up to stage left, and he just goes like, down, then holds the guitar, and a rocket shoots out the neck of the guitar. It goes up into the high corner of the stage area, and then it explodes. And so they had to have timed it out because the rocket itself didn't explode. There was another pyrotechnic out there. It shot it up that way, and then it blew up. But, I mean, it was perfectly aimed. It hit his spot, and then he walked to the other side of the stage, and then he shot it up the other way. And I'm like, this is mind-blowing. It was so cool.
Their commitment to to the theater and to the over-the-top thing, and that's really... For people who may not like my good longtime friend Dwayne from Vertex Fitness, he is the consummate Kiss fan. But that fan base is so mobilized.
Oh man,
by those moments, those shows, like you said, sitting there saying, "Oh my God, how are they doing this?"
So I had to text my stepsister last night. She and her husband Kurt are diehards. They go on the cruises. They travel around the world to go see the band. They have guitars that they've bought that are autographed and in cases on the walls and stuff like that. They do all that stuff, all the meet and greet. They pay out the ass to go get this stuff. So I texted her last night. I'm like, hey, I don't know how you feel about this. I just wanted to reach out and make sure you're okay. She said it was very difficult for her. Ace was her favorite person in the band. And so there are people that are just deeply invested in this group. And when somebody and your favorite band may be the same way. If somebody passes, it just hurts.
It's a cornerstone of memories and social things and things you've done around the band. That's why years ago they had that. Gene Simmons issued this safe.
Oh, yeah.
And Dwayne bought one. It's like, I have to have it.
Yeah.
Pierre and I met him, Ace, at the Borgata in Atlantic City. Ace came out and played with Pearl Jam that weekend, and Mike McCready really was a huge fan. I think he was his favorite guitarist of all time. But anyway, Ace was getting in an elevator, and he had a carrier full of coffees and 4 babes in the elevator with him. And it was just like, all right, that's what I would expect from Ace Frehley.
And the interesting thing about, him being his favorite guitarist is Ace was not a flashy solo ripping, tearing up shredder. He played fairly straight ahead rock and roll riffs, which Gene loved.
Yeah.
When they started interviewing other guitarists, he was like, you got to back off, man. He's like, too much is too much. We need just enough. And that's what Ace gave to the band. So he was important to a lot of people. So it was sad news to see of his passing. So I do have a couple of other stories, and we'll go back to and talk a little bit more about it when we get to music news later on this morning. But I did have a couple of things that are worth mentioning. We'll go to Jeremy Allen White. After all, he's playing a rock and roll legend. He's going to be Bruce Springsteen.
That's right.
And he was on the Hot Ones program eating the spicy wings and telling me stories when he was asked what role preparation was the harshest awakening for him. And somebody might think that it would be playing Bruce and having to sing on film. And that's half right, though. According to White, it wasn't the singing, it was the guitar playing that intimidated him. He said picking up a guitar for the first time when you've never held one before and knowing that in 6 months you have to be playing it, he said that was humbling and the most frightening that I've ever been in my work life.
I think I could do that. I think of La La Land and
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan
Gosling playing piano
and does a convincing job in the movie.
Very much so.
Yeah.
And you know who else did great? Timothy Chalamet in A Complete Unknown. Playing some difficult, really kinetic guitar parts, and he took the time to learn how to do that too. But they must do an intensive. I don't know how you do that because it's not easy, man. It's very difficult.
Stupid.
Well, it's just it's a hard thing to learn very quickly. So
Kind of pisses me off a little bit.
Right?
Like, you couldn't find somebody who kind of looks like him that does play guitar.
Well, the truth of the matter is that I know what you're saying. They get the best of the best, the people who are really good at teaching people in a short amount of time.
Right.
And that's how they get it done. And then, of course, there's camera trickery.
Speaking of Timothy Chalamet, Gwyneth Paltrow admits that her kids make fun of her for being out of touch. That point was driven home when she told British Vogue in a new interview how she was blissfully unaware of one of the most followed influencers in the world. She explained that she was incredibly impressed with her Marty Supreme co-star Timothy Chalamet for being so young and famous and still dating a single mother of 2 kids. She said, I was like, well, that's so cool. I really love to hear that.
That's sweet.
A young man like you. I respect it, she said. And I think it's kind of punk rock. But she had no idea that the girlfriend is Kylie Jenner.
Did you meet her at Costco or something, or how did this happen?
And one of the most followed influencers on the planet, so she was a little bit out of it.
When you think of Kylie, you think of right? She's a single mother of 2. That's the first thing that comes to mind.
First thing that comes to mind. All right, on this week's Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen, Jennifer Lopez sat across from the host and was talking about her new movie, Kiss of the Spider-Woman, as well as her career in general. And Cohen put her in the hot spot during his Plead the Fifth segment, quizzing her on which co-star was the best kisser. He said we have George Clooney, Matthew McConaughey, Ray Fiennes, Richard Gere, Owen Wilson, Josh Lucas. The list goes on. He prefaced the question listing just a few of the big Hollywood names that she's kissed on screen. I know you sent over a clip, but
this is the answer.
Well, I don't know if we have it over.
I don't have it over here yet.
So anyhow, she asked to narrow it down, and she gave the answer. She said, I'm going to say my favorite. I just did a movie, Office Romance, with Brett Goldstein, and I'd say he was the best kisser.
Isn't that wild?
That's Roy Kent from Ted Lasso.
Wow. All those dudes.
I love it.
Heartthrobs.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's nothing to sneeze at either.
No.
He's a little hairy, but maybe she's just promoting this new project.
She could,
but
maybe, the guy has a swagger, which is, what I was wondering is at the end of the Thor: Love and Thunder,
Oh, yeah.
He was positioned to be a foe to Thor. He's going to play Hercules.
Yeah.
And then, listen,
Well-
Harry Styles is also introduced at the end of
Yeah.
one of the things. Is
Yeah, the Eternals.
Yeah.
he's,
They've left a few things hanging.
Thanos is like half brother, something
Yeah.
like Eros. Yeah.
Yep. All right. There's been speculation for quite some time that Olympic legend Simone Biles had some work done on her upper body, some boob job action. She never confirmed or denied it, but she may have just hinted that she had. On her Instagram stories, Biles posted a video of herself jumping on her in-ground trampoline, writing first flip in a year at the new house. And then she wrote with new, and then she had a cherries emoji, appearing to acknowledge that she may have gotten breast enhancement. So I went and did a little research this morning.
Yeah, you're
before
a
and after.
journalist.
Yeah.
She definitely got them.
Really?
I think she is a stunning young woman.
Yeah.
And yes, there are plenty of bikini photos of her because she's a gymnast. She's in unbelievable
Phenomenal
shape. But yeah,
There was nothing. There was no tweaking that needed to be done to that, physique.
no, but she it appears to be if you search before and after, you'll definitely see the difference. But
Are we
yeah,
talking G's?
no, not G. No, she's she just pumped up a little
Okay.
bit, maybe up
Listen.
to C or something like that because she was definitely smaller.
Stop and think about that. Your livelihood is your physicality and being able to flip, and you're doing a roll or whatever you're doing. That would be a consideration.
Yeah, I'm not sure where her career is at this point
Yeah.
because you age out eventually
Right.
in gymnastics. So maybe she feels that she's not going to be a competitor
But
for
Right.
everything.
Listen, she was stacked, so strong and muscular.
Yeah.
And that's got to do something to that part of your
It does.
body.
It will reduce the breast size. It always does.
Right.
It's why you see this anomalous thing of these female bodybuilders that have huge, a huge rack.
Well, gymnasts, especially even as preteens and whatever, a female gymnast, that it affects their menstrual cycle.
Yeah.
Because they become so muscular and so lean that there's literally zero fat on the body.
Right. Well, anyhow, go see for yourself.
There you go.
And form
Do
your
your
opinion.
own research.
Oh, Marissa?
Yeah, I mean, if you guys didn't know this about me, I was a gymnast
Yes.
as a child, and that is why my boobs are so small. That's it.
Now it makes sense. All right, thank you, Marissa. So let me see. What time is it? Yeah, we got to move along. Yeah, I'm sure there was at least one more thing I wanted to mention before we. No, we can. You know what? We can tell
That's
you.
it?
Are you
We can
sure?
tell you about movies that are open this week. Yeah, absolutely. So let's tee this up. I love it when that.
Sometimes I forget.
Yeah, when it meets the tone.
We
at
need
the
to see
moment,
if they could reintroduce that
Yeah.
to THX coded theaters.
All right, movies opening today include Black Phone 2. It's a mystery horror film. Stars Ethan Hawke, Mason Thames, and Madeline McGraw. 4 years ago, 13-year-old Finn killed his abductor and escaped, becoming the sole survivor of the Grabber. But true evil transcends death, and the phone is ringing again. Hour and 54 minutes long, rated R, wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score is 73%.
So I really enjoyed the first one, Preston. I told you. And in fact, you just watched Weapons. I think you could watch the original because it sits in that sort of very Stephen King-ish, Welcome to Derry, it kind of vibe. There is a paranormal aspect to it, but it doesn't emanate from the Grabber. There's something that happened.
I've seen part of it.
yeah.
I haven't seen the whole thing. It looks really good, and I love Ethan Hawke.
Ethan Hawke is loving this role.
Oh, yeah.
And
so
you
good.
can tell the performance is so good.
Trying to use the phone!
That's a scene from it.
By the way, I want you to keep that handy. I was
I
thinking
got
about
you.
this morning that anytime I'm having difficulty with the
I
phones.
put it on a permanent hockey.
Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate that. One more time, if you would, please.
sure thing,
yeah.
I'm trying to use the phone!
All right. Also opening today is Good Fortune. And it is a comedy drama, stars Seth Rogen, Aziz Ansari, and Keke Palmer. A well-meaning but rather inept angel named Gabriel meddles in the lives of a struggling gig worker and a wealthy venture capitalist. It's an hour and 38 minutes long. It's rated R, wide theater release. Gets a nice 80% score.
I think Aziz was the director as well.
Yeah, and he was supposed to be here this week. So if you were thinking about going and seeing it, don't go see it because he canceled on us.
Also opening this weekend is a movie called Frankenstein.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's Frankenstein. Horror, drama, sci-fi starring Oscar Isaac, Jacob Elordi, and Mia Goth. A brilliant but egotistical scientist brings a creator to life in a monstrous experiment that ultimately leads to the undoing of both the creator and his tragic creation. 2 hours, 29 minutes long. It's a chunky movie.
Yes.
Rated R. Limited theater release. Premieres on Netflix November 7th, by the way. Rotten Tomatoes score gives it 83%. I'm forgetting who Mia Goth is.
She's in a couple of horror movies. She was in X, and she was in. Marissa's a big fan of. Which the one you like, the Mia Goth, the most recent one that.
Oh, I don't know. Sam, what were you looking up?
Yeah, there's a couple of different ones. She's become a horror queen.
Pearl.
Pearl.
Oh, my
She's
God.
tremendous in Pearl.
I love that series. It's so fun.
All right. So we got those movies opening, and now we have some clips to play. The Diplomat is back for another season, and with rising tensions, new presidency, and secrets unraveling, here, Allison Janney goes into how season 3 will kick off.
As season 3 begins, we start right at that exact moment where Grace is being ushered up the lawn by all those hordes of Secret Service people, and she has no idea what's going on. Smash right into the president's dead. You're the president. I mean, I get chills even talking about it. It was such a rush.
The Diplomat is now streaming on Netflix.
It will never.
I don't think that will ever not crack me up.
One more.
Wait, Preston, introduce the Diplomat and then play the clip. Like the
Diplomat is now streaming on Netflix. It's all good. All right, next clip. Here we go. The Perfect Neighbor, quiet neighborhood breaks into tragedy. Body cam footage unravels a chilling tale of fear, prejudice, and fatal confrontation. Here, the mother of the victim, Pamela, talks about what it was like seeing it all over again.
Obviously, seeing it live, the depiction of all the horrific events that happened, that transpired that night, and also the events leading up to it. It was very hard and difficult because this was something that we often say should never have happened.
Nick.
The Perfect Neighbor is now streaming on Netflix.
What is this?
The Perfect Neighbor.
All right, yeah. Huge fan.
Is it a documentary?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. That's what we have in our entertainment report for you this morning. A lot of stuff happening on the show today. We have the Connoisseur, and we have a special guest joining us for the Connoisseur, which is great. We're also going to have comedian Chris Franjola, who's going to be at Punchline stopping in. We have a couple of announcements to share with you as well, one of them concerning the Camp Out for Hunger. So let's take a break. We'll come back, we'll reset, and we will continue moving forward. No Sad Bro Friday for you, my friends. Stay right there.
Sleep number bed, I get a full night's sleep. Doesn't mean, though, you won't wake up a few minutes early, and when you do, that is an annoying thing I'd like to find out how to deal with.
I have all of these things. Everything you described, yeah, I got bad insomnia. I have trouble falling asleep. I have trouble staying asleep. And then the waking up before the alarm, that happens to me too. So I can't remember the last time I got a good night's sleep.
All right, so the constant waking up before that daily sound of your alarm is coupled with an immense frustration about not falling back to sleep. And that stress can feel isolating and all-consuming, taking more precedence than the initial sleep problem. So you just worrying about
that's it.
And that anxiety
not
creeps
falling
in.
back to sleep, and then it's this cycle.
Yeah. Oh, I can't fall back asleep. Why can't I fall back asleep? Oh, I really can't fall back asleep. And then all of that, and then your brain just starts going and going and going.
Now, if I fall asleep now, how many minutes will I actually sleep for?
That's it. Yeah.
all
You
that
start
stuff.
doing the damn math, and then your brain's working numbers, and you're like, what the hell?
So if you wake up suddenly in what feels like the early morning hours, resist checking the clock. You guys know my little method. I turn the clock around so I can't see it. Finding out it's 3 a.m. when you set the alarm for 7 can cause increased stress about the hours of sleep that you hope to attain. It says you look at the clock, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, like clockwork, and immediately tension might grate your teeth. You think of all the demands, how awful it is to be when you're sleep deprived, and all this mental processing and agitation is antithetical to the sleep state. It's making you more alert and aroused.
Oh, yeah. Massive boner.
Versus sending the signal to the brain that it's okay to drift.
Oh, yeah.
If your alarm is on the phone, checking the clock can pose an even more significant trigger.
Look, he's got a boner.
That's one of my favorite clips. I love it. Play it again.
Okay.
Look, he's got a boner.
Considering getting an alarm that isn't attached to your phone, they say. So when you actually pick up the phone and start looking at it, that can cause you to stay a little bit at work. Now, this is what I did not know, okay?
I did not know that.
And Steve, this is not the waking up 15 minutes before. This is waking up like a couple hours ahead of time.
Oh, all right.
So paradoxically, experts say you should get out of bed, even at 3 a.m. I had always heard stay in bed.
What?
Just keep staying there. It says abandon the idea of getting back to sleep. When you do that, when you let the pressure go that sleep isn't so effortful, sleep is more likely to come back.
I'll be fine in surgery later on.
In a stimulus control technique, you can distract your brain with a mundane task to help bring back drowsiness faster than staying frustrated in bed.
Like tap dancing?
Is that mundane?
Yeah.
That's kind of dynamic and exciting, though,
I
isn't
guess
it?
you're right.
Yeah.
So what is a mundane task?
That's a good question. They don't recommend anything in this
Paint your bathroom
list. So yeah, get up and clean out the garage. It says as soon as that little voice comes on, change the environment. Get out of bed. Try to reset your brain and keep the lights low. Mentally assigning the bed with sleeping helps people associate positive sleep thoughts with their space. Leaving the room when agitation sets in can separate the frustration from the bed.
So what you're looking to do is extract those connections, and then that makes sense.
All right, here you go, Nick. Anything from reading a book to knitting.
Okay.
Or listening to soft music.
So knit at 3 a.m.
Are Santeria rituals, would they fall into this category?
Sacrificing a chicken at 3 o'clock in the morning might not be a good idea.
I try to read sometimes. That seems to having a book at the, on the bedstand or whatever, that might help.
Would it help more if you were to actually leave the bed, go into another room and read like in a chair?
Yeah, maybe.
Probably.
Right? And that's what they're suggesting here, right? You disassociate that deal.
I think part of the problem for us is just inherently the time at which we have to get up in the morning.
Yep.
Like it's just too damn early. And because it's that early, I know that in the back of my mind. And so like I put pressure on myself to get a good night's sleep. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that just, that makes it worse.
The Kathy Romano story, chapter 1.
That's
right.
Could you imagine if that was the book he was reading? You'd never sleep.
I like the idea of getting up and knitting in the middle of the night,
At
Nick.
3.
So you can, you're done.
Knitting, 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 knitting.
He doesn't sound relaxed.
That'll put you to sleep.
I have an alarm clock that actually projects the time on the ceiling. So, and I actually like that. I when I wake up and I'm not sure what time it is, I'm just as many times I'm comforted by the fact that I have 2 hours, an hour and a half left to sleep. That it doesn't bother me that much.
Many people are texting in saying that pleasuring themselves helps them get back to sleep.
What about a stranger?
Pleasuring a stranger or a stranger pleasuring you?
You walk around on. Would you like a handy?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble sleeping.
I noticed you were walking your Shih Tzu. Can I give you a hand job?
That's kind of a mundane task, right?
It's pretty boring for the giver, right?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to bed now.
Woof, I'm pooped.
Progressive muscle relaxation may work.
Okay, so like morphine.
No, not muscle relaxers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Muscle relaxation. So start at the toes, clench the given muscles for 3 seconds and release. And then Kathy, breathe through this process. The 4-7-8 breathing
there it is.
exercise.
You guys have raved about this.
Coupled with
did it
muscle
last night.
relaxation can be successful. Kath, I did it not that long ago.
Please explain it again.
You want to do it or me?
We could do
Why
it.
don't you do
Why
it
don't you
together in
explain it
harmony?
and I'll do the breathing? No.
Okay, so what you do is you breathe in through your nose for 4 seconds. You hold your breath for 7 seconds, and then you let that air out for 8 seconds. And then you repeat the process. And I think I do it like 5 times.
Yeah,
Beth.
I do it like 4 or 5 times.
And you're usually good after that.
And it's not like it knocks you out immediately. Like I remember every time I'm like,
I'm not sleeping.
This is dumb. It didn't work. And then the next thing you know, you're waking up.
And then you wake up and you're like, oh my God, that thing worked.
It worked. It actually does work. So it slows your heart rate down. And it helps you get into that
Kind of just
zone.
helps you relax.
Yep. And I would imagine you could.
Excuse me.
Why?
So, yes, you breathe in through your nose for 4 seconds, hold for 7.
Okay.
Breathe out through 8, and it works great, man.
It has a regulating effect, and you think you're more inclined to fall asleep after that.
Now, it also says others may find that yoga may help.
Or cottage cheese.
Like getting up and doing yoga.
Oh,
right
at
yoga.
3 a.m. Honey, what are you doing?
I'm doing sleeping dog.
Yoga.
Meditation or reading can help when you wake up before the alarm. But
I don't
no.
think any of that would help me.
Really?
I would be exhausted.
I
like the
you're supposed to be.
But so are they saying to stay awake?
No. I mean,
do
get
this
up
to
and
fall
do
back to
this,
sleep.
and then you can go back to sleep easier.
Yeah, no.
So these are obviously hours, as you said earlier. These aren't just minutes. I can see where that. So for me, if it has happened, like that's why I've just come into work, Preston. On those certain times, I'll just get ready and and you
am I
have
doing?
as well. You did just recently.
Yep.
You
What
just
am I
come
doing?
in.
I may as well just go in.
Next time, do yoga and try to go back to sleep.
Let me get some calls.
Go sleep driving.
I have a psychologist, Jenny, who's on the line. Hey, Jenny. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Jenny?
I'm a psychologist, and I actually work in a primary care office, and so much of what I help people with is sleep challenges and anxiety stuff. So these things you guys are talking about are right on point. The 4-7-8 breathing for sure, and the idea of getting up out of bed either when you can't fall asleep initially, or if it is that middle of the night, like they said, we call it the 20-20 rule. So if you lay in bed for more than 20 minutes and you're still tossing and turning, your mind is still racing and you're awake, the best thing to do is get up and do something quiet and boring for another 20 or 30 minutes, and then try again.
So don't try to force it. So years and years ago, and I say it in the commercials because it's true with the sleep number, and everything. It's been much better. My sleep has been very consistent over the years. But the prior to that, occasionally I'd be like Nick. I have difficulty getting to sleep, and so the notion of trying to force sleep while you're in bed is a losing proposition. Correct?
Exactly, right. It just gets yourself more worked up, and then you start to associate your bed with this is where I lay down and I'm stressed, rather than this is where I lay down and I sleep.
All right,
so,
I have a question for that. For that, if you get up for you lay in bed 20 minutes, you toss and turn and get back to sleep. You need to get up for 20 minutes. I would assume you don't want to get on a screen, your phone or your laptop.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly right. We say no screens, don't scroll your phone, don't turn on the TV. My go-to is just do something lame, like read the refrigerator manual, like something just totally, non-stimulating, and like they said, keeping it dark and quiet. So
nothing that actually engages you.
Right, because you don't want your brain to wake up more.
Okay.
So you could read a book, that you're not too, if you're not the kind of person that'll get sucked in and have to finish the whole thing.
The Kathy Romano story.
So then, Jenny, and this is a legitimate question. I assume then that pleasuring yourself maybe not a good idea.
Well, for some people, it does. It gives you that relief, and you get exhausted, and you can fall asleep afterwards.
Okay, so it's not off the table, right?
Right.
Okay,
right.
thank God. No. So I to me, I guess the presumption that you're doing something that would bore you, or at least
right.
Could you? So anything with a screen though is going to be like if you were to put on a documentary on drywall and watch that.
I mean, maybe, but we always talk about the blue light. Telling your brain it's time to wake up, on your light. So that's why you do want to keep the lights dim and everything like that.
What about this? And I thought this article would touch on this, but it really didn't. But what about you wake up 15 minutes before your alarm goes off?
Yeah, that's a tough one. Normally, I would say just get up because it's better to go with your body's natural cycle rather than start falling back asleep for another 10 minutes and then you're more groggy, those 15 minutes later.
So, Jenny, my internal clock wakes me up just about a minute, 2 minutes ahead of my actual alarm, which is actually a nice thing. I can shut it off before it startles me, and that's good.
Yeah, that's great.
So, okay, so that's a desirable thing.
You've trained your body when to get up.
All right, excellent. All right, cool.
All right. Excellent. Well, thank you, Jenny.
Thank you guys for sharing these good tips.
Bye-bye, Jenny.
Bye-bye, Jenny. Hang on. Let me go to Patrick. Hi, Patrick. Good morning.
Hi, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, buddy?
Hey, so I actually have this condition called sleep paralysis.
Okay.
And it's basically when your brain is awake, but your body is still in that REM sleep cycle. So your body's pretty much locked up.
Okay.
And sometimes I will actually I'll wake up in sleep paralysis when my alarm's going off, and I can't turn it off at all.
You're actually sort of paralyzed?
Yeah, I can't move at all. I can move my eyes around and everything else, but I just can't move my body.
That's got to be terrifying.
Do you know what's happening?
Yeah. I know exactly when it's happening.
Oh, he fell asleep.
Oh, Jesus. Hey, Patrick, have you ever had someone speaking to you, and then later on you can tell them what they were saying?
Yeah, my girlfriend actually.
So looking at the Camp Out calendar on our studio door, we have 24 days remaining before Camp Out for Hunger, and we're going to be rolling out a variety of announcements along the way leading up to that. One of them we made yesterday. We announced our house band lineup, and if you missed it, because we didn't do it till a little bit later in the morning, Monday morning, the band Sidearm is back to join us. Tuesday, for the first time ever, our buddy Kyle Mack and his group, Minute by Minute, a tribute to the music of Michael McDonald.
That encompasses a lot. So if you're a fan of Michael McDonald and all his iterations, you're going to want to be there Tuesday morning.
Including some Steely Dan and even Van Halen.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool. And then we have Wednesday, our friends, the hard rocking band Goodman Fisk.
Great.
Thursday, the Celtic Stylings of Jameson. Such a fun group. And speaking of fun, it goes to 11 on Friday with Drop Dead Sexy. Total party band, and that's what we have lined up. So come out on those mornings. Enjoy that part of it. While we're in commercial breaks, the band plays, and it's a party that's happening in that tent, and you are invited. Everybody's invited. All are welcome here, as the saying goes. So make sure you get the details at WMMR.com. We have another announcement that we're going to add on to all that stuff with the Bizarre File coming up in just a little bit. Before we dive into anything in particular, Steve, you had something you wanted to
a funny little thing happened yesterday. I have Mr. Contractor working at my house, and they're doing phenomenal work. Cannot rave about them enough, and all the workers are terrific. So I pull up, and one of the gentlemen just was hanging out just to inform me of what was going on. You always get the updates, where you're standing as things are moving along. And he relays a funny story. He was actually there replacing another gentleman who had to leave. And this gentleman was apparently from Brazil, one of the workers who comes and works at the house and it works through Mr. Contractor. Well, he showed up at my house yesterday to do work. He saw the display on the front lawn.
Oh, my God.
And he goes, I can't work here.
The Halloween display?
Yeah, I can't work here. There's evil energy here.
Yeah?
There's bad spirit. He literally had, it disturbed him so much, they replaced him with another guy.
So he's from Brazil?
Yes.
Is that what you said?
That's what I understood.
Do they celebrate Halloween in Brazil?
Well, and this gentleman who was talking to me said, he goes, man, there's decorations all around. And then he says to him, yeah, but this is different.
I mean, they have like El Dia de los Muertos.
Yeah.
Dia das Brujas also is celebrated on October 31st. So I guess it's
the Day of the Dead and stuff like that. I figured that'd be part of the deal, but something about my setup was like, no, can't do it. And I was like, wow. And I was wondering, like, around this time of year with all the decorations, but he says, yeah, no, this is different, and he had to take off. I consider that a feather in my cap, right? If people,
no doubt.
Now, mind
did he think it was more than just the decorations? I mean, did he feel that there was an evil presence?
Yeah. And, well, maybe. Okay. I don't know. I didn't get a chance to interview him, but I thought that was pretty funny.
You scared him, Steve. You scared him away. What's the scariest thing you have on your front yard?
The thing that drives Claire crazy is there's a little girl who's eating her own foot, who's chained to the...
Maybe that's what did in the Brazilian.
Right,
He's like, that's a little
that's
girl.
That's a little too much.
You lost me at the foot thing.
There are entrails hanging out of bodies, and there's there's a little demon girl rising from the ground. I think I do a pretty good job. I think I'm not like I'm not Bates Motel, but it looks pretty damn good.
That's awesome.
Oh, and Annabelle is now up in my window.
Yes. You got to put that in a window.
Yeah.
Is she lit?
She will be lit today.
Okay.
And I have Sam from Trick or Treat, great movie, is up in my wife's window on the third floor.
That's great.
Flashing light underneath.
I love it.
Yeah.
You scared him away.
I mean, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah, man.
El Diablo.
I can't be here. Right? That's what you go for.
Totally.
Yeah.
You want to shock somebody.
I have not. Listen, the kids in the neighborhood love it, and so the school buses slow down. But I mean, if you can get an adult, I think that's pretty good.
Yep. All right. Well, listen, I have a few things concerning our great city, and
Simply wow. It's time for the city beat with the meat behind the beat, Preston Elliott.
Is this our new theme when we're done with the other one?
No, I intertwine them. I do like this, so thank you for including it. I appreciate it. All right, so after nearly 40 years of bringing tens of thousands of people together to raise awareness and funds in the fight against HIV, Action Wellness has announced the official retirement of the AIDS Walk Philly. This came out a couple of weeks ago. I didn't get a chance to get to this. But yeah, it's the AIDS Walk is done. I mean, they've had such advancements in HIV treatment, and the numbers have come down.
Which is phenomenal.
I believe that's part of it. Yeah, I mean, it's phenomenal. That's what you want.
Yeah.
You want to eradicate this if possible.
And you know what? That, again, a lot of times, and you see things, and it's like, no, this is an example of achieving your end goal. What I almost think is, can we morph the walk into something else that needs help now?
Right.
You know?
Well,
because it's so big.
Since 1987, the walk raised millions of dollars for prevention, treatment, and support services across the greater Philadelphia region. Action Wellness is going to team up with William Way LGBT Community Center this Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for an AIDS Walk Philly retrospective. William Way, home to archives preserving Philadelphia's LGBTQ plus history, is a fitting host for the special tribute event. The retrospective will feature curated exhibits, guided tours, light refreshments, and a community guest book for attendees to share their memories.
Oh, they got to have a picture of Pierre sleeping in his car.
Pierre attended every single one of those.
Yeah.
And sometimes he had to sleep there just to make sure he could make it in the morning.
He usually booked a hotel a month in advance.
Past participants are especially encouraged to wear their AIDS Walk gear or red in solidarity. Suggested donation is $25. The event not only honors the history of the AIDS, of the walk and AIDS fund, but also shines a light on the resilience and activism of Philadelphia's HIV/AIDS community.
You know, there's another, like the Gary Papa, the prostate, walk. That was a big event, Father's Day, and that's no more. You know, some of these things come and go.
Yeah.
So.
But this one has a long history in Philadelphia.
Has
nearly
been
40 years.
Documentary made about it? I'm
That's a
sure
good
there has,
question.
right? Or if they're not, there should be.
Don't really know, but I mean, yeah, it's like I said, it's conflicting because this event is so cherished and it's been going on for so long, but they've done such good that it's actually helped quite a bit.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah. All right, a couple other things. The Christmas Village in Philadelphia will pay homage to its German heritage by debuting a 30-foot tall Christmas pyramid in the center of Love Park this holiday season.
Everyone gathers around the Christmas pyramid. Trims the pyramid.
Christmas pyramids typically have a wooden frame, multiple tiers, and a propeller on top.
Look, it's a propeller
That is powered by heat from candles.
Oh, yeah, I love those convection candles around the holidays. Great way to set your house on fire, but I love them.
They originated in the Ore Mountains of Germany in the 16th century and were used during religious ceremonies. Now they are often found in nativity scenes and are a festive symbol associated with the season.
When Uncle Eddie or Cousin Eddie knocks that over in Christmas vacation.
Knocks this thing has been snapped together, just decimates it.
The towering fixture
he tries to spin it.
in Love Park will be adorned with over 3,000 lights, feature Philly-inspired symbols. A lighting ceremony will be held on November 30th from 4 to 5 to kick off the Marketplace's month-long celebration.
Will it, in fact, be powered by a heat source that way?
A good question, Steve.
Like flamethrowers?
I don't know the answer
Take a
to that.
flamethrower.
Yeah, maybe they'll have them out there. Yeah.
I'm in the dark. I take a flamethrower to this place.
Organizers have also
There's two Pacinos fighting. Potato Morris.
I'm in the dark. I take a flamethrower to this place.
The hell is that?
Organizers have also released details about new events and vendors this year, including booths serving loaded baked potatoes, churros, and winter cocktails in ornament-shaped glasses.
I'm ready to sop up every bit of this stuff this year.
Yeah.
Because, everything's in just this crazy shape, and you're hearing, just on all
Bad
different
news
levels,
all the
people
time.
going through stuff, and like, I want as much goddamn good cheer as I can get.
God damn it, we're having fun, aren't we?
We're having fun.
Steve, I cannot recommend more highly the Christmas Village and the raclette. That's the cheese that they slice off.
Oh, I've heard.
Melty cheese. And I think it's totally up your alley. Get yourself some hot chocolate and then one of those mugs. It's a really good time.
There's the raclette and the Regina, right?
Yes.
Mazda Wines will host tastings on Tuesdays, and the First Ugly Sweater contest will be held Friday, December 19th. The Park's North Broad Street section will be dedicated to a winter wonderland for children and families. And a full event schedule and a list of over 120 local and international vendors is slated to be released next month. So there's still going to be more news coming out about this.
Terrific.
Let me see. All right, a treasure hunt is coming to Philadelphia later this month. And participants could win rare coins and banknotes worth up to thousands of dollars. The hunt goes on from October 21st to the 25th. Each day, rare coin dealer Stax Bowers will hide a certificate for a rare coin or banknote in one of 5 iconic locations around the city.
Is that the guy's name? Is that what is it? Did you say Stax Bowers?
Stax Bowers.
Okay.
I think that's the name of the establishment.
All right.
So each morning, the company will post a clue on their social media accounts directing you to the location of the certificate. The first to find the certificate can bring it in to collect their prize.
My son has really got into collecting sports cards, particularly basketball cards, and but it really all sports. And so he brought his collection over, and he's got some cards that are worth something, and so that made me look at my old cards, and when I did that, I also found my grandfather's coin collection, and also his stamp collection. He had stamps from around the world. He actually has a Hitler stamp from Nazi Germany in the late 30s, early 40s. Yeah,
You don't lick me, I lick you.
I bring this up because I have no idea what the value of any of the coins are.
I think to the nostalgic Nazi, probably worth a lot.
the coins are American.
Yeah.
There's a Nazi stamp.
Look at him. He never looked better.
So you don't know what they're worth.
Yeah, and some of them are really old. Like there's
there's no dearth of people who could assess that for you.
Is it just is their value just because it's old?
Well,
not necessarily.
Right.
But there might be one. Usually, when you take like a big collection of stuff to some place and you think you've got something, you really don't. But maybe there's 1 or 2 things in there that they might go, this is kind of worth it.
You always worry, though, that, like, let's say you do have something worth a lot, right? And then the coin collector knows it.
You get taken.
Yeah, and they're like, nah, this isn't really worth it. I'll give you like $50.
Well, that's where I would have a little concern, but I don't know where the integrity line, you know what I mean?
There are things that are supposed to vet them, and there's a structure to make sure that you don't get taken. That you don't get taken.
You can find it on the internet because when I in my old house in the laundry room in the ceiling there were like 2 or 3 jars of coins.
You took my Daryl Strawberry card.
No, but I went through the coins and I still have a bunch of them. I actually went to like a coin store and sold a bunch back. I made like $300, but
for $300 for the coins.
No. I mean, it was like I gave him let's say $1.25 in quarters, and but I spent time on the internet finding out which ones, and you have to look at all the markings, which ones were like in the Denver Mint or whatever, and so
my uncle used to collect wheat pennies, and I mean he had thousands of them. I mean, they were huge collection.
And those are in my grandfather's collection, and I don't think that they're worth anything, but they are old, and so if nothing else, it's just interesting, it's like a historical perspective on coins in this country.
Some of them might be, Nick, because there are some that were, struck incorrectly, or they had special markings on them.
10 cents.
And if you can go make a deal with like a dealer and say, here, have all of these for $200,
right?
And they'll go through it, and you don't have to waste the time doing it, and you get something out of it. So,
of those classic collectibles like stamps and coins and things of that nature, do any of those interest you? I think I'm probably more interested in the artwork that's on the stamp,
right,
as opposed to the coin.
No, none of that stuff really interests me. I mean, as a kid, a little bit coin collecting, stamp collecting, I did a little bit of it, but after a while I was like, it just wasn't doing it for me. So hang on a second. Let me go to a caller. I don't know if I can use the phone properly or not here.
Trying to use the phone.
There we go. I have Mark. Mark, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good. What's up, bud? What do you want to share with us?
I use Google AI to check, how much things are worth, my coins, and I had a dime from 1965, and I took a picture with Google AI and actually found an imperfection in the spacing of Liberty, and it was worth $400.
Whoa. 400? So a simple Google photograph, the feature right on your phone,
I use it for my old Pokemon cards and Magic the Gathering cards. I had a
That's a great idea.
That's worth $200,000. Yeah, you just take a picture of it. I have a Charizard that's worth $200,000.
Wow,
that's graded.
Wait, you have a what? What's worth $200,000?
A Pokemon.
It's a Pokemon card from 1996.
200 grand?
$200,000.
Yeah.
Yep. Do you have it in a safe deposit box?
No, I have it at home. I had a PS8 graded. It's graded at a 9.8.
What's your exact address?
So hang on. Are you going to hold on to that and let that continue to appreciate, or what are you going to do with it?
Yeah, that's for my kids' college now.
Wow,
I got 4 kids.
That's sensational. Let me ask you. So you just came across that, or didn't realize you? How did you come by this card?
Well, I had it since I was little. I mean, and then I started becoming a collector as it is. I have the complete Jack Kirby of Fantastic Four.
Wow.
I have a complete series of Daredevil.
And let me ask you, you keep them in pretty pristine condition, it sounds like.
Yeah, I'm that kind of nerd.
That's why from time to time you will hear of robberies, of collectible stores, of comic book shops.
Sure,
And there's some valuable stuff in there.
When my son was a kid, he collected Pokemon cards, and we had those Charizard, and I didn't know what any of that meant. I still don't. But why is that?
Nick,
why is that one worth something, and the ones that my kid had aren't really worth much of anything?
Well, the older ones in '96, I guess it's more than nostalgia. I mean, look at old Nintendo games too. Those are going for you can buy the Super Mario Brothers 3. It's $150 just the cartridge.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty wild. And you were talking about the rating system, and I see this all the time on Collector's Corner, where they'll have that numerical or letter designation. What is that again?
It's PSA grade, but a lot of times it's kind of shady, kind of send them in because things go magically missing. I had a pristine edition of Death of Electra that I sent in, and they said it went missing during shipment, but it was received to them. So where to go?
All right. Well, but yeah, it's pretty fascinating. I like the Google idea.
Thanks,
just
by the
doing
way.
it that way.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, take care, bud. Yeah. Wow. So Nick, maybe get some.
Yeah.
You never know. He said you got one for $400, a dime or something like that.
Or maybe $200,000.
By the way, you remember I brought in my toys that were and glasses and things
And
that
movie
were
promotional material.
Yeah, the archive auction. They sold them. And Tank is coming in next week to give me a check for what I got. So I'll tell you guys what it's worth. He's going to stop by and give it to me.
All right, without tipping your hand, 7 figures?
Maybe. Maybe
Steve,
not.
Here's my Daryl Strawberry rookie card. Yeah. A listener sent me that. Yeah.
All right. All right. Well, anyhow,
take a Google picture.
This scavenger hunt of sorts is going to be taking place October 21st to the 25th. It is through Stax Bowers. And, they're going to reveal a clue each day on their social media. The value of the prizes are going to range from around $300 to a grand prize of $3,500. A daily winner can either opt to exchange their certificate for the prize or sell the prize back to the gallery for cash. Across the 5 days of the treasure hunt, the company is giving away up to $10,000 worth of rare coins and notes. In addition to Philadelphia, it's happening in cities up and down the East Coast, in cities where Stax Bowers has galleries. The first hunt started last Tuesday in Boston, and that first prize was like a $2.50 gold coin. But other hunts are taking place in New York City and Miami as well. So do a little search on Stax Bowers, and maybe you can participate.
If these are done right, you'll have competitors murdering each other.
Yeah. Hey, if they're done right. All right, let's do another City Beat story. There's a new documentary coming out about McGillen's Old Ale House.
Oh, hey.
Philadelphia native Eric Carosella directed McGillen's, Philadelphia's oldest bar, 42-minute documentary that dives into the history of the landmark establishment from its 19th century founding to the renovations made to the bar during the pandemic.
I was there like every Wednesday night for months and months and months. It was karaoke night. I loved that gig. That was so much fun.
It's a great place.
It's a great place. I really, and I haven't stepped foot in that bar in years. But man, I had such a great time there.
Excuse me, I was taking a sip of coffee.
Right. How was it?
That was cold.
Yeah.
But the idea came to him when he was at the bar with a friend 3 years ago. Pre-production for the documentary.
You know what I'm going to do? You're so stupid.
So the documentary took 3 months. Pre-production did. Filming took place over the span of a year.
A year?
Mostly during the summer, yeah.
I know, like, during Prohibition, it was kind of like a speakeasy, right? So that's why it's sort of classified as, like, the oldest
I believe so.
bar.
I mean, well, the oldest tavern is, God, I'm a brain fart.
Don't know.
All right, it'll come to me.
No idea.
Is it the one,
is it Philly?
Old City?
Yeah.
After Tina Duncan edited the film, it was ready for its premiere. Rather than a traditional theater, the documentary debuted to a crowd on the second floor of McGillen's.
It's the oldest one is McGillen's.
Okay.
The oldest pub in Philadelphia, yeah.
So although McGillen's has seen a lot in its time, one night stands out to the bar's owner, Christopher Mullins Jr. It was October 29th, 2008. The night the bar learned something important. Plastic cups only when a Philly team plays for a title. So after Game 5 of the World Series with the Rays was suspended by the rain 2 days earlier, the Phillies secured the second championship in franchise history. Patrons were packed tightly in McGillen's, as you might imagine, and the crowd at the bar went crazy at the end of the game. And Mullins said, we had glasses and people's pitchers and mugs. And when the Phillies won, everybody screamed and the tables toppled and everyone ran out onto Broad Street. And we were left with a foot of glass throughout the whole building. So it was just broken glass. People were just
That's
going
a consideration,
nuts.
yeah.
Yep. So now plastic cups from here on out when there's a big game.
In a way, it helps to live in a city that really doesn't run the risk of winning many championships.
Yeah. And by the way, John Doyle has been working at McGillen since April of 1974.
Jeez.
In 1964, he was deployed to Korea during the Vietnam War. He returned after serving 2 years as a medic in Korea and took a job as a doorman at McGillen's a few years after his return. He took a course on bartending so that he could move from the door to behind the bar, where he has remained for the last 51 years.
So you have to imagine the interactions and the people he's talked to and all those. They don't have anybody who was there when it opened, right?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. I mean, 50 years as a bartender.
He's 81 years old, and he still picks up a regular shift at the bar on Saturdays.
Yeah, and he bounces.
If you want to go see him, John Doyle.
I'm going to shock you.
And I'm sure he'll be a part of the documentary. So, all right, and I think that's where we're going to wrap things up. I'm out of City Beat stories.
Okay.
Unless anybody wants to add, anybody want to ad lib or throw something in there for fun?
Well, no, and you wouldn't have had time to read it, but there's a lot of good stuff happening. Did you get? I don't know if you got the story about. It's not about City Beat technically, but it's about the advanced ticket sales for the World Cup.
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, I have not read it.
Hold it for another time.
Ooh,
Okay.
maybe next week.
All right.
Off the charts.
So we will wrap up. We will come back in a moment. We have the Bizarre File. We have an announcement concerning the Camp Out for Hunger that we'll share with you as well. And we got some guests and stuff coming up too. Stay there. We'll be back in a moment.
Sleep and I can hear every word, and I just can't move my body.
Wow.
Yeah, Patrick, it has to be kind of a wild picture to see you there locked up with your eyes open, her asleep talking away. It's got to be a weird dynamic, yeah.
All right. So what are the dangers that come with sleep paralysis?
I don't think there's really any dangers.
Okay.
Since your body is still in the REM sleep cycle, you can have hallucinations. I've seen a few, shadows on the wall or whatever, but it doesn't really bother me that much. I'm kind of used to it now.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. And how long have you been suffering from this?
Since I was a kid.
No kidding.
It's interesting. You wonder with things like this when people talk about seeing, like,
thanks, Patrick.
With apparitions or whatever. I wonder, how much of that is born of conditions like this.
Yeah, good question. I'm going to go to Gene, who has insomnia. Hey, Gene, good morning.
You're a crumb creep.
You're a lush. Yeah.
I'll take you out back and make you go to sleep.
What's happening, Gene?
You're a creep. Preston, every night I wake up sometime between 2 and 4. I don't have to get out of bed until 5:30.
Oh.
So do you go back to sleep, Gene, or are you able to?
Generally not.
Okay.
Sometimes I'll just lay there. I never got out of bed and did anything like the psychologist
Try that.
suggested.
Are you willing
Yeah,
to?
I will.
Yeah. See, I mean, I'd never crossed my mind. I always thought that the idea was to stay where you are and just
Right.
try to settle back in.
Work through it.
Yeah.
The worst thing I did, the doctor prescribed me something called Ambien.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, that is a nasty, nasty pill.
Maybe you could try counting sheep.
1, 2, 3.
There it is.
There you go.
It didn't work, Steve.
That was
No, but give this thing a shot. But Ambien was that was nasty for you.
Every day after, I would rather not sleep than have a day after taking one of those. It's like you have a really bad hangover the entire day. Just the side effects really outweighed the benefit.
Yeah, people with chronic insomnia who have to deal with that issue. To me, to know usually the joy of being able to go up and get into bed and you're going to relax down and rest. That's the absolute opposite for someone who has insomnia.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Gene. We appreciate the call. Good luck with everything.
Creep, lush coward.
That's your sleep therapist.
Yeah. So anyhow, obviously there's some things you can do, but getting up and moving around is one that you wouldn't consider.
Right.
The right thing to do. The breathing technique as
Square
well
dancing.
as a good one as well. Maybe a quick square dance. A little Alaman left, maybe. So anyhow, take those for what you will if you've been having problems. We do need to take a break and come back in a second because we have a guest. We're going to meet the new head coach of the Flyers.
Yeah.
And we had an interesting conversation with Bill Clement about him last week. So we'll see if he lives up to that reputation. John Tortorella will be with us when we get back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve. 93.3 WMMR. Ever wondered where to get the latest MMR gear?
There wasn't any toilet paper.
You need to understand.
And
don't tell anyone.
Dude, you laughed so hard. You were just
You're so vulnerable.
I was at my most vulnerable ever.
Give me a hug.
Come here, buddy. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Come here.
All right. So anyhow, so you've had this happen, and I saw this article with some pretty interesting tips. It says instead of descending into self-loathing, have an action plan. Here's what to do when there's no toilet paper in your bathroom stall. So
Well,
they
this
have
can
some
be very
suggestions.
helpful. Good.
Yes.
I think everyone can use this at some point in time.
So I'm going to read from this article verbatim
Right.
because there are some good tips here. And feel free to share your own stories if you like. 215-263-WMMR. So it says in this article, number one, first thing is ask for help. It says if you're alone in the restroom, the obvious first step is to check other stalls for supplies. If you're not alone, just call on the love of your fellow humans. If there's someone else in the restroom, swallow your pride, make a polite request for assistance. It says you may you may feel embarrassed,
right?
But we all have to move our bowels at some point, and it's significantly better than the next few options that are going to be explored in this article.
I think all things being equal, I think you would attempt to help out someone were you outside the stall and someone called for help from you. It's just the kind of thing that we could all commiserate on, right?
So swallow your pride, swallow your embarrassment, go ahead.
Swallow your fist.
And just ask for some help and see if some stranger in there has some toilet paper. Now, if there's no one in there,
right,
and you can't leave the stall for whatever reason, then your next step to contemplate is non-standard paper products.
Which
okay?
is the thing that rifles through everyone's mind. What can you possibly use?
To wipe my ass.
Right.
Well, sometimes you have the ass gasket. It's just sitting there, right?
Have you ever used an ass gasket?
Let me go through these.
Yeah.
Number one, toilet seat covers.
Yeah.
Okay.
The ass
So we
gasket.
have them.
And these are in order, by the way, of which ones you should use. Okay. Given your druthers,
Right.
that's the first one you should go for. And they give reasons why.
Okay, please.
These are your best option if available. They are sanitary and flushable.
Are they?
So they're really just oddly shaped toilet paper anyway.
All right, hold for
And
one.
they're probably the smoothest option as far as comfort level goes.
All right. So this actually adds something that makes me angry now. Because I will go in, and many is the time I'll go in and see the ass gasket still on the toilet.
Still there.
Now knowing
It says
that
it's
it's flushable
Yeah.
makes it even more.
And even if it wasn't, just go throw it.
Get rid of it.
Way. Some people's public bathroom habits, specifically
Here.
in buildings where they are regular tenants.
Yes.
They're here working every day. And I see the regular stuff happening all the time. And I'm like, honestly, really? Seriously? Seriously?
Filthy animal.
It's basic.
Yeah.
It's seriously basic to flush the toilet. That's what that handle is there for. Or take away. It's like going out in the woods. Leave no trace.
Leave no trace.
Right.
It's a pretty easy concept.
And usually it's
Keep it clean.
When you walk in, it's very anonymous. You have no idea who left the mess or
Unless you
whatever.
sign the wall.
But I was washing my hands one time, and somebody came in, used the stall to go number one, and left the toilet seat up, and then left. And I'm like, ugh, just put the toilet seat down.
That's not as bad as
I agree.
Still,
Yeah, I know, but you're making somebody else touch that toilet
Well,
seat.
you're going to be communing with it in some form or another.
Mm-hmm.
Your body will be. So I got it. I understand. Technically, yes, you're right.
It's not the
But
worst.
that doesn't set me off.
That one's nominal.
Yeah.
I think. All right. So then you have your second option outside of the toilet seat cover, paper towels. Obviously.
Okay, you're saying what you're saying. This list says is more corrosive or more irritating than the ass gasket.
Yeah, if you grab some paper towels, it says from the sink area, you have a scratchy but effective substitute.
Would you moisten said paper towels?
You can minimize the roughness by getting them a little damp before using.
And that's what I would do.
Which is what I was attempting to do when Casey came into the bathroom and saw my full frontal moment.
I had a similar moment to that where the person was getting paper towels, not for the reason that you were getting them, a different female reason. And she looked at me and she went, "I'm so sorry. Do not talk about this on the air." And I was like, got it. Check.
All right, now here may be one that you did not consider. All right, and this is what actually made me go, okay, this might be worth mentioning on the air, this whole conversation. The cardboard roll. Now, this is when you're getting down to, I have no options here. So the bare cardboard toilet paper roll might be mocking you from the dispenser, but you can use it for an extremely unpleasant wiping experience.
How would you extricate it? Like we have our
It depends on what you have. Ours is industrial size.
You can't get in
I
there.
don't think you'd
That's
be
not
able
gonna
to do
work.
that. It's the type of thing that if you have yoga classes that it's like you can roll your back on. Like it's
Yeah.
that, you know what I'm talking
Right,
about?
yeah.
Kathy?
Yeah, I have
So
one of
unless you have
them.
an extraordinarily large ass, is that going to help?
But
you?
it says, like paper towels, you can make it marginally more comfortable with some strategic dampening. But if you have to, you can use, and I think that's more like the standard home version of toilet paper, that cardboard roll.
Right.
You can kind of tear it apart.
And it's different sheets. I mean, and that's you're really slumming it at that point. But when you have no options, you have no options.
All right. Then moves on to another level.
Oh, can I guess?
Yes.
The floor tiles.
No.
No.
It says, let's say you've wandered into some sort of Mad Max restroom where there are no paper products at all, not even the cardboard roll, and you've started your business and you haven't noticed it and it's too late. It says, a wasteland of bacteria and shame.
Oh, boy.
It's time then to search for a hidden reservoir of paper on your person. Check your pockets and your wallet for anything that could be used.
That dump just cost me $150.
Well, it goes through some.
Really?
options here. So,
All right.
starts with tissues. So this one's pretty obvious. Of course, if you have a pack of tissues in your coat pocket, your toilet experience won't be so traumatic.
Do you have tissues with you? Do you have a handkerchief with you?
I do not.
don't.
I have tissues in my bag.
Ladies usually do in their bag.
So walk over to the ladies' room with your pants around your ankles.
You could do that if you're desperate. All right. How about this? And I never would have thought of this. Receipts. If you went to CVS right before you hit the loo,
you're good to go.
you're in luck. You can wipe for days.
You can wipe other people's butts.
It says paper receipts aren't ideal.
No.
But they can get the job done. It says, sure, you might not be able to return those ill-advised impulse purchases, but you will have defeated entropy for one more day, and that's not nothing. So if you have that, you're available. Now, how about this? Wrappers.
I don't see. Okay, I hear this. I never have any of this.
Similarly, yeah, but you may, at that moment, you may have just stuck something into your pocket. You may have just picked something up, and you might have it in your pocket. It's worth looking for.
All right.
Similarly, candy wrappers or other packaging that you've got in a bag or in your pocket may also provide a bit of emergency relief here. And then, Steve, the one that you mentioned at the top, cash. Says, yes, that makes this the most expensive public restroom you've ever used, but wasting a few $1 bills might be worth it in this instance. If you don't have any singles, you're going to have to engage in a very serious conversation with yourself regarding the price of your dignity.
Man, would it be better to keep a couple of blank checks in your wallet?
Oh, man. I don't know. Maybe. I'm going to go to some calls and I'll come back to a couple of other ideas. Well, actually, let me get to these ideas because some of them have to do with people, what people are saying and when they call in. So another one says you can do a make a do-it-yourself bidet.
So this was something I was wondering about because listen, you've now become subhuman. But you've got to do everything you can to clean yourself.
So before we do the Bizarre File and the Froggy Friday song and all that stuff and our announcement we have coming up, I wanted to share this chart out. There are many people that we see all the time at events, and they're kind of Preston and Steve super fans. And this is from one of them, a guy we call Smilin' Chris.
Oh, the best.
Chris McAden. And, for blood drive, Camp Out for Hunger, whatever. Chris is always there. He's a super nice guy. And he sent me this, and he says, hey, Presbo, is writing in regards to whether it would be possible to get a birthday shout out on or around October 17th. It's a bit sentimental, so I'll do my best not to make it too long. As you well know, I've been known for my smile. But that hasn't always been the case. Growing up, I was a very quiet kid, which was initially attributed to being shy. The older I got, I felt more and more out of place. I felt as I struggled with relating to people, especially those that I wasn't familiar with. I began to think that it was more than just being shy. I regularly saw doctors to try to figure out what was going on. But countless different tests and medications seemed ineffective aside from the side effects. And it was beyond frustrating to the point that I had lost the will to live. Senior year of high school was my breaking point, and I just couldn't do it anymore. Fortunately, a classmate of mine noticed that I wasn't okay and convinced me to talk to someone, which led me to getting some professional help. And by the time I was 19, I finally got a diagnosis. And as it would turn out, I'm on the autism spectrum, which was a relief now that I had some answers. And it may not seem like a lot, but to go from not expecting to live to see my 20s, and here I am about to achieve turning 45. And as for that classmate, I never did get to thank her, for graduation was the last time I saw her. So, Carrie, wherever you are, I'm going to cry.
Yeah.
I hope you're doing well, and thank you. That day in math class, you quite literally saved my life. So we want to do a shout out.
We got to do it, Tom Jones.
To Chris from Smiling, or to Carrie from Chris. So can we find her?
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing.
Because of listen, anybody, we have incredible family of you out there listening, and it means the world to us, and always amazed by the resource that you can pull. If anyone has any suggestions as to how, it's so important to Chris and this person, who just, is out there not knowing that he's doing so well. I'm sure she would be thrilled to know how well he's doing.
Yeah. So I would like to maybe pursue this and see if maybe Chris can get in touch with us with some more information. Marissa?
Yeah, Chris, send me an email. Send me like the year you graduated, the school you went to, her name.
If you have a yearbook, a picture.
Anything. And her last name. any activities and the town you grew up in, all that good stuff. Because we have some FBIing skills around here. I think we can find it for you.
It stands for Facebook.
Yeah. Also, and listen, and I want to echo on something. If there's someone that's around you that is that acts a little odd or whatever, consider that they might be on the autism spectrum.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people that go undiagnosed, and that it may not. It's just a peculiarity, if you will, when you see them, and that may be an underlying condition, and maybe we should consider that when we come across people that might seem a tad bit odd or offbeat.
It's what in some cases it used to be labeled eccentric.
Yeah. So, all right, and then there was another one I wanted to mention. This was actually sent to Casey. It says,
"You're reading his mail."
Met you at 2SP after spending a few days at Wyndham, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Vermont. A trip I make 8 or more times a year, home turf for me. In 2 weeks, it will be the anniversary of the Camp Fuji fire caused by, and by the way, this is on the 19th he wanted this, which is over the weekend, we're not here. The Camp Fuji fire by the largest storm on record at the time, and expect still today. It was October of 1979, October 19th. Like to have a shout out for all those who were there then and made it home. And then there's the 23rd when the Marine Barracks truck was bombed. Let us not forget who served and trained for a job we never want to do, USMC, and others who support them. Thanks. That's from Michael Burbo, Sergeant, United States Marine Corps from 1978 to 1989. So he wanted a shout out for those.
You got to do Tom Jones again, kid. Oh, wait.
Is that on a different page?
Got to switch the page.
Oh, all right. And another thing, Julie Jerkoff asked for a shout out.
Oh, wow.
From our YouTube community. It says, I have a few for the October days. Our YouTube family member, Min This Moment, had his birthday October 10th, and Jamie Lynn has her birthday October 24th. If you could do a juicy shout out on a YouTube, please. And also my daughter Maddie turns 17 on Friday.
Maddie.
Which in New Jersey means she's able to get her driver's license. Oh my God. But seriously, I hope that she has a phenomenal birthday, and I'm so proud of my kiddo. If you're able to give her a shout out and a Maddie, which we just did, she would be so embarrassed.
Maddie.
And I owe her this.
And tell me I need to stop, but I'll be happy. Thanks so much, you guys. Rock, that is from Julie. So
Julie Jerkoff.
Yes.
Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
A little chart for a little button on it there, and that'll wrap that up. All right. Let's now make it Friday after all this.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Delco Trim Light. Visit Delco Trim. By the way, I got a cramp.
I know. I saw that.
Did you see me
I
stretch?
saw it as like a stitch or something.
I got a cramp in my ab.
There's a lot of work there, though.
For those who don't watch on YouTube, I put on a special show with a frog mask when we play that. I hurt myself. All right, brought to you by Delco Trim Light. Visit DelcoTrimLight.com to schedule an estimate on installation of the coolest permanent programmable holiday lighting system around. We'll begin with this. A naked man was caught on camera causing chaos in Pinellas Park, Florida. Police identified the suspect as Joshua Garrison, who neighbors say went on a late-night rampage that caused major damage to homes and cars. One neighbor said that Garrison rang his doorbell completely naked and then threw a pot of plants through his truck window and then tore lights off the front of his house.
You were in that helicopter.
Surveillance video showed Garrison trying to break into homes, and another neighbor said Garrison ran into his backyard, touched himself sexually, then tried to break in.
Jeez, nuts!
Garrison went into Reichman's shed, grabbed an axe, and came back to the porch, though he never used it. He also jumped a 6-foot fence and helped himself to a beer and a soda. Well, I mean, he had to have been parched after that.
That's a little bit much.
Neighbors said that
it's really parching to be insane.
Garrison was lucky they didn't wake up because they would have defended their homes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Police charged Garrison with burglary, criminal mischief, and lewd behavior.
May I borrow your axe?
No injuries have been reported after part of a parking garage in White Plains, New York, collapsed onto the floor below it Wednesday morning.
I saw the video of this. It's insane.
Yeah, it's just thankfully nobody was in there at the time.
That's the part that blew my mind.
The 5th floor collapsed onto the 4th floor of the parking structure. A photo from inside the garage clearly shows concrete smashing several cars.
Well, they installed a new way to go to the 2nd floor.
Officials with the fire department said that roughly 15 cars remain in the collapse zone, and that is where they're going to stay. The focus is now on the integrity of the parking garage, which is believed to be 12 stories tall.
You remember that the Looney Tunes cartoon where I think it was Daffy Duck is showing the house of the future? And he says, instead of going upstairs, bring the upstairs downstairs. And he pushes the button, and the homeowner says, well, what happens to the downstairs? He says, oh, let's find out. And everything has been crushed.
Many people who work in the neighboring office building park in the garage and use a crosswalk to head into work. There's no definitive timetable on when people can go inside and retrieve their cars. I think it's going to be a while.
Yeah, it's going to be a long time.
To be able to get that out. An English teacher has been fired after incorporating a sex toy into her lesson plan. Catherine Matthews was first suspended by Wesley High School in Lancashire, England, after a colleague reported her telling the story of someone who stuck a dildo with a suction cup on the back of his bedroom door.
What?
The graphic story...
This is a science class? What class is this?
An English teacher.
An English teacher.
The graphic story continued with the man, quote, backing up onto the dildo.
Oh, boy.
But as his grandmother flung open the door, he was left bleeding everywhere and left a big mess. This is the story she told. To make matters worse, Matthew's lesson that day was on Dickens Day.
Oh.
So, yeah, tied in with that.
And tied in because that's essentially what it is, a rubber one of those.
There's a village in Spain where it's quite popular to toss the ham, and it's not a euphemism rolling of the cheese thing.
Right. How many culinary things? Right. How many culinary based things like that are there? Like the big tomato fest?
Yeah, the fight that they have in Italy, and it's a good question.
Ham-ass.
What the hell is that?
I don't know. You had a story about ham, and we had a ham-ass thing.
Ham-ass.
That you?
It's one of my nicknames. Yeah, it's me pitched down.
Wow. All right. As long as the as long as the checks keep coming, why not pretend?
One more time.
Okay. All right.
Ham-ass.
So, all right, next story.
Okay.
As long as the checks keep coming, why not pretend to not see a problem? That is apparently the thought process of a 70-year-old man in Italy who's accused of pretending to be completely blind for 53 years.
53 years.
While collecting over $1.1 million in disability payments.
That's really selling it.
The man,
I'm in the dark here.
the man was declared blind after a work accident more than 50 years ago and has been receiving benefits ever since. Police became suspicious after running checks on his case and decided to follow him for 2 months. They caught him on video doing gardening work with dangerous tools, shopping at the market while carefully looking at products, and moving around the city without any help. And he was also filmed paying with cash by himself.
He's also a race car driver.
Police have now charged him with fraud and stopped all his benefits, and they also ordered him to pay back over $200,000.
There was briefly a show of these insurance investigators, and they would get this footage, and it was basically like their version of cops. And they would catch these guys, Preston, who claimed to be wheelchair bound, climbing up ladders and doing roofing and all that stuff. It happens all the time.
Yep, there are plenty of scam artists. All right, and then one last story, and we'll go with this. The tale of attorney discipline is one part tech, or this tale is one part tech failure and one part petty misogyny. A Michigan appeals court upheld the criminal contempt finding against attorney Marshall Tauber for comments that he made at the close of a Zoom hearing. So Judge Yasmin Pohl ruled against Tauber's client And at the close of the Zoom hearing, he was saying, "Judge, thank you." And then a pause, and he goes, "Effing C word."
Wow.
Effing see you next Tuesday.
Yeah,
so
man.
he said that.
Wow.
According to Tauber, he believed he was no longer connected to the Zoom.
Sorry.
He was attending the virtual hearing from his car, and the screen went black, and he mistakenly thought that he was disconnected. During the contempt hearing, Tauber's attorney said that he was technologically inept and did not intend for anyone else to hear the slur.
And that's a defense?
But the appeals court said just because this happened during a virtual hearing does not preclude a finding that misconduct or insolent behavior by any attorney constitutes contempt. The appellate court also shot down the argument that Tauber's actions were willful because they were uttered in frustration. Tauber said he intends to appeal the decision in the Michigan Supreme Court. He said, when your activities are in that gray area of the either where the court controls, where you're off the air, where you're so-called off the air, when you're out of the court, he said, I thought I was out of the court when I said, thank you, Your Honor. Tauber estimates that 6 to 8 seconds elapsed between the time he thanked the judge and then when he made his remarks. So I'm sure he didn't do it on purpose for the judge to hear.
No.
Right.
But there is footage. I don't know if you ever saw this. There's this woman who is in contempt. The judge holds her in contempt and gives her an immediate sentence right there. And she walks away and says, basically, F you. Come back to the microphone. He adds it, and she keeps doing it.
So he said they weren't directed at her. They were intended to be. They weren't intended to be insulting to her. They were just my thought at the moment, and I didn't think I was in the courtroom.
I really thought I was going to see him next Tuesday.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we have an announcement to make concerning our Camp Out for Hunger. And we are excited that not only is this event returning, but we are excited that we will give you a specific date on when this is taking place. So join us Thursday, November 13th in the parking lot of the Xfinity Mobile Arena next to Stateside Live for the Preston and Steve Food Trucks and Fireworks events. That is correct. Our good friends and insanely talented people at Celebration Fireworks are putting an amazing free show on for you and all the great food trucks to choose from as well. And if you are interested in being one of our food trucks that night, you can email Marissa and let her know. She organizes the food truck side of things.
She's the culinary person.
So you can reach out to her at Marissa@WMMR.com. Marissa is spelled with one R or one S, Marissa. And you can reach out and let us know. So if you know someone who has a food truck or you have a favorite food truck, reach out to them, let them know. And we're organizing this as we speak. It's Thursday, November 13th. And it's essentially, you just come out, we eat, the fireworks go up, and it's a drone show too.
So we've had people who are firework connoisseurs, and they've come out to this, and you've not seen anything like this.
We get the giant fireballs too that take place.
They just do an amazing job.
Yep. So we just want you to mark that on your calendar, and it's the night before the final day, so it's a perfect way to wrap up that week. Thursday night into the celebration of the end of Camp Out for Hunger for 2025. So get the details, WMMR.com, and bring your non-perishable food donations to benefit Phil Abundance. That's what we need. So November 13th, that's when it is. All right, we're going to take a break. Coming back in a moment, the Connoisseur, and a special guest on our Connoisseur as well. We'll be right back. Stay put.
And leave there with some peace of mind. Mm-hmm. So do you then you have to think, okay, the water in the toilet.
Right.
All right. So is that where we're going?
No, not at first. It says if you happen to have a bottle of water on you,
all right,
consider using it to clean up without paper. Water is pretty effective at this, which is why billions of people around the world use it instead of or in combination with toilet paper.
So this
could be a choice.
For me, I always go to the bathroom and I bring a pressure washer with me.
Oh, good call.
So I would use that first.
If you had to, I think you can flush the toilet.
Yes, exactly.
And then you have a fresh bowl of water.
Yes, exactly.
You're going to have to use your hands.
Yes, but you could wash your hands once you got out.
You can wash your hands as soon as you get out.
In fact, you dive over to that sink.
So you that is a one of the last ditch. Desperation moves.
Can I say I think we're saving lives here today?
We are. I think so.
I think we're saving lives because these are legitimate. When you encounter it, you're going to say, oh, this is frivolous talk, until you find yourself perhaps, and God, I hope it doesn't happen later on today, having to manually bidet your ass with toilet water.
Well, that's how some
You're gonna
cultures
thank us.
will do it.
Absolutely.
I mean, my friend she spent a long time in India. And I think that's maybe why they don't ever shake hands with their left hand, because that is your ass wiping hand.
There are some cultures, yes, that they use their hand for quote unquote grooming.
Your AWH.
And that is, what is that?
Your ass wiping hand.
Your AWH.
But they'll have
Is that your AWH?
It's your
I'm
aw.
sorry.
Your aw for short.
I don't want to shake people's hands anyway. Now I really don't want to with AWH. Now that I know about that.
Well, it's just the left hand. The right hand is usually okay.
No,
But
that's
they'll take
completely
water,
fine.
That has COVID on it.
Splash it up.
Yeah.
That's your BTH, your ball tickling hand.
Yeah, Kathy.
All right, and then your BTH. And then finally, and this is the one a lot of people are calling and texting about, sacrifice your wardrobe.
Yeah.
Oh, get the hell out of here.
No.
What?
No.
This is the most dumbest story ever. This is not happening.
Did you not just hear
Kathy,
saved lives.
people
honestly
agreeing that we're saving
Honestly,
lives?
what?
What would you do?
This isn't going to happen.
She would
I'm
wait.
not gonna
She
go-
would stay.
Such a denier.
She would
Oh my
stay in the
God.
stall until the building was demolished.
Let's say you had an emergency, I got to get to the toilet right now.
I would
I have
go
no choice.
home.
And you
Yeah, I would.
You're going to crap your pants, is what I'm saying.
I'm not going to crap. I don't have situations where I'm going to crap my pants. That doesn't happen.
She's not realistic.
No,
Listen,
I am realistic. I don't have
She
situations
can will it
where
to
I'm gonna
happen.
crap my pants.
She will make it go back up.
There are times,
but I will
you
tell
might
you
get
because
sick.
the
What if you're sick?
well, hold on. All the time. If I go into a public restroom, I check first if there's toilet paper, because not for what you guys are talking about, just going to the bathroom, urinating. It's
sage advice.
If I don't have toilet paper and I have wet underwear, it ruins my day. It's so uncomfortable.
Okay.
So I check every time I go in here. If I'm at Target, wherever I am, a concert, whatever it is, I will check when I go in the stall if there's toilet paper there.
So she's saying something that really is the first step.
Well, yeah.
That you and while you may not think about it, make sure you check. Now, this is obviously we've gotten past that, and you didn't. But you can head all this off of the past if you make sure that you have. And if it's not in your stall or whatever, go to the stall that has it, or work out your things ahead of time. But Kathy, you're in a situation, as where Preston said. Let's say you have you just got food poisoning. It came on you like a bolt of lightning, and
Apparently that has never happened to her in her 30 years.
How would you extricate yourself in this scenario?
But that would be a pretty unfortunate string of events, that you all of a sudden have food poisoning and no toilet paper and you're out of your house.
Yes.
I just don't see
And you're
it
in a
happening.
foreign country.
And listen, I understand it might happen to some people.
You're
but
in India.
Hopefully that never happens to me.
And you've sprained your AWH.
So anyhow, if it did happen to you, Kathy, you might consider this, okay?
All right, yes. Always wear something you don't like.
Using your socks. And this goes in kind of like an order of what you might want to go to.
Let me ask you, have you ever, under the stall, pulled the sock off someone in the stall next to you?
I need this.
Yes,
I've not.
I need this
Sorry.
badly.
I'm going to be taking this.
I mean, this has happened to me in my home. It's not even a private, restroom or I'm
You
sorry,
really have no
a public
excuse
restroom.
to wipe your clothing in your own home.
But I have gone into the bathroom, sat down, started my business. Oh my God, there's no toilet paper.
Right.
Because apparently I'm the only one in the entire household who replaces any toilet paper.
So clothing, let's go the hierarchy, Preston.
Socks.
Socks,
Start with that.
number one.
Says your best choice once you've hit this bottom, because they come in pairs. And once you're done cleaning up, you can carefully insert the dirty sock inside its mate, making it easy and relatively sanitary for the garbage. So you could take your other sock, you put the dirty sock in the clean sock, throw it in the garbage can,
and you're done.
And then you're good to go. And listen, you were going to lose the other sock anyway because
and you look very sort of stylish, a Bruno Maglia, right? Maglia, what do they call it? Hey, so
would you use the inside of the sock or the outside of the sock?
I would
inside, softer,
so you can still wear them.
I think the inside is a little softer. Than
A sock wouldn't be my first choice. I think I would use
suit jacket.
A suit jacket first, because I hate suit jackets.
All right. Next would be underwear.
Yeah, I would probably go underwear first.
Reasoning that your underwear, your underpants are going to be ruined anyway if you do nothing. Maybe make their sacrifice really count. But Casey, dude, I wear Tommy John underwear. I like good underwear.
I hear you.
So sue me because I spend a lot of money on my underwear, but they're really expensive.
Wait a second,
I
though.
want to ruin my underwear.
He does make a good point, Casey. I would actually say that a good pair like Tommy John, and I agree with you 1,000%, Preston, how comfortable they are. I think they might be softer than your socks, than your average socks.
You should really
but
try
they're
the
way more expensive, so I wouldn't want to do that.
You should really try Fruit of the Loom breathables. They're great. They're very, very comfortable, and they're not as expensive. But the sock is dirty. It's around your.
Have you not understood the parameters of what's happening here?
I understand.
Yeah, this is no time for that.
You can
pie in the sky thinking that you have.
You can worry about cleanup later.
Yeah.
All right, and then finally, it says using your undershirt. If you're wearing an undershirt or layers of shirts, maybe you don't need all of them.
Yeah, probably not. Well, what about the tie?
Yeah. Ties can be really expensive.
Doesn't matter.
So it all depends.
This is your human dignity. How much is that worth?
But given a sock over a tie, I'd do the sock. Socks are cheap.
All right.
You know
what if you take the tie?
Yeah.
And Garrett, the guy in the stall next to you,
and steal his socks.
Exactly. And there you go.
Now, here it says one final note. Whatever you wind up using in the situation, with the exception of toilet seat covers, do not flush it down the toilet.
No, horrible.
Even paper products like paper towels or tissues shouldn't be flushed because they won't disintegrate like toilet paper. Tissues are designed to withstand explosive sneezes, after all, and persist for a long time, clogging time in our sewer systems, for example. And if you do have to resort to one of these desperate measures, steel yourself and walk the remnants to the garbage.
They have left out hats and weaves as possible
What was
wiping
the last
material.
one?
Hats and weaves.
Oh, weaves.
Yeah.
Talk about expensive.
Steve, listen, the things that people will flush down the toilets. I have a friend of mine who
Plumber?
No. He works for Public Works.
Okay.
And there was a pump house near this housing development, and he said because there was like big time backups and stuff, and they had to go put in a whole new system. He said you wouldn't believe what he found that people flush down the toilets, like baseballs, lacrosse
baseballs,
dildos.
Really?
Like, yes.
Yeah, I
people
remember
are
you
flushing
telling me that.
these things down the toilet.
That's the garbage disposal for your dildos, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, by the way, a lot of texts and calls coming. This text says, I once wiped my ass with a $20 bill when caught without any toilet paper while drinking at a party. Took the same $20 bill, washed it off, and then bought more beer with it.
Oh, God. Grody.
Mm-hmm. I could not.
If they wash it, would you throw away the money?
I would.
I'd wash it off.
I would. No, I would. I would. I just couldn't bring myself to recirculate that into the system.
Once you clean it, it's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to go to Brian. Let me go to some calls here real quick. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing?
I'm great.
I was on a job site once, and I was about an hour and a half away from where I work, and I went into the porta potty, and there was nothing. So it was a chilly day. I had a sweatshirt and a T-shirt on, and I had to use my T-shirt.
That's absolutely fine.
Brian, did you realize before you sat down or?
No.
Oh, no, it was afterwards.
You know,
that's the thing. That's it.
That's the point at which you've made a critical error. That's why I think for our bathroom here and Brian on job sites when you have the porta potty, there should be a small rack of clothing there for you to use in case you run out of toilet paper.
Just clothing. Yeah, at all times.
I agree.
Brian, did you end up? I guess you tossed your shirt into the porta potty, right?
Yeah, I feel bad for the guy who has to clean it. But
Well, you could toss it into a porta pot because it's not going through plumbing.
Yeah.
But they eventually have to. Yeah, it won't go through plumbing.
Yeah.
But they do have to do something with that stuff eventually.
Don't they have people that pull the clothing out and clean it?
Yeah, I think they do. Maybe that's what.
Ooh, a shirt.
Ooh,
all right, listen
a
to
dildo.
this. Listen to this. I'm going to Scott.
All
This
right.
is very interesting. Hi, Scott. Good morning.
Hey, Preston, is this bad time? Can you talk?
I can talk. I'm good. What's up, buddy?
So I was out for a long walk with my girlfriend, now wife. We were going to go feed the ducks, feed the fish, and the urge hit, and we were far from anywhere, and I had nothing. I squatted behind a tree. I told her to run. It wasn't to
run.
This isn't going to be pretty.
Run! Get to the chopper!
And I had to use the pack of hamburger buns that we were going to use to feed the duck.
Oh, my God.
My God. You used a bread product.
I did. I had to.
So could you? You could. Was it in plastic? Could you have used the plastic first?
I probably could have used the plastic, but
I'm going to support you in your use of the bread. I think that probably on a more natural level would be better. And even with this knowledge, this woman married you. She's a keeper.
She did, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. And then it says here on my screen, there was some other situations.
Oh, yeah. I did landscaping for a number of years, and when there's nothing out there on a job site, and it's in the middle of winter, and there's no paper, there's nothing, I just rolled up a couple snowballs and washed it.
Snowballs.
I thought you were going to say
Never
like
considered that.
a shrub.
My God, Scott.
A snowball would work.
Yeah, but think about
the cold.
Yeah. How funky was that?
much.
Marissa, so let me see. Was something I was going to mention ahead of time? Oh, yeah, Nick, you're doing something with 2SP. Is that next week?
I am, yes. That's next Thursday. Casey did this a few weeks ago, and I'm doing it on a week from yesterday, Thursday the 23rd. It's just a happy hour, and they're going to do a costume contest, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., and I've not been there yet. You guys have been raving about it ever since the brew came out, and Steve, I know you were there at the end of August maybe, and Casey was there a few weeks ago. Anyway, I'm really excited to go Thursday the 23rd, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., and swing by and grab a No Sad Brew.
They're in Aston, Casey?
Yeah, it's right there on, hang on a second, it's right there on Concord Road in Preston.
Yeah. Concord Road.
Yeah.
Okay.
And by the way, again, I know this is an inducement for a lot of people. A ton of parking. Yeah, you're not going to have any problems. Yeah.
All right. You know what? It's Friday. It's something we do as we head into the weekend. It's time to eat Connoisseur.
Time for the Connoisseur.
All right. As we
And we're going to have a guest, too, right?
We are in mere moments. Thank you, Mr. Announcer. By the way, the Connoisseur segment brought to you by Acme, the official supermarket of the Preston and Steve Show. In a little while, we have a chance to win $50 Acme Markets gift cards. I'm going to start with this story, though, and it does mention a competitor of Acme, so I just want to make sure that is clear, but it is a food-related story. The maker of Jif peanut butter and Smucker's jams and jellies is suing Trader Joe's, alleging that the supermarket chain's crustless PB&J sandwiches infringe on the trademark of its Uncrustable sandwiches.
Wow, I didn't know that it was Jif and Smucker's in there.
Yeah, J.M. Smucker Company.
Junkers for short.
Filed a federal lawsuit seeking damages from Trader Joe's for alleged trademark infringement and deceptive trade practices.
I love Crustables, by the way.
Uncrustables.
I get the other product.
Oh, you just get the leftover crust?
It's just crust.
Smucker's brought the thaw and eat sandwiches to the market in 2000 after acquiring the brand in 1998 from founders Len Kretschmann and David Gesk, who began making them in their Fergus Falls, Minnesota homes in 1995 because their children wanted PB&G sandwiches with the crusts removed. So Len and David made them for their kids. The entrepreneurs eventually began making them for local schools. The snacks have become a hit with the NFL players for their portability. And the J.M. Smucker's company argues in its lawsuit, Smucker's alleges that Trader Joe's brought out its, quote, round crustless sandwich with a crimped edge last year to trade off of the fame and recognition of its Uncrustables.
Well, that's clearly what they're going for. I mean, it's the same product.
Trader Joe's describes its crustless peanut butter and strawberry jam sandwiches on the chain's website as salted peanut butter and bright strawberry jam encased in a chewy white bread whose crusts have been crimped and removed, sealing the sweet and salty filling inside.
Well, look, right on the box it says, just like Uncrustables.
Smucker's, but at the end of the story it says, can you really trademark a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
So here's the deal. It is, and that would be up for the courts to decide. But this is a unique way of presenting this. Like it's. I know what you're thinking. Here's another version of the hamburger.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
This is unique in its what would you call this kind of thing?
They crimp it.
A crimpet, yeah.
Well, and there you go. That's it's tasty cake.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I don't think
unless they have it patented. I don't know.
So to use a crimpet analogy, think of like ho-hos and yodels. They're the same thing.
They're the same thing.
Right. And it's two different brands and two different makers and two different names. It's not a different product itself, you know?
Would they merge into hodels?
Yeah, no, but what about like ring dings and ding dongs?
There you go.
It's the same thing. And there's a similar word in there.
Yeah.
I mean,
ring a ding do.
But they're calling it a crustless. I don't know.
They allege, Smuckers allege in the lawsuit that Trader Joe's infringes on its trademark for a quote round pie-like shape with distinct peripheral undulated crimping, and it's imagery of a crustable with a bite taken out of it, showing filling on the inside to identify sandwich products.
So in the packaging might be where they're going to get some traction.
Consumers have been deceived into believing that the defendant's product is in some way sponsored by, originates from, or is affiliated with Smucker, when in fact it is not.
You know, the owner of McDowell's encountered this same issue.
The company alleges this damages the nearly $1 billion Uncrustable brand, urges Smuckers, which states in the lawsuit that it produces about 1.5 billion Uncrustables annually.
Nick, there's a text over it. I don't understand what these people are saying that I said. I'm so sorry.
Which one?
It's at the top now. It says, tell Casey they're not suing because of peanut butter and jelly in there. What the hell
They're
does that...
suing because they're stealing the idea? But
what Casey was saying, he says the idea of those snack, treats that you pointed out, they're the same thing.
It's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah, I mean, they're the two. What were the products that you mentioned? Ding Dong and Ho Hos,
ring dings and ding dongs.
And if you look at them, they look almost identical.
Yeah.
They've got pretty much the same ingredients. So no, you're making a valid point. Don't worry about that person's texting that. They didn't follow you.
I don't even know what I said. I don't think I was even about the ring ding and the ding dong.
Do you want to lay down?
No, I kind of do, though. It was the second sentence that kind of pissed me off. It says, come on, Casey, you're smarter than that. Hey, no, I'm not.
How dare you say that?
There was something Preston just said that it was a round peanut butter and jelly sandwich, because I have bought organic style Uncrustables that are made by a different brand, and they're square.
Oh,
so maybe it's because Trader Joe's is making round ones. It's probably in their trademark that it's peanut butter and jelly squished in like ravioli in a round shape. So if they had made it a different shape, they wouldn't infringe the trademark.
I wouldn't. Listen, they're going to look for whatever angle to approach this legally on it. And Marissa said very well could be the shape.
We invented circles.
We did.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, the beginning of the story, I was kind of thinking, like, what did they do with all the crust, the leftover crust when they crimped that?
Yeah.
I have, like, do they make that into something else? Or
they probably find a use for it, or they throw it away. I don't know. You can go
take it.
to turn into feed for animals or something like that.
It's like people, when I worked at Dunkin', yes, I'm boasting. But years ago, people would say, aren't the munchkins just the holes in the donuts? No, they're not.
Yeah.
They're making a separate, batch of dough and everything for the munchkins.
Probably make them into breadcrumbs.
There you go.
Maybe. Yeah, good point, Marissa. All right, well, anyhow, they're suing them. We'll see where it goes. The Connoisseur will follow this story. We're going to play our first movie clip. It has to do with food. Let's see if you can identify what movie this is from.
What is it? It's a microwave. It heats up everything. Pasta, lasagna, meatballs, whatever. It's science, yeah. That's how it heats up the food. It's scientific.
All right, 610-660-9333. Let's see if you know the answer. Order up. Our next order comes from a chef himself. It is a guest that we have in our presence as we speak via Zoom. And it's a big anniversary that is on the way for Amada. Ladies and gentlemen, our good friend is joining us on the Connoisseur, a connoisseur himself, a creator of incredible food for you. Chef Jose Garces is joining us. Morning, Jose. How you doing?
Morning, guys. Great to be on. And it's a wonderful day today to celebrate a 20th anniversary of a restaurant that, guys, I got to tell you, it's been quite a journey and not easy, but we're so psyched to be here.
Amada is 20 years old. And so in the restaurant world, if you achieve that 20-year mark, you've gone like 10 years past where you should have gone the way the restaurant business works.
Well, in the human world, you will have lived probably to about 120 or 130 years old. I'll just say that.
Well, statistically, and we talk about it all the time, what an uphill battle it is just getting any restaurants to succeed. I think, 91% of them fail. So to not only have this take off the way it has and to be here 20 years after, that's a huge achievement.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys so much. And yeah, we really appreciate the fact that we've gotten here. But yeah, an economic crisis in 2008, a pandemic in 2020, and a lot of other things along the way. So for the restaurant to, again, continue to serve the community, do what we do, serve Spanish-inspired cuisine, like just pass on food culture, is a great accomplishment. So yeah, we're taking a moment to just appreciate it and gonna come back to it.
And with that, some special events that are taking place, and that's part of the reason why you're on here today, Jose?
Yeah, so we have these amazing paella specials in the restaurant, and 20 years, guys, of wear and tear on a restaurant, as you can imagine. This summer we stopped, we shut it down, and really renovated the place. So it's kind of a new, fresh Amada 20 years later, and it feels good. It's an old city. And yeah, we welcome everyone to come in and check it out.
All right. 2nd and Chestnut is where you guys are located?
Yep. 217 Chestnut. Come on by and eat some paella.
All right. And I'm looking at this. So there's tomorrow there's a roasted pig carving that's happening, I believe. Is that correct?
Yep. So right. Specials around our roast suckling pig. And, we've been doing this for over 20 years. So if you want, as a guest traditionally, if you want us to order you a whole suckling pig, you call us in advance. We go to market, get the pig, we brine it, we roast it for about, roast it for about 4 to 6 hours till it's nice and tender, get the skin crispy. And that's a tradition we've been doing for years. And now you can just come in and get it and have it at any time this weekend.
How many people would something like that feed?
So a half, the pigs are usually about 20 pounds. So a half pig, like a side, so a 10-pound pig feeds about 4 to 6 people comfortably.
Okay. All right. So if you've got a dinner party,
that'll take care of it.
You can order the suckling pig, and that's pretty unique.
Yeah, man.
Never thought about doing something like that.
Very fun. And then we'll actually take the side, bring it to your table, and we carve it table side, so it's super fresh, piping hot, and it's been a great experience for our guests over there.
Jose, have you ever thought about offering unpiggables?
Hey guys, I was overhearing all that. Folks, go out and get some peanut butter, 2 pieces of bread, and gentlemen, just make it yourself, guys.
You're right. It ain't that hard, man. Right?
Do you really need that much convenience, guys? My God, get some fresh peanut butter. Just make a nice sandwich.
All right, now I'm going to throw that right back at you, brother, because you do have some convenient products in Costco that people can get.
Well, of course.
And you have some new products on the way, right?
I do. So we have beef birria coming online in the first quarter at Costco. It's now here's the thing. This is like our beef birria likely takes 2 to 3 days to get, from start to finish. So there's a conveniency and flavor side of things that I think we like to achieve. It. I feel like there's value passing that on. And I've been tiptoeing my feet in this, consumer retail goods for a long time, taking all of our recipes that we've developed over the years and applying them to, produce great products.
Cool. Nice. Yeah. No, it's definitely great that you're getting out to to the masses. And you also have, you're going to open up an Amada in Chicago next year, right?
Yeah. Super pumped about that. I think it's, full circle moment. Again, we opened Amada 20 years ago. I've been in Philly about 25 years, but as you all know, I'm born and raised in Chicago. So to bring this idea that was really born here in Philadelphia to Chicago and likely other locations too, I really can't discuss, but nationally is great. And it's a Philadelphia origin story for sure.
Is it going to be Amada or Chimada?
It will definitely be Amada, and it's and I'm so excited about this moment we're in with the brand and where it's going.
Well, no matter where you expand out to, you're here and you are ours. So don't get any big ideas.
Yeah, man.
Well, Philadelphia again, and will always be just such a special place for me. Raised my kids here. We had such a great community of like-minded pros. Great restaurateurs. I've seen the scene kind of go from that year in 2000 to now, and what a dynamic, amazing restaurant culinary scene that we have here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's for sure.
The Michelin Guide is coming here, and that's going to be awesome to see for a lot of our up-and-coming chefs and restaurateurs. So it's an exciting time to be a Philadelphia foodie, for sure.
Very much so. Well, congratulations on the success of Amada in particular. It's the anniversary weekend. And is there a website if people need information about Amada?
Yeah, they can go to
social
Amada.
media?
If they can go to AmadaRestaurants.com, they'll find all the stuff there.
Excellent. Hey, Chef, always great to talk to you. Congratulations. Have a great weekend, okay?
Guys, appreciate it. Have a good one.
Chef Jose Garces, our special guest on the Connoisseur. Now, listen, I know we already have our contestant on hold, but I wanted to float in a new subsection of the Connoisseur.
Mother of God.
Which is all Philly food news.
Oh, wow.
And from time to time, there's a lot that comes through. So I'm gonna skip through this kind of quickly. But
Are you the Philadelphian?
I'm the Philadelphian. No, Philadelphia's coffee community comes together later this month for the Philly Coffee Festival.
Oh, okay.
Returning to the 23rd Street Armory Saturday, October 25th and Sunday, October 26th. It brings out more than 30 roasters and exhibitors under one roof, 2 days of tasting, demonstrations, live entertainment.
Roasted.
And it's an immersive coffee experience where guests can sample specialty brews, learn about different brewing methods, enjoy teas, foods, and other non-coffee offerings from local vendors. And tickets and full details are available at phillycoffeefestival.com.
Yes.
That sounds pretty cool.
I need to find some information on there's apparently a natural way of roasting coffee beans where the bean stays in the husk, and that imbues the coffee with, so for example, if it can have a blueberry fit flavor without having sugar added. That's, you have to drink, if you're doing the intermittent fasting, you can only have black coffee without any sweetener or sugar.
Yeah.
And I'm looking for that elusive coffee that actually has a taste.
So I don't know how long you've been doing black coffee. I've been doing it for, over a decade now. I don't know when it's going to come around for you, but I do enjoy black coffee.
Okay, I hope it kicks in eventually before my death.
Here's another Philly food story. Got this from the Philly Metro. It's something called the Hoagie Martini.
Does it get wet?
It's from Art in the Age. It's from Philly's own boutique bottle brand, Art in the Age, and Fishtown fave Liberty Kitchen. They crafted this using Genoa salami, fat-washed Art in the Age vodka. So they actually fat-wash the salami in the vodka. Cinzano vermouth, and garnished with drops of olive oil and a skewered slice of LK's classic Italian Salumeria hoagie, which has Italian cured meats, house creamy balsamic dressing, mild provolone, lettuce, tomato, onion, and hellish pepper relish. And the bold and briny sipper will be available for 1 day only. So if you want to get this, it's only on October 25th from noon to 5 p.m. inside of Liberty Kitchen's dining area or the outside adjacent garden as well. It's $13. It can be paired with any of the bites found on Liberty Kitchen's menu as well.
So this is such a staple, but is it sacrilege to admit I am not a fan of the Italian hoagie?
Sacrilege?
Yeah.
No, but I'm a little sad for you.
I know.
Unfortunately.
I hear you.
Because it's quite delightful.
I live in a community on an island.
Here's another Philly food story. James Beard award-winning restaurateur Ellen Yin and her team at High Street Hospitality's newest venture, The Bread Room in Old City, is a bakery by day and a learning center by night. They offer its own take on Pop-Tarts and over 20 seasonal pastries baked daily, as well as loaves of bread, sandwiches, and salads. In the evening, the space at 834 Chestnut Street transforms into a classroom. And she said they'll be doing anything from sourdough 101 and pizza making to Vienna Serie. I don't know what that is. Seasonal workshops, launching a guest baker series as well.
I think that, something for my wife and I to do, because she loves to bake, and that might be, and we're getting this new kitchen now set up.
You can sign up for classes and workshops. All right, go to their open table page. That's where you'll find it. And they have 14-foot ceilings, large windows, seating for up to 19 guests, a communal table that was once owned by Philadelphia-based art collector Albert Barnes of the Barnes Foundation, and it'll seat 8 people. So it's a cool place, and you get the combination of high-quality culinary with learning opportunities.
This is perfect because I was
room.
once present in a place that had a 15-foot ceiling. Didn't like it.
Didn't feel the same.
Steve, we did it as a date night, and it was we made baguettes, and we made pizza, and there was one other thing, and I can't remember it right now, but it was it was it was fantastic, and it didn't matter how great it tasted, even though it tasted great at the end of it. It was a fun night. It was cool to be on.
All right, and another story, not necessarily in Philly, but in our area, the Westchester Chili Cook-Off is back, and it is on Sunday from noon to 4.
Excuse me, Kirkhoff.
On West Gay Street. And it is hosted by Fiorenza's Food for Friends, which is a nonprofit organization that is taking steps to eradicate hunger in America.
This is just a ripoff of the Milli Vanilli, Mickey Gilly, What the Dilly, Philly Champ of Chili. I mean,
it's been a long time since we did that. So
and it's for a good cause.
But it's at noon to 4 on West Gay Street. And Nick, is it like open? Is it out on the street?
Yeah, there's more information up on the events page at PrestonandSteve.com if you want to participate. But it's Sunday afternoon, and F4, the charity organization, they kind of pick up where Phil Abundance leaves off. So they'll take unused food at restaurants and convenience stores, Wawas, and they will give it to people who are hungry, who need it. So it's for a great cause. And apparently, I've heard some fantastic chili.
Teams comprised of restaurants, businesses, hometown cooks, and nonprofits bring their best chili recipes and vie for the coveted People's Choice Award. So there's your Philly food news.
Love it.
Let's see if we can identify what movie this food clip is from.
What is it? It's a microwave. It heats up everything. Pasta, lasagna, meatballs, whatever. It's science, yeah. That's how it heats up the food. It's scientific.
All right, we're going to go to Samantha. Hi there, Samantha.
I'm Samantha.
Oh, my God. Hi, Samantha. I'm sorry, Casey.
Yes.
One more time.
Yeah.
Samantha, we just have to play this for you.
I'm Samantha.
Okay. Forgetting Sarah Marshall?
Yes, sir.
I knew it. All right, what movie's that from, Samantha?
That clip is from American Hustle.
Yes, American Hustle.
Nice.
That is correct. Hang on. We're going to give you a $50 Acme Markets gift card, and you can do the flash grocery delivery pickup, get you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. All right, another food clip. What movie is this from?
What do you think this is?
Ooh, well, about 7 hours ago, that was lasagna. But with all the delays, they heat it, reheat it again until, it looks like that.
All right. 610-660-9333. Call if you know the answer. Order up. All right. Now, I normally do a fast food roundup, but I only have one fast food story today. So it's not necessarily a roundup, but it is a fast food story. Nah, it's okay. We'll save it for next week. All right.
Don't sully it.
QSR Magazine analyzed different aspects of the drive-through experience at 13 popular fast food chains across the country to come up with the fastest fast food drive-thrus in the country.
So we've had maybe 3 or 4 stories and surveys of this thing. This, for many people, there are people who just don't go into the places anymore.
Yeah.
They are drive-through acolytes, and that's the only way they pick up food like this.
Yeah.
Where do you guys stand? Are you 50-50 drive-through? Is that what you're doing, or are you going in?
I usually only do it for convenience sake.
Right,
if I need to eat now, I need to find a drive-through.
Yeah. I do probably fast food more than anybody here.
You do?
Yeah. So, Steve, listen, and I don't know what your
list
says, but I think McDonald's, hands down, is the fastest.
Okay.
But sometimes, because McDonald's has a double drive-through, a lot like Chick-fil-A does, and sometimes when I see that it depends on what time of day you go, like if the double drive-through is pretty packed, I'll go inside. And I kind of do a race. I take a look at the car that I would be behind. I love it. It's a nice little competition.
Is everything okay, sir?
It's a nice little competition that I'm only aware of.
Yeah.
But I will race to see if I made the right decision.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Yeah.
So each chain was ranked in 3 categories: wait time, the amount of time passed from entering the drive-through until reaching the speaker to order.
All right.
Service time, which is time from placing the order to receiving it, and total time, the time passed from pulling into the drive-through to getting the order.
What about clobbering time?
It's not part of Fantastic Four wasn't part of this.
What?
I just love retarded. I think that McDonald's has led the way in being able to read what your order is. I know most fast food places or all do it at this point, but I think McDonald's was the first, and you go up and you can see the display of you want exactly what you want and how you want it.
Yeah.
And so they worked really hard on making the drive-through as efficient as possible.
When it comes to speed, Taco Bell wins for total time.
They sell speed.
They hold on to the fastest title for the 5th year in a row.
Case, what do you say to that?
Not even close.
Do you often frequent the Taco Bell drive-thru?
Yeah, this one here, and in fact, and I love Taco Bell, but the one most convenient to my house, I don't even go there anymore because the drive-thru is absolute garbage. I've waited 10 minutes.
You're a huge Taco Bell fan.
When I was second in line or first in and so I'm like, I don't even go there anymore. This one over here is actually not that bad.
Do you know why Taco Bell makes sense to me? A lot of the food is very easily, to put it together and package it. That's why I was actually going to guess Taco Bell.
Yeah.
It takes customers an average of about 4 minutes and 17 seconds to get through the drive-thru at Taco Bell. That's when you get in line, even before you've even placed the order. Way down at the bottom of the list, Chick-fil-A.
I thought Chick-fil-A was like an innovator.
Slowest for total time, but the report notes that their locations tend to be busier overall.
There we go.
And have a different ordering process with inline order takers versus a speaker box.
I don't think there's a time I pass a drive-through Chick-fil-A where there's not activity, where they're not really, you're just killing it.
While Chick-fil-A isn't the fastest, it does win for friendliest in the study. And when it comes to overall satisfaction, Chick-fil-A tops the list again at 98%. So here's the list. Here are the top 13 that they ranked. Number 1 is Taco Bell, followed by KFC, Tim Hortons, Arby's, Wendy's, Dunkin'. Burger King was number 7. Then you have McDonald's at number 8, actually.
I'm surprised. I forgot about Dunkin'. And I for some reason, I just don't consider Dunkin' to be fast food, if that makes any sense.
I like going into Dunkin'.
I know what you mean.
I love using the app. It expedites things.
Then we have number 9 is Starbucks, then Dutch Brothers, which I'm not familiar with. Raising Cane's is 11th. Then you have Popeyes and Chick-fil-A.
Raising Cane's is the chicken finger place, yeah?
That is correct.
In fact, at my daughter's college, they literally have a bouncer outside of the Raising Cane's because it gets so packed in there.
All right, move it along.
It's kind of it's like a doorman.
Really?
Right? Yeah. They do that. So I ran into this one weird thing at Arby's one time. It was the Arby's in Turnersville where I ordered my food and I got it. And then I was just kind of there. I was kind of collecting my, putting my money back in my wallet and blah, blah. And the guy at the window was like, "Hey, do you mind moving up a little bit because they're being timed?" And as long as I'm at that window, it's going to, for their sake, they were going to look less efficient.
Okay.
It's like when an airplane pulls away from the, it gets on the tarmac. I got you.
Yeah,
interesting.
Really, he was, nice about it, everything. I was like, oh, crap, I don't want to do.
No.
Yeah.
By the way, the best drive-through experience in my area, I got to give a shout out. It's not the same as fast food because it's Dairy Queen.
Yeah.
And so, but they are quick, and they have trained these kids at the Harleysville Dairy Queen to be friendly and to have really nice interactions with the customers.
Yeah.
I think it's wonderful. And our McDonald's in the area does that too. There was a stretch where it wasn't that way. And then, management makes a big, difference in training people and how to be friendly. And it brings me back as a customer. I know that.
And as you said, and I just did this at a place, I won't say the name of it, but there was a less than friendly staff working there for a while, and then there was a noticeable upgrade, and I saw the manager, and I complimented him on that to let him know that it's resonating with the customer base.
It definitely helps to do that. All right, we will see if you know what movie this food clip is from. Here we go.
I'm Samantha.
That's the wrong one.
There was no food mentioned in that.
This is the clip.
What do you think this is?
Ooh. Well, about 7 hours ago, that was lasagna. But with all the delays, they heat it, reheat it again until, it looks like that.
All right, we will go to James to see if he knows the answer. James, morning, buddy.
Good morning.
Good morning to see you. James, what movie is that from?
That would be Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
You got it, buddy. Hang on. We're going to give you a $50 gift card. That's okay, guys. We're going to give you a $50 gift card from Acme Markets. So hang on just a second. And we will...
I'm Samantha.
We will set you up, buddy.
On a quick note, Preston, have you seen this video that's floating around? It's of It's Elizabeth Montgomery from Bewitched, who played Samantha. We're making this bizarre connection.
Oh, okay.
But she's doing this seductive dance in a clip from a movie from Dean Martin. I know you're a fan.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Oh, you have to see it. I'm going to send it to you.
Share it with me.
All right.
All right, here's our next food clip. Let's see.
Dude, I almost did it again. Sorry. Go ahead.
All right. One mushroom ravioli.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. So, are you sure there isn't anything I can get for you?
No, thank you.
Just let me know.
All right, 610-660-9333. If you know, call right now. And now, order up. All right, let's talk now. We kind of did something similar. I have another list, but I'll move ahead to something else. All right, actually, this is a story that Marissa sent to me, and I think that we could all benefit from this.
She's a field reporter.
Who keeps a bowl of fruit or bananas or things like that at their home?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Anybody else?
Yeah. Bananas.
Bananas, but I mean, you keep fruit or vegetables sitting out on the counter? No?
No.
Okay. Well, you do bananas. So that counts. All right.
That's it, yeah.
Fruit or vegetables.
That's what I said.
So this is from realsimple.com. Fruit flies.
Oh, yeah.
Love them. Annoying little gnats.
Yes.
They gather and they linger, and I actually make a trap with a glass and whiskey and saran wrap.
Oh, I've heard wine works as well.
Wine does work too, and it works great. But they often find banana peels to be the perfect spot to lay their eggs.
Oh, boy.
And I did not know that. And as a bunch of bananas ripen on your countertop, you're likely providing perfect conditions for the fruit flies to hatch and start bugging you in your kitchen and the rest of your fruit as well. But there is a very easy solution to this, and it only takes a moment to clean up your banana game. All you have to do is wash your bananas.
With soap?
Wash your bananas with soap and cold water. So the bacteria and dirt on the peel can contaminate the area where you store your bananas. It can even get on the fruit itself when you cut into or peel the fruit. You should also, wash your produce with peels, including avocados, melons, and squash. A lot of people don't wash the ones that have peels on them because you're going to peel it off. And eat it.
You're supposed to, from what I read, Preston, you're supposed to lube it up with soap, and then you do this motion up and down.
Is that what it is?
Until it explodes. And then it marries you.
This will help ensure that anything on the exterior of the fruit doesn't end up on the part that you eat and reduces your risk of Listeria, Salmonella, E. coli, and so on. But fortunately, cleaning this off of your bananas is really easy. You rinse the banana peels under cool running water for about 30 seconds.
Well, what do you do for your nuts?
And you can take extra care around the stems where there are more places where dirt or insect eggs can be protected from the spray, and then wipe down the peels with a clean towel. And hopefully that fixes your fruit fly problem.
Nick, at the gym every single day, you have to wash down the equipment that you use, and every single day I'm jerking something, like several times
and
a
then
day.
You go into the gym.
Yeah, and then I go into the gym, and I'm like, okay, let me clean this up a little bit. But like every day, I'm like, all right, who's looking? I'm like, oh.
Guys in the parking lot again.
If you want to get thoroughly clean, you can also use a vinegar wash made of 1 part distilled white vinegar and 4 parts water. And you can soak the fruit in it for a couple of minutes, or you can spray it on and let it sit for a few minutes, and then rinse thoroughly in fresh, cool water and dry.
I have to ask.
Hack I didn't know.
Is it safe to eat fruit flies?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not really. I think it is. But they're just annoying.
They are. I had a little thing that's actually it's a our kitchen's being redone, so we're not using it right now. But it is like a little blue light and sort of a sticky film inside of it.
We got one of those.
And they go in.
Yeah. Just you plug it in, right?
Yeah.
So I
caught a raccoon in there.
I take a glass, I pour like about an inch of either wine or whiskey in there, and then you take a saran wrap, put it over the top, and you poke a hole with your finger.
Done.
They go right into it, and they can't get out.
What kind of wine do you use? The cheapest?
Cheapest.
What kind of whiskey do you use?
Same.
Okay.
Cheap.
Bankers Club.
Yeah. I'm not pouring the Blantons or the Whistle Pig or what was
Lucky Fruit Flies.
Is it Uncle Pappy? No,
it's
Pappy Van Winkle.
Pappy Van Winkle.
Uncle Pappy. Makes no
Uncle
sense.
Pappy Van Winkle.
That's the knockoff.
Yeah. All right, let's see if somebody knows what movie this is from.
All right. One mushroom ravioli.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. So, are you sure there isn't anything I can get for you?
No, thank you.
Just let me know.
Hey, no problem. All right, let's go to Julia. Hi, Julia.
Good morning. You guys slay me. I couldn't stop laughing about the cleaning the bananas.
Wonderful. All right, you get something free if you can tell me what movie that is from, Julia. What is it?
I think it's Twilight?
Yeah. That is correct. Hang on, Julia. Got you a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Congratulations to you. Here is our next clip. Can you cue that up for me, Case? All right, let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Now kindly remove that spaghetti from my poker tape. The hell is so funny?
It's not spaghetti, it's linguine.
Now it's garbage.
It's a classic movie. 610-660-9333. Order up. All right, next up, I have for you America's favorite diner chains. Coventry Direct analyzed Google Trends data from all 50 states to the diner chains and dishes with the most searches over the last 12 months. So these are chain diners.
Like Denny's?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it falls into that category. And I'll just rattle off the top 10 here.
I'm wondering if I could guess what would be. Would in fact
fire away?
Would in fact Denny's be the number one?
No.
Okay.
It is in the list. It is on the list.
Is Perkins up there?
Perkins is on here. It's not number one. Anybody want to take another stab?
Applebee's?
Applebee's is not considered.
Not considered a diner.
A
right?
diner.
See, because I would
chain.
consider Perkins like halfway between that what an Applebee's is and a diner.
All right, so
it's where I know Tiger Woods goes.
Yeah.
Perkins has a buffet.
Right.
You know,
Okay.
So
But like-
there's a difference, as you would well know, cafeterias.
Right.
Yes.
You know, which is a whole different thing.
Perkins is also 24/7.
Yes, that's
that
true.
might fall
Yeah,
into
yeah,
the
yeah.
diner category.
All right, so what makes it the diner? Is it the fact that breakfast and lunch and
Yeah.
dinner are
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
served all
That's
day long?
part of it, yes.
Okay.
And usually a 500-page menu.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True. Go to a Greek diner, man. It's like getting a book.
It's really.
Yeah. All right.
It's
So
like reading the Republic.
number one, IHOP.
See,
The International House of Pancakes.
which is very for the world traveler that you're going to feel at home there.
Ooh la la.
We used to go to IHOP all the time, and I would never have pancakes. I love their hamburgers.
It's number one in 17 states. Number two is a place called First Watch. Not familiar.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's really good. There's a few of them in the area. There's one in Villanova. Yeah. There's one in Gateway Shopping Center. It used to be where the Outback Steakhouse is. It's a First Watch now.
Okay.
But they close probably around 1 or 2 most days. So it's
they're not a 24-hour.
No. But you can get there early, but it's mostly known for breakfast.
Can I guess the next one?
Yep.
AG Loners?
Nope. It's Perkins. Then you have Denny's. Number 5 is Waffle House. That's my personal favorite.
A Waffle House. You just went recently, did you not?
Well, anytime I'm in Florida, if I
Right.
go to visit my mom, I swing by Waffle House.
I friggin' love waffles. Why is it that I perceive eating waffles as less splurging than eating pancakes? Is it the little square patterns?
Maybe. Might have something to do with it. Then you have Friendly's at number 6. Black Bear Diner. Number 8 is Cracker Barrel. Number 9 is Bob Evans Restaurants. I haven't been to a Bob Evans in ages.
Long
There's one
time.
in Oaks, I think.
And then,
there is.
Yep.
Yeah.
And number 10 is the Huddle House.
The Huddle, is that like a football theme?
I don't know.
Friendly's was my mother's favorite restaurant. Well, not her favorite restaurant, but if you're going out for lunch, she loved Fribbles. She loved all that stuff. And what they would do on their sandwiches is they would lightly coat the bread on the inside with butter, like on the burgers or whatever.
Yeah.
And she was a massive fan. It's a fond memory of my late mother.
You guys been to Nudies around here? Nudies restaurants?
Yes.
I love them.
Those are good.
Yeah, there's probably 15 or 16 of them in the area now.
Yeah, there's one in Phoenixville.
Yeah, Ray Nudie started it a long time ago in Stratford. My dad has been going for 50 years or something insane. But it's a local success story, and it's mostly breakfast and lunch. But
Love a classic diner.
Yeah.
Like Bob's in Roxborough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We're looking for somebody to identify this film.
Now kindly remove that spaghetti from my poker tape. The hell is so funny?
It's not spaghetti, it's linguine.
Now it's garbage.
All right. We're going to Mike. Yo, Mike.
Hey, guys.
How you doing, bud?
Hi, Mike.
The Odd Couple.
The Odd Couple. He's right. I didn't even have to ask. Hang on, Mike. Got yourself a $50 Acme Markets gift card. 30 minutes or less. You can get that with the Flash Grocery Delivery. One final clip and story. What movie is this one from?
With her husband in the Pacific, Betty Horn enjoys cooking spaghetti and knitting. Her teammates call her Betty Spaghetti.
All right, 610-660-9333. One final story. And we're going to end with this one.
As the holidays approach, companies are figuring out if they will be closed for Thanksgiving and Christmas. And for Olive Garden, the answer is yes, they will be closed. The restaurant chain dropped the news yesterday, or actually a couple of days, in a surprise move. Locations in Hawaii and U.S. territories may have different plans, though Olive Garden has, may also close early in the day before the holidays, depending on how busy they are. Local management gets to make that call.
I think that's probably because...
Oh, I see. Hawaii and U.S. territories.
Well, that's because Olive Garden is Hawaiian themed.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. So like Puerto Rico and Guam.
Right.
Do you think they have they got an Olive Garden in Guam?
I'm sure they do.
I bet you.
I wonder if they have an Olive Garden in Italy.
That is a really good question.
Isn't it wild?
Nick.
Yeah.
Well, number one, let's see.
Yes, there is.
In Guam or Italy?
In Guam, located in the village of Donkey in Tumaning. I don't know how to say that. And next up, Italy.
See if there are any in Italy, Marissa.
Well, just on that, like there are Chili's all over Brazil. Like all of these chains are huge.
Isn't that crazy?
Outside of America.
Our natural
Huge.
inclination is think you're in the home of this stuff. But yet it's funny, the Americanized versions of that cuisine will do well.
Yeah.
You know, like to go to Italy and find a Domino's.
Right. There are no Olive Garden. Well, there are Olive Gardens in Italy, but there are no Olive Garden restaurants in Italy.
Okay. Yeah, I figured that.
It's like being in the old country.
Yeah. All right, let's see if we can get somebody a prize if they can identify this movie.
With her husband in the Pacific, Betty Horn enjoys cooking spaghetti and knitting. Her teammates call her Betty Spaghetti.
All right, we're going to Jason to check on if he's got the right answer or not. Jason, morning, brother.
Hey, morning.
All right, name the movie.
A League of Their Own.
A League of Their Own. Absolutely correct, sir. Hold on. And you, my friend, get a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Hungry and in a hurry, Acme's Fresh Flash Grocery Delivery or pickup. Get you fresh groceries 30 minutes less, fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. And that is the Connoisseur for this Friday morning. We fit in a whole lot, even a guest star, Jose Garces. Thank you for checking in with us.
You pick up on the theme on the clips?
I did not.
It was all pasta related, and they were today, I believe, is National Pasta Day.
Nice, Marissa. Well done. All right, with all of that, we'll take another break. When we get back, we're going to have Chris Franjola who's performing at Punchline this weekend, stopping in the studio. We got a bunch more as far. I need to reiterate the announcement we made earlier with the Camp Out for Hunger, too, so maybe we'll get to that. Stay put. Be back in a moment.
The homeowner actually came out, and my boss told her what was going on. She was a friendly lady. And she said, that must have been one cold poop.
Oh, my God.
Let me ask you just on a basic level, Scott. How do you have intestinal issues, or were we talking panic situations here, like you're sick?
It was. I used to have some pretty good intestinal issues before I got taken care of.
Because when that happens, people don't realize.
But listen,
there's nothing you can do.
Working though, landscaping though, if you're out all day long. And I would imagine a lot of times people aren't home. You can't say knock on the door and say, "Look, I'm having an emergency. I apologize." And you probably don't want to do that anyway. I would imagine you find yourself in a situation where it's like, "All right, pardon the pun, but I got to make do. I got to make this happen."
You better skim your pool.
Yeah. All right, thanks, Scott. I appreciate it. I'll bet you, construction workers, guys out in landscaping,
snipers.
Maybe, yeah. No, but I'll bet you that group of people have to deal with this more than anyone else.
Because your options are much more limited.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I would always be wearing a wiping shirt.
Case, we don't have much time, right?
No, damn it, we're just cracking the surface on this.
Let me see
We're
here.
changing lives.
What is this? All right, let me go to Dan. Hi, Dan. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, Dan?
Okay, so when I first got together with my now wife, I was born in Kansas, and I wanted to take her. We were going to visit family, and I wanted to take her to the river where we spent my stomping grounds when I was a kid. We used to go fishing, swimming, you know.
It's awesome. Yes, how romantic.
It was going to be great. So I thought, so we get down there, and, you know, we're walking around, and I'm like, yeah, this is where I used to,
Uh-huh.
She's looking at me, I'm like, Well, I'm sorry. So I'm actually using the car that my mom lent me, while we were there visiting.
Oh,
and
it's beautiful.
I opened the door to the old Chrysler Sebring drop top, and I thought, well, I don't have anything. And I'm looking around. I'm like, Mom's beanie it is,
Mom's beanie?
Yeah.
She had a hat in the car, and that's it.
I used the hat. I had to, man. I do construction, too, so I'm telling you guys, it's a rough life, man.
I know. I have no doubt. When you have to use your beloved mother's beanie.
God rest her soul. No.
Thank God Grandma wasn't in the backseat. Your skin's kind of papery.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Dan, that's...
My wife looked at me, and I'm like, I'm so sorry.
All right.
Thanks, Dan.
Rabbi, I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
You don't have to say yes.
Oh, my God. Listen, at some point, you have no choice, or you're walking around with what we described the other week, the Chappelle thing, mud butt, and you can't have that.
It reduces you, but the thing is that you're not alone.
Yeah,
That's the song says.
I thought these were good tips. I thought these are good things you may not consider to check your pockets, maybe the cardboard roll. I mean, these are last measures.
But number one, as you said at the top of it, don't panic.
Don't panic.
Don't panic.
Relax, and you can get through this. So anyhow, just
John McClane it.
We're saving lives here. That's what we're doing. All right, so we need to take a break. Thank you for listening and for your patience and your resolve to stay with the President Steve Show. $50 Wawa gift card. Take caller number 8 at 215-263-WMMR. Tomorrow is Wawa Hoagie Day. It's part of the Wawa Welcome America celebration.
So exciting.
Casey and I will be on Independence Mall tomorrow from noon to 2 at 5th and Chestnut.
Beautiful weather.
And you can come out. The weather's going to be great. Yep. And you get free. It's an 8-ton hoagie. Free to the public. Come and get your lunch and join us for that event. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We will get the CEO of Wawa, Mr. Chris Geison's on in just a little bit. Returning shortly. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Anyway, enough about me. We need to talk about you. We're diving into the city beat, folks. Yep. I got some stories that have to do with things in and around or affect our area.
Scoobily wow wow. Yeah. He's the meat behind the street.
And I got this particular story because sometimes I have some outside contributors. Kathy Romano sent this to me.
Ooh. So she's a correspondent.
This is from NJ.com, and they have their list of the...
That's New Jersey, right?
That would stand for New Jersey. NJ stands for New Jersey. All 44 New Jersey beaches ranked worst to best for summer 2022. Now, we're not going to go through all 44.
Okay, just do the 43.
No, we're gonna go through the ones where most of our area head to.
Like not up by the city.
Yeah, there's going to be southern New Jersey.
Yeah.
So,
I will say, though, I went through the whole list. I didn't realize there are some beaches out there I had never heard of that are very popular for people in our area, too.
Yeah.
So, obviously, this whole the migration to the shore is a huge thing. It's been that so for decades and decades and decades. But it's funny what you just said, Kathy, because there are people who, I didn't know some of the, taking a look at the map, some of the beaches that are popular were shore towns that people go to. I had no idea existed.
Right. So there was one, and it's on the list, and I'm sure you'll get to it, Preston, but Ortley Beach. And it is not like, what we consider the shore. And I actually recently had a conversation with a few different people who couldn't believe that I had not heard of it and said it's very popular.
What?
And it's
I haven't ever heard of Ortley.
Yeah, it's listed as one of the better beaches to go to.
What part of Jersey is that in?
Case, it's I think it's considered maybe like Tom's River.
Okay.
But from where I live, the people that I was talking to, they said it's the same distance, same amount of time for them to go there as it would be to go, to Avalon or Stone Harbor.
I have no, listen, it's not even July yet, right? So usually you kind of have to wait until after school is officially out. But I feel I wonder if this economy is having some issues. No. If it's causing issues. I feel like the beach has not been overly crowded, and I wonder if gas prices or any of those things is wreaking havoc and causing issues with.
Doesn't
people.
help, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, Press. If have you noticed it being a little bit quieter down there?
a smidge, maybe, but not like really noticeable. But
well, you do a lot of skeet shooting off your roof, so you wouldn't really even notice.
Yeah. I scare them away, basically.
They just run away. So give us a teasers.
First, let me give you the what they judged the criteria on. So it says we judge only oceanfront beaches, no bay, lake, or riverfront on beach quality, cleanliness, crowd type and size, parking availability, and surrounding food, drink, and recreation.
Gets along well with other beaches.
They said we went to one beach per town. For example, Ortley Beach.
Ortley
was the representative for Toms River, Kathy.
Yeah.
And Island Beach State Park checks in for Berkeley Township. So I kind of stayed a little bit Atlantic City, like Margate and South.
The ones when you think of
or not Margate, but Brigantine and South is kind of what I'm
kind of a novice to this. Occasionally my wife will go down for a little bit.
You're not a shore guy.
I'm not a shore guy.
Yeah.
But I'm every time I go down, I have a good time. So I might be moving in that way. But I always think of it, Preston, from Atlantic City south is the main concentration.
From
At least
here, because you just take the
Yeah.
AC Expressway straight out,
Right?
And
Which is funny because my girlfriend used to live in Northeast Philly, and there's a town, and I'm curious as to whether or not it shows up on the list or not, Preston. But if you take 195 due east, it goes straight across the street instead of like the AC Expressway, which goes south and east. And there's a town called Spring Lake, which is one of the nicest towns I've ever been to. I had never heard of it growing up.
Spring Lake?
Well, it's Steve. It's
I never heard of it.
It's gorgeous. It's near Point Pleasant. It's a little north of Point Pleasant. But I'd never gone to it growing up. And yeah, Kathy, like for me growing up, it was Atlantic City and South. That was the Jersey Shore.
So she grew up in Northeast Philly. I grew up in Bucks County. So we most of the time went to what we consider the shore, but we did go up that way to some of the beach towns up there. Spring Lake is actually not listed. It's not listed well on this list.
No kidding.
Well, because they said even
It's the poor man's Ortley.
Well, no, they said it's beautiful and the homes are beautiful, but like it's there's not much else to do. You have to drive into the town. Like you can't if you're going to go to the beach. There's nowhere really to go get something to eat or anything like that.
That's what they took into consideration on this list.
Stuff to do.
Stuff to do. Yeah.
Gotcha, okay.
We when we were poking around there, as far north as we went was Seaside Heights. We actually went up there and looked and kind of worked our way down.
And that's where Jersey Shore was shot.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right, so let me go through a few highlights on this list.
I don't want to hear this list.
Number 40 is Atlantic City. Obviously, there's probably
Are there things to do there?
There are some things to do there. It says amazing, and I'm going to read you the description from NJ.com. Amazing Bruce Springsteen song and terrific boardwalk.
That's right.
The ability to gamble feet away from the ocean is pretty incredible, but the beach itself is lackluster at best.
Do you agree with that?
Not the cleanest by any stretch, and the sand isn't exactly soft, and even that vaunted boardwalk is starting to feel downtrodden, just like the rest of the city. So that's their assessment.
Preston, does Brigantine get folded into Atlantic City?
No, it's its own thing.
Yeah.
All right, then you have number 39, Wildwood. It says you can't do much better than Wildwood's Boardwalk. They don't have a roller coaster. They basically have a theme park and a water park and go-karts and enough boardwalk food to make you sick. But you can't do much worse than their beach. It's so long and flat that walking to the water is exhausting. They literally have sand taxis. It says cute, but a sign that your beach is way too wide. It is huge. All up and down the Wildwoods, except North Wildwood is
Well,
tiny.
they do also have planks to walk on, so you're not walking in straight up sand.
But anyone, like the first time I got out there years ago, I remember thinking, everyone thinks, you cannot help but go, Jesus Christ, this is a very wide beach.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I've come to love it.
All right, then you have
It loves you.
Margate City.
Okay.
It says finding parking is tricky at Margate. This is number 35 on the list. I'm going to work our way down. I'm just skipping around to highlights.
Yeah.
And for once, so is finding Lucy the elephant too. The 6-story, 140-year-old wooden South Jersey icon is currently undergoing renovations. But you know what is open? The Margate Dairy Bar, home of some of the best ice cream and burgers you'll find on the shore. The beach itself is fine but unremarkable, they say.
Okay.
Number 31 is Strathmere.
I love Strathmere.
Yeah, it's great.
One of the few free beaches in the Garden State. Strathmere's sand isn't exactly pristine, but there's a ton of parking available, and the Twisties is a terrific dive bar nearby.
Twisties is what
I've been by there.
Described as like it's like stuck. It's like back in time.
Oh, it's okay.
But they don't need to do anything because It's the only place to go there, and people flock to it. And it's actually great. It's right on the bay. Like you sit there, you're looking at the bay. It gets really crowded because it's the only place to go, between Ocean City and Sea Isle.
Is it the same place as the Deauville, or is it next to the Deauville?
No, that's not it. It's further. It's like the middle of Strathmere.
So a quick question. So is this where if you don't have a place down there?
No, there's houses there. It's just not
I'm
as
saying
many.
for people who are just going to go and take a day trip. Is this?
Oh, I got you.
Is this a likely beach?
No. I don't think so.
Oh, I think so because isn't it free there? Isn't it?
Yeah,
It
is. You don't need the beach tags, and it's sort of a nice midpoint between Ocean City and Sea Isle. Sea Isle is a little younger. Sea Isle kind of skews towards, especially like the party scene, like 20-year-olds, and that generation, and Ocean City is much more family.
I guess it depends on what you want because there's really not a whole lot to do there.
Yeah,
I like
if you just want beach,
That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
What about marlin fishing?
All right, I don't know.
Well, there was a time where Casey and Kathy and I went to the Deauville. We took a limo down there. And
God, I
this
forgot about
was
that. Don't bring that up.
A decade ago, and it was a disaster.
It was fun. It
was
was
fun.
fun.
I don't know what you mean by disaster.
Was it an appearance?
Wait,
it was.
Casey,
It was an appearance.
Is that where you got out and walked home from the Blue Route?
Yes.
That was on the way
because-
back, yeah.
On the way back, because I was very, very aware of the fact that there was major construction going on north of Westchester Pike. I had recommended.
Announced earlier this morning is the return of Preston and Steve's food trucks and fireworks event at the Camp Out for Hunger. It is going to be Thursday, November 13th. Is this, I think, maybe like our 5th year of doing
I think it is.
food trucks and fireworks?
Yeah.
I think so. I'm not 100% sure. But if you would like to be a part of it, just come on out. It's free to attend. Obviously, you got to pay if you want to get some food from the food trucks, but the fireworks display from Celebration Fireworks and drone show is amazing. And if you are interested in being one of our food trucks that night, email Marissa at WMMR.com. Let her know about it. If you know someone or you have a favorite food truck, talk to them, have them reach out, and we'll see if they can be a part of the event.
We've had an eclectic array of food trucks and like to keep the variety going. So, if you have something you think is unique, we'd love to hear about it.
Thursday, November 13th. It's the night before the final day of Camp Out for Hunger, so that'll be a good blowout that particular night. All right, our next guest is here. He is in town to perform at Punchline, and he'll be there tonight and tomorrow, and we may, if you're good, we may have some tickets to give away for the 9:15 show on Saturday. Please welcome Chris Franjola.
Thank you very much, Preston and Steve. Nice to see you guys.
You as well.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, man. So is Philly a regular spot that you swing by?
It's one of them.
Yeah.
I enjoy Philly. One of the ones I like. I look at my calendar at the beginning of the year. I'm like, oh, I got to go there again. But Philly is a pleasure.
Do you end up like Magellan plotting a...
it can be rough out there, as you guys probably know.
Oh,
But
yeah.
Philly is one of the nice ones, so I'm happy to be here.
We used to have horrible years and years when we first started the show years ago. It was a wasteland. There was nothing here, and now we have a number of clubs and active community generating a lot of people like Shane Gillis and come through the area. And so there's a lot of there's a lot of history now.
Comedy's booming
it's
now.
Booming.
You know,
Yeah,
we're
it
back.
is.
I've been through several ups and downs, so I'm not counting on the boom for too long.
No, you're a wise man. Yeah.
Well, social media has been a big part of that, where comedians can now take just a short snippet and post lots of those clips
That's it.
and get a big crowd.
Yeah.
How active are you in that realm?
I mean, as active as a man my age can be. You know? I mean, I try, but it's moving quick.
Yeah.
I haven't moved over to the TikTok yet. I'm still Instagrammy.
Yeah.
But I'm not back on MySpace either. You know, I mean, I'm getting a little better.
You know your place in the universe.
I know my place, right.
No, that's cool. You have your podcast.
The podcast does well. Thank
you made an observation I thought was kind of interesting, too, about how you were describing a podcast used to be the place where, like, the last rung on the ladder.
That was it.
Right. And
one
now,
rung before, like, mime or whatever.
Right.
Or like, so.
And now every celebrity and their brother is gumming up the works with, I mean, it's insane.
I know. And it's the way to go. I mean, the agencies now in Los Angeles are basically telling their top tier clients to start a podcast.
Is that right?
Yeah. So it's the way to do it. I mean, look at those guys from like Smartlist. I mean, I think they've made more money on Smartlist than they did on any project they've ever done.
This sound like a $100 million contract or something, right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, but they were there's a collection of names with a pedigree. My question is, how long does that does the aura wear off of that?
I think it's wearing off already.
Yeah.
For those famous people.
Right.
Because there's certain things they can and can't say because they want to still
Work in the industry.
Work in the industry, exactly.
That's never been a problem for you.
No. Fortunately, okay, no, not at all. I can say whatever I want. Nobody can.
Well, your years with Chelsea Handler.
Chelsea Handler, which is we could back then we could say whatever we wanted on E! Entertainment Television.
Yeah.
But that's even changed. So.
Yeah. Let me ask you, and I watching that show and enjoying that show over the years, this dynamic took place.
Right.
Which I found interesting. And it's happened before. It's happened to a lot of people. The people, I won't mention names. But with their celebrity, they become celebrities.
Right.
And suddenly, it becomes a landmine of where you can go and where you can't go. When it was like an open playground, you have to tailor it.
Yes.
Did you experience that? Has her fame rose on that show?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I was there since the beginning. And even before that, we worked on, I think that was like our fourth show that Chelsea and I worked on together before. That was the one that hit.
Yeah.
But we worked on quite a few shows together. Yeah. So, it was fun to watch.
Were there names that popped up as they became friends that you just kind of lay off this?
Oh, absolutely. Well, I remember one specifically. I remember Leah Remini.
Okay.
Was one that they were friendly, and there was some Scientology stuff there, I think.
Right.
So
that's when she was a Scientologist?
At the time,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
And we had gotten some notes. We never really got notes from E! Or anybody. Yeah. We were allowed to do whatever we wanted. However, there was told us to lay off Scientology at times because of Leah. Whether that's still
because your whole thing was you would just it was
everybody
that panel section of the show, which is the big bulk of it, is just open season.
It was open season so much so that I'm not kidding when I say this. There would literally be topics that to show you how the world has changed.
Yeah.
The topic would be simple as this: Mariah Carey's fat. Go. And 4 comedians would just do your Mariah Carey's fat joke, and it would go on for 10 minutes.
I remember.
And we would be arrested for that.
Yeah,
but that's like every day would be something like that. And then of course we had to. I mean, I just got brought back up into my memory because of the documentary on Netflix, but. We were there during the Charlie Sheen full breakdown.
God.
Wow.
You know,
we were on the air. Yeah, we were clearly, we were.
So that kind of stuff you could just run with for days.
It was a gold mine.
And it kept getting better.
Yes.
With each passing day, he would come up with some other rant. So like Tiger Woods, I remember being a huge chunk for us, and that, Charlie Sheen.
So we don't seem to get spacing on those anymore. Like, for example, Preston pointed out many times that the turnover is so quick. We lived with that Charlie Sheen thing seemed to last for 19 years.
It was the greatest.
Yeah.
I think so much so that I had read somewhere that it was the most cover stories on the New York Post ever.
Okay.
Like every day it was another New York Post cover story with Charlie Sheen doing something.
And now he's done, I'm listening to the book.
Yeah.
Right. That is as close to a complete 180 as I've ever seen. He seems, you'd know better. I mean, you may have encountered him personally, but he's lucid. His stories seem good. He seems to have his head on right.
Well,
to some extent.
Yeah. There's a little. You're seeing a little. There's a little slowdown.
Okay. Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah.
But if you compare when he was in the height of that, and we had Jeff Ross on talking about because Jeff Ross was kind of pulled into MC some of those Torpedo of Truth tours.
I'll tell you a funny story.
Yeah.
I was there when they brokered the deal.
Really?
Live Nation, who owns this comedy club that I'm playing, the Punchline. We were good friends with the head of Live Nation. He was a good friend of Chelsea's, and he was in the height of his insanity. And Jeff Wills, who runs Live Nation, made a deal with him. And we were on the phone with Jeff Wills. He's like, I'll have no idea who's sitting here right now. Charlie Sheen, we're doing a live tour.
Wow.
And we were like, you got to be kidding me. There's no way this guy could pull this off. And sure enough, I mean, for a minute it lasted.
It did,
but,
It really,
that's wild.
I didn't go to one of the shows, but I saw clips of it.
Yeah.
It made me, and I already did appreciate a well-produced show, but the fact that they just said, hey, let's throw Charlie up on stage and see what happens.
For an hour.
For
an hour.
He gets up there
It's
with
impossible.
no direction.
No direction.
Practice comedian.
whatsoever. And it was just like people are sitting there going, Why did I pay for this? What am I doing here? And I could see why people would pay. The dude was unhinged. You wanted to see this.
I mean, he was doing Radio City Music Hall. I mean, it was large venues.
Yes.
And it was wild.
He did the Tower Theater.
Yeah, Chris, do you think the conceit was you would pay because this is going to be the night he tries to eat a seat or something?
I think so. I think like, what could we possibly see now?
Right.
I don't know if you know a comedian named Kirk Fox. He was an opener for him doing it, and he has some great stories.
I can only imagine.
Because it faded fast. I mean, I think the initial one was just a nightmare, and then it got progressively worse.
He talks about it in the book, and his stories are, and he's very candid about the. He said, I can't even, in my wildest moment, I can't explain how I wanted to do that, why I did that.
Yeah.
But that's it. It's the two people that he was at the time. So.
I mean, to my credit and many comedians' credits, there's always a little bit of happiness when you see a guy like that who's a seasoned actor who thinks, how hard could it be to do an hour on stage? And then when you see it crumbling, you're like, it's real.
Yeah.
An hour could be an eternity when you're bombing.
It's like us watching some podcast and go, how hard could it be? And they're trying to crank out an hour. We're like, we do 5 a day.
Yeah. Credit to you guys, too. It's like next to impossible.
But your podcast is done like a radio show.
Pretty much. I love radio.
Yeah.
Like I grew up on radio like you guys, so that's what I wanted it to be. I still don't do video because I want it to be an audio
and there's something to be said for that. And the pacing is always a lot different. But you seem to come from that school. I wanted to ask you, going back to Chelsea a little bit, her famous topless ski birthday party. Were you ever invited on any one of those?
I mean, the funny thing is, the things that I have seen at her house, there was a summer when the show really hit. There was she rented a house in Malibu.
Okay.
So I'll tell you a crazy story. Her next door neighbor was the guy that Charlie Sheen credits with winning. He's credits his pitcher.
Winning?
He was the pitcher for the San Francisco Giants. Remember, he had a big black beard. Now I'm forgetting his name.
I know what you're talking about, yes.
Anyway, Charlie Sheen credits him with giving him that term winning and some other terms. Tiger blood.
Tiger blood.
He's this crazy
Silver Surfboard?
pitcher.
Because he likened himself to the Silver Surfer.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Anyway, he was
Brian Wilson.
That's it, Brian Wilson.
Yeah.
He was Chelsea's neighbor in Malibu at the time, so there was that. So he would pop over, completely insane. And then just the people, like I would sit at the house with Charlize Theron and Sandra Bullock and Jennifer Aniston.
Man. Could you comprehend that? Or were you... I know from our perspective, we certainly haven't done what you've done in your life career-wise, but I find it hard to think you ever would feel comfortable in that room with those people.
Full on A-list.
Yeah.
Full on A-list.
Yeah.
A-list. Yeah. I mean, and then me. Ruining the list.
You brought the average down to a B+.
I put it down to like a B+, maybe a C even. So it was tough. But, I mean, it was interesting to watch how people... You could understand how somebody goes a little nuts, like a Michael Jackson. Because I remember seeing like a Jennifer Aniston. Because eventually they get to the point where just people are constantly staring at them, like they can't go out into the real world.
There's a creepy element, and then the hangers-on, who are nothing but the classic version of the yes man.
Right. They all have that. They all get the yes man. And then once you're surrounded by the yes men, everything's a yes. So you don't understand how real world works.
And that's why I always say that these celebrity marriages fail, because you finally are matched with somebody who will call you out on your BS.
Right.
And they don't like that.
No, exactly. Yeah. Right. They're like, I don't want this. So it's, I watched it a little bit with Chelsea. Chelsea didn't get famous till she was like 31 years old or whatever. And then by the time she was like 36 and the show was really big, she'd be like, what's an ATM? Or how do you use the cash machine? I'm like, what are you doing? I remember one day she said, I went into a place called a grocery store. I'm like, what are you talking about? You've done it. So it was wild to watch like those people just be normal. Like once they got inside the confines of like Chelsea's house, they were able to be a little bit normal, but still they were always a bit off.
Sometimes when you get fame a little bit later in life, though, you can adjust a little bit more like a normal person. Like if you're a child star, I don't know how any kids ever come out of that with any level of normalcy.
Well, not many have.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I think we still turn to Ron Howard as like the only one, and that's been a bit of time.
One of the few. His exit.
So making that jump to California. California. How did that happen in your life? Was it one big leap?
It was a small leap. Strangely enough, I went out to Los Angeles. God, I was probably 21 years old.
Wow.
But I went out to be on the first original HBO series. It was called Vietnam War Story and had a tiny part playing Leah Remini's boyfriend.
Really?
On a show called Vietnam War Story. It ran for 8 episodes.
I thought like the first were like Arliss and Dream On.
This is way before that.
Way before that?
Yeah, way before Arliss and Dream On. It was around that
First
era.
and 10.
First and 10.
With Delta
Burke.
Burke.
Right. So, this was even before that. And it was their first original series. As far as I mean, that's what they told me.
And so she was your love interest.
She was my love interest. I was going off to Vietnam, and she played my love interest, and we...
Did you get to kiss her?
No, we danced together, though.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
And then you were both audited, Scientology.
Yeah. And then we went to a higher power, what they do over there, and talked to aliens.
Right.
So it was, 2 years later to see her again. Was, we're still friendly, kind of.
So you went out there for that and then stayed?
And stayed.
Wow.
But... I did that, and then there was 30 years of nothing, and then like Chelsea
you were
later.
working as an electrician, right?
I work as a local 3 IBW electrician.
I wanted to ask you
before I went out there.
Like when, liking you to Arnold Schwarzenegger. When Schwarzenegger came to the United States, he had a craft. He was a bricklayer.
Yeah,
and was able to do that. When you went out to L.A., did you do any?
I did so much. I actually did some work at Chelsea Handler's house.
No really?
Yeah. While I was on Chelsea Lately, I would go over there and do work for her. So, I never really left. Always something good to fall back on.
I have people working on my house right now and getting a kitchen redone. I tell these guys all the time, I say, you're in the catbird seat now. To have this ability to know and to be good at what you do.
Especially now more than ever. AI is not taking that one away.
Yeah,
everything else. Right. They'll still be electricians, I think.
Well, what we talk about, and not to go off on a tangent here, but the rites of passage of an electrician. What was your worst electrocution?
Oh, God. So too many to... I think I was working to show you how long ago it was. It was the World Trade Center.
Wow.
And I got electrocuted pretty hard. Like my first one.
Wow.
And I nearly fell off the ladder. Wow. And now I watch on YouTube people falling off the ladder just every day. My brother, who's an electrician, will send me pictures of people just getting shocked.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Whose fault was it? Was it your fault? Were you careless?
My fault.
Oh,
my
man.
fault. Just grabbed onto is it live? Is it dead? Turns out. And then you got to the point where you were so attuned to it, you would that's how you would check if it was live.
There's a guy that we were friends with who was an electrician as well, and he would just tap it, touch it with his finger. I hear you're supposed to do it with the back of your hand.
But these guys, the guys I work, these hardened electricians who'd been there for 50 years, their fingers were so calloused from being shocked over the years that they could touch it at night and feel it.
Oh my God.
That's rough.
Yeah,
that's
pretty wild.
Yeah, that's a working man.
Yeah, it was a working man. Yeah. That's who I worked with. A lot of working men who would come in from Jersey, even Philly, take the railroad into New York City. And
I really
hated life. And took it out on me as a young apprentice.
Yeah. They hated it?
I think a lot of them, looking back on it now, because I would be like, I'm going to Hollywood, even back then, and they're like, oh, cut it out.
What stage of the World Trade Center were you in on?
I was putting in my first gig in the union was a revolving door on the Trade Center. They were busting out a wall to put in a revolving door in February in New York City.
Oh my God!
Down there,
so cold in the summer.
Oh, God, it was unbunbelievable. So that was my first thing, and then.
And then off to L.A.
You still in the International Brotherhood, or?
Kind of. You always are.
Yeah, like the Marines.
I hope I never have to go back, but
Well, your house is wired well. Then
it's
at least,
pretty good.
Yeah, you know what's going on.
Although everything, it's moved on to stuff I don't even know anymore. Fiber optic, whatever it is. They don't use the things I used to.
You could just say you're old school.
I used to just pull wire. Those days are over, I think.
Wow. Do you have any kids?
I have one.
How old?
6.
Wow.
I know. How do you like that?
Yeah.
So the fun's over. I'm over here. And then Charlize Theron was there. And then now we got a 6-year-old driving her to school every day. It's no fun.
How old's your partner?
It's like
She's younger than me. yeah. But I mean, she knows spring chicken. That's what I kind of tell everybody. Not like she's 22.
Okay, she's 25.
42. Yeah. So
no, that's cool.
Yeah,
so how does that change? I mean, now do you have your child check the electrical outlet?
I just hold her up. Yeah. I mean, it's a whole different world.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to be. I was having a good time out there for a long time. Thankfully, those days are over.
Are you a daddy's girls kind of situation?
Yeah. Well, at this point, it's better off. Like if I was still running around at clubs and stuff, I'd be that guy.
Yeah.
And it was getting sad. Yeah.
Was it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Do you recall a moment in which you said, "This has gotten sad"?
Yes.
Okay.
Vividly.
Okay.
I forget what city I was in, but I went to some bar after a show, and it was like a college bar. And I think I was 40, 48 or something. And, the kids, college kids, they look like they're 12.
Yeah.
And I'm in there, and one guy comes up to me, and he goes, "Hey, you got a nice head of hair for an old guy." Oh, my God. And I was like, they thought I was lost. So
They thought you were lost.
I remember that being I got to get out of here.
I'm going to tell you, I think the 20-somethings, the young 20-somethings, are way more rude to us older people these days than we. I would have never said something like that to. No,
but I think they look at us like almost like a dinosaur. They're like, "This is shocking to see someone." That
it is. It's like when the T-Rex burst through the.
Right.
What is that?
I
don't know.
I'm gonna turn it around. I'm gonna say, I think we're a little bit cooler than the generation above us.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, so we're a little bit more approachable, and we can maybe take a little ball busting better than because I wouldn't have said that to a 40-something-year-old when I was in a bar, but I had a similar situation this past summer. I was at an engagement party with all these like 23, 24-year-olds or something like that, and the way they were talking was like, "You a-hole," but also at the same time, I'm like, well, maybe I'm kind of cool.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
I gotta be honest. If they see me at all, if I'm not invisible to somebody that age, I count that as a win. If they make fun of my hair or whatever, just being viewed as a human being in that bar, that's a win.
The worst part is you just become invisible.
Yes.
And that's even worse than getting than people goofing on your hair.
If you see like an attractive young woman in her 20s, you are invisible to that person entirely.
I was just in Vegas this week. It just came from Vegas, and there's 19-year-olds going to clubs and stuff, and they didn't even see who I mean, they would have walked right over me if they could.
So, Chris, I had that revelation in a casino as well. It was in Atlantic City. It was at Harrah's, and the pool after dark.
Yeah.
These insanely hot girls in these ridiculously short skirts walking by, and I felt like I was looking pretty good.
I got to put my game on.
And so they all just, I mean, I walked right by, and I'm like, I am full on invisible. Yeah. But I made another observation on the other side of that. As I was walking through another part of the casino, all of the older people playing the slot machines, they were invisible to me.
There you go.
Yeah. And I'm like, there's stages of this invisibility.
It's clearly generational.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, 70 and 80 is invisible to us. So there you go.
The woman with the cup of quarters is looking at you going, "Who's this chippy?"
Speaking of the Harrah's pool party in Las Vegas, I'll tell you a funny story.
Legendary,
about that.
right?
Legendary.
Yeah.
Well, there was a minute there where they're like, "Here's a fun idea we'll do. We'll do comedy at the Harrah's pool party." And they hired me to do comedy.
By the way, this is the legendary. It's on closed circuit cameras so that you can watch from anywhere in the world.
It's like an indoor swimming pool.
Yeah.
Which already a problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the club was popping.
Yeah.
And then they stopped everything and go. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Franjola. And it's the last thing anybody wanted was comedy. Yeah. And I did it. And
Battle Scars?
That might have been the worst gig I've ever had in my life. Was that Harrah's pool party?
Yeah, liquored up, partying people.
Crazy.
Yeah, we've talked about doing some comedy events, and that is a serious consideration when we okay, is this environment conducive to what the comedian is trying to pull off? Mm-hmm. And if it's not the right room, you're screwed.
It's one of those things where there's so many variables that have to go right in order for it to work,
I mean, that's who is the comedian we talked to who was kind of known for doing the juggalos?
It was a woman, right? Wasn't it?
No.
Who are you talking about? Big J?
There's Big J.
Yeah,
Big J would go to the juggalo events.
Yeah.
And I mean, and he eventually won them over.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's an uphill fight. Why would you do that to yourself?
I think a check, maybe. You know, hopefully.
You're talking money.
Yeah.
Is the inducement
Right.
When you got out and you were doing the stuff with Chelsea, and obviously you're written for Family Guy and other things as well, but you were in that entertainment environment, and the Kardashians were breaking big at the time. Did you encounter
many times
with frequency? What's your takeaway on the? Because I find myself vacillating.
Okay,
a lot of times it's like they can be chronically annoying, but you cannot argue they're business savvy, and then I see times where they seem to get what's going on, and they're self-aware of the nonsense.
Absolutely.
Is that right?
They actually hosted the show a bunch when Chelsea wasn't there towards the end.
Right.
Chelsea, there would be weeks where she just wouldn't come in. And we had to get guest hosts and stuff.
Right.
So we had the Kardashians quite a bit would come in and guest host for us. So, yeah, I mean, outside of Courtney, who didn't seem to get the joke, the other, I think we had Chris a lot, the mom, and then we had Kim and who's the other one?
Chloe.
Yeah, Chloe. And they were great. They got the joke. But I'll say this, that Kim Kardashian at the time, you know, she was famous for the ass. Can I say that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and it was
and the Ray J video.
Yeah, right.
That, yeah.
And I'd never seen anything like it. When she walked in, of course, that was where everyone's eyes were drawn to immediately.
That was,
I just never seen anything quite that large, I think, on like a person of that size. Right. And it was amazing to see it up close.
Wow.
So yeah, but they were sweet and very nice. And
would they know you now?
Oh yeah.
Do you
ever
communicate?
Not so much anymore.
Okay,
but I was pretty close with Chloe, and I was friendly with Bruce when
Bruce was Bruce.
When Bruce was
now
Bruce.
Caitlin, who's apparently rejoining the show this year.
Is that right?
That's the word.
At least going to be on some episodes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's probably a good idea. You know, 25 years in, bring Caitlin back.
Yeah.
You know, things have changed. Since the last appearance.
It's just such a weird dynamic. And I was reading I think Hollywood Reporter had an article about starting to finally see, because of the glut, an erosion in the reality show thing, and that. Again, they say this. I don't know if I believe it. It could be the return of the scripted television show, because these other shows are actually doing well, like the 911s and all that stuff.
Right.
So, do you put any stock in that? Because E kind of led the way in a lot of the reality stuff.
Absolutely. And I don't know what E does, if it's even still there. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, the landscape of television has changed so much. But yeah, I believe that to be true. I think that all of those shows have definitely, I think, seen better days, like the Real Housewives and all of that. So, yeah, I think people are, because of Netflix and stuff like that, scripted shows are just better. Than they used to be.
And we're joking when we say, because 90% of those reality shows are scripted anyway. Yeah.
So scripted. Yeah. I mean, I worked on a lot of that stuff, and it was very, very scripted.
Yeah.
And then the Franken edits they do, the Frankenstein edits, where they're reacting to something completely different than the.
I didn't know he'd do that.
Right. I mean, at this point, I don't know if you watched the Kardashians lately.
Yeah.
They literally do. They're all on their phones constantly.
Yeah.
And they just like eat salad and are on their phone. That's it. That's like a half hour of the show. That's the show.
I can do better with a half hour.
They're just fun to look at.
Yeah.
I think at this point, people and then there's two, the new ones, Kylie and Kendall. I think. They're more fun to look at.
And all fabulously wealthy. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, they have like. I think I just recently looked at Kylie's Instagram. I mean, I think she has 500 million followers.
She has more than the population of the United States.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like that's crazy.
Yeah. I mean,
we're pulling that up right now. 392 million.
I mean, that's
followers.
unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, what the current population is 338 million?
Yeah. So like every single person in the country.
There's probably some burner accounts.
Yeah. A few.
I'm proud to not be one of them, though.
I'm proud to be one of them.
Yeah.
Oh my God, she puts on a show. Let me tell you.
I tell you what, if you're going to be store bought with a lot of your after factory stuff, she chose wisely.
I've never seen a better one.
Yeah,
Nobody has made the plastic surgery look as good as she has.
Yeah.
Not even Caitlin.
You have a family where no one really looks like their baby pictures or looks like their kid. You would never. It's like I look at Pacino. Now Pacino, whatever happened. But Pacino now to Pacino years ago, you would never know they were the same person.
No, and even the voice and everything else is just completely. Well, I mean, who knows? The Kardashian like cemetery plot in 100 years is gonna look like a Tupperware party.
But I mean, it's the nature of the beast in that town. I mean, we've seen it. We've seen people we know, and we're like, they didn't need to do that. But
well, the most recent one, I don't know if you guys have seen it, is what's he? Philly
Bradley
guy,
Cooper.
Bradley Cooper. Yeah,
we were wondering.
A little off. Something's off. I can't put my finger on what. But I just saw some red carpet stuff that he was just on recently.
Any of us would cut off an appendage to look as good as Bradley Cooper.
I know.
Why would you tinker? But I think you are, by sheer environment in that industry, you can't let anything, lag.
And he's dating a model.
Yeah.
And you know that influences how he feels about himself and how he wants to look.
But I feel like, I don't know if we were turning to Bradley Cooper for like, we liked him as like an actor. We want to see him be normal looking. Something was up. I can't really figure out why.
They got a picture up in the studio.
Yeah. There you go, right?
It's
Something's
a little,
off.
it's subtle.
It seems to be the hair, I think.
I don't know.
I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
I like him, though.
Yeah.
All right.
I like him, too. Yeah.
Maybe if he pops into a bar, some 20-somethings will compliment his hair.
On his hair.
Well, listen, we would like to give away some tickets to your show, Chris. We have some tickets for the Saturday night 9:15 show. 610-660-9333 is the number, and we got a few pairs, so give us a call, and we'll let you know if we can snag some. So you've only got one show tonight, I believe?
I do. One show tonight, yes.
All right, and then two tomorrow night.
Correct.
And this is at Punchline. So, well, cool, man. We're glad you had some time to come by here. Thank you. We appreciate it.
It was fun. I'm happy to be back in the radio world. I love it.
We'll do it again next time you're in town.
Please do.
Excellent. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, Chris Franjola, guys. Check him out at Punchline. We're going to take a quick break. Be back, B-File on the way. Stay put.
Going to Route 1 because we were supposed to stay at this hotel across the street over here. And you, Kathy, was like, no, it's faster to go this. I was like, there is. And then sure enough, that we got we got dead stop right after Route 3, Westchester Pike. And I said, you know what? I'm going to get out. I'm going to walk. And I walked a mile to Westchester Pike and then all the way. And I still beat you guys home.
He did. He beat us home.
So do you admit you made a poor decision?
Oh, God. I think we all made a lot of poor decisions
dude.
that
We were
evening.
drawing. I have to apologize. You were trying to sleep, Nick, and I drew on your face. And, sorry.
He's got 32 more beaches.
I got to go through these. All right, so Strathmore's number one. Santa's got to go. These are highlights. Santa's got to go. Please allow me.
Santa's got to go.
All right,
I need you to stop talking.
and talk about beaches.
Number 30 is Seaside Heights, and that's the Jersey Shore.
Right.
And it says, it says Snooki warned you not to fall in love with the Jersey Shore. You won't fall in love with this beach either. It's not the cleanest or the nicest, but it'll get the job done. The boardwalk, though, absolutely incredible. It says we will accept no haters. Do yourself a favor and have a slice at Marica's and a cheesesteak at Midway.
Is Seaside like Wildwood?
I think
the boardwalk.
so.
Okay.
Number 28 is Brigantine. It says it's remarkable how close this beach is to Atlantic City while somehow feeling many miles away. It is refreshingly mellow here, a far cry from the beach a few miles south. The juxtaposition of natural beauty surrounding with the beach of the AC skyline is jarring, but a lot of fun. Decent parking gives you a kind of long walk to the beach, but it is a pretty walk to a pretty beach.
I like Brigantine the times I've been there.
And the only knock I've heard on Brigantine are the people who live there, like full year, like all year long, that they don't like
outsiders.
And so, they will chase you out with lit torches.
No, but like our friend Tim, who has a place there, he will lie. If somebody asks him if he lives there, he'll be like, yeah, I do. Because otherwise,
really,
yeah.
Ah, man, that sucks.
Number 27 on this list is Wildwood Crest. It says, speaking of long walks on the beach, or on the beach for that matter, Wildwood Crest is filled with hotels and families vacationing in them, which makes accessing the very wide beaches hard and getting parking even harder. The beach is cleaner than Wildwood, and the vibe is way more chill. And if you're looking for a true desert to spend a full day planted in the sand, this is a solid spot, and it is free. The beaches are free there.
but there's a whole lot less to do as well. It says it's funny because Casey and I were at Mudhead, this brew pub in Wildwood, and we were talking to a guy who was local who came out and saw, I was playing with the band Five Times Famous, and he was talking to us. He's like, dude, every time you guys mention Wildwood Crust, we're like, stop it. Don't let the secret out about how great this place is.
It really is a wonderful place.
All right. Then number 21 is North Wildwood. Cleaner and more relaxing. It's boisterous brother to the south. North Wildwood is perfect if you want to spend a little time at Wildwood's vaunted boardwalk, but beach time is more important to you. The parking is surprisingly good as well. The streets are pretty wide.
Are they?
In North Wildwood,
streets are wide. The problem there is that the beaches erode every single year.
They do.
And every year they have to dredge and I mean it's pretty wild. And so you wonder why.
Wild.
Well, yeah, you wonder why Wildwood and Wildwood Crest beaches are so big. I think it's because the beaches at North Wildwood are
depositing onto them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so these are the top 44.
The top 44?
No, these
beaches.
are all 44 beaches in New
I'm
Jersey.
sorry, yeah, all 44 New Jersey beaches ranked worst to best.
Right.
And this is NJ.com. We're not going through all of them, just some highlights. So
Just our beaches.
number 19 is Stone Harbor. And listen to this description. Taylor Swift fans know this beach all too well. The singer-songwriter spent her childhood here, and who can blame her? It says, the beach is gorgeous. You won't find a much better beach in your wildest dreams. The sand is great, though you'll want to shake it off before you go home.
I get it. All those are Taylor Swift songs.
And don't forget to leave a blank space in your stomach for ice cream from Springer's, another T Swift favorite.
I love Springer's.
And if you didn't get any of those puns, it says, baby, now we got bad blood. Okie dokie.
The only knock on Stone Harbor is that it's pricey.
Oh, my God, is it pricey?
It's probably the priciest.
Dude, if you go by, so in the little town there's a real estate place, and they have listings in the window.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't afford that. I can't
$8
afford
million.
that.
I mean, it's insane.
For a 3-bedroom.
Insane. The price of
Does
real
their
estate
lead
there.
realtor have googly eyes? Or is...
No, that's a different guy. But we could make this happen. All right, number 17 on the list is Avalon. It says the walk to the beach at Avalon is longer than we'd like, but the beach is nice and wide and the sand is soft and perfect for laying out. Parking isn't an issue either.
That was my beach for years.
That's where my parents had a house.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
they sold it,
right?
My dad's biggest financial regret in his entire life. Had a house on 17th Street. It was barely a house. It was like a shack, but
was it
still be worth millions now?
Yeah, the property alone. You're buying the zip code. You're buying the acreage, and it was a nice place for a family to go. And my mom hates my dad for.
And not only that, he said that there was an issue because there was oil seeping up to the ground.
Oh yeah. I mean, what are they going to do with all
what
this
am I
bubbling
going to do
crude?
with this bubbling oil?
Nick, was it beachside or bayside?
No, it was in the middle. Okay, so it was, but you could walk to what's it called, Circle Pizza, and look, it was Avalon. It's a great beach, and it's a really nice family town.
So we would, when we were doing our live broadcast from when we were in Y100, we would always go to Avalon.
Yeah,
it was very chill, very chill.
Oh, by the way, man, Sylvester's is gone now, or at least it was going away, and that was my favorite crab cake of all time. Sylvester's is right off of 21st Street, and it had been there forever and ever and ever.
Do we need an investigative report?
No. They just went away. I guess maybe the real estate was just too lucrative, and they sold it. I don't really know, but
rent
it made
is too
me
damn high.
It made me really sad because I took you there.
Yeah, I thought it was just okay.
Which one did you get?
That's personal preference. I got the broiled like you recommended.
No, it's the
Can you
fried
guys still be friends?
Fried is where it's at.
I think we can still be friends.
We can still, we're still friends.
All right.
I bought him coffee this morning. He said thank you.
Well, he wrote it on a sticky and put it on his forehead.
Number 13 on this list is Ocean City.
Ocean City.
Previously a contender for the top spot in the rankings, Ocean City's beach itself has seen better days and now has exposed piping throughout sections.
That's so cool.
Go play on the pipe, kids. You can still find very nice stretches, though, and there is no questioning how incredible Ocean City's throwback boardwalk is, featuring Gillian's Wonderland Pier, Playland's Castaway Cove, and delicious Accords Brothers frozen custard, among other attractions.
I always went to Ocean City. It is not the beach that I knew growing up. Like, they had these awesome little jetties that would, Steve, they would create these little pools, and you could find starfish. Those things don't exist anymore. They just
It's over.
It's over.
I like their boardwalk.
Yeah, it's a nice.
I think it's really nice.
There's not a lot of undeveloped area.
Give any starfish.
It's so crowded.
Where's the starving?
It is.
Yeah, they develop every single available acreage there, and it's a city, so I guess that's why they do it. But it's a little frustrating.
And they go up really high with the,
Yes, they do.
properties.
Like
it's
3-4 stories
Jersey
they can
has
go up there.
In general, Jersey has some, and a large part due to the shore stuff, the highest valued real estate in the country. Yes?
Yeah, but like in towns like Cape May, like there's still a lot of green space, So in Ocean City, there's just not.
Nick, I've gone to Ocean City. A friend of mine has a house there, and I've gone and I called her once, and I was like, I'm leaving because I can't find parking.
Yeah, for sure.
I was like, this is ridiculous. And fortunately, she has a large driveway, so she was like, no. I'll pull my car in the garage. You come into the driveway. But I mean, it was so crowded that I'm like, I literally can't find parking within walking distance of your house.
All right, I've only got 4 more I'm going to point out because we're getting into the top 10 here. So number 6 on this list. Number 6. Number 6. We don't have those, do we? Still?
Yeah, we do.
That's all right. Sea Isle City.
Sea Isle City.
Yep. It says a big, beautiful beach, gorgeous dunes to admire, plenty of soft sand to stretch out on. Less than ideal parking is the only real drawback.
Number 6.
There is a paved promenade instead of a boardwalk to stroll down, and Fish Alley is loaded with a plethora of tantalizing seafood and Italian food options.
So Nick had mentioned earlier that it sort of attracts the younger crowd, and
Sea Isle City.
Well, yeah, but not anymore. I've said this for years. So they're actually closing a lot of those party spots, and they're building nicer restaurants that are attracting more families, a little bit of an older crowd. So it's still a really fun city to go to, but I think that like drunken 20-year-old, although there are still some there, they're sort of pushing them out.
Now they're drunken 60-year-olds.
I mean,
is this a good pound cake place in town?
Pretty much, but the thing about Sea Isle that I love the most is once you get there, because they say that parking isn't the greatest there. I mean, it's not in any of the beach towns, but once you park, you don't ever have to move. You can go for a weekend, you can go for a full week. You don't have to move.
You're there, locked and loaded.
They have the jitney that goes up and down the entire town, and you don't. I mean, that's what I like the best about it is I literally never drive the car once I get there.
That's cool. Steve, you and I are wheel watchers, and I've noticed recently that there's a Sea Isle City campaign. It's not Jersey Shore.
Yes,
it's not,
you're right.
And it's just focuses exclusively on one town, which I find to be interesting that they have enough ad dollars to focus a tourism campaign on just that one city. But yeah, they're focusing on it.
I know they have a primo hoagie, so there we go.
Yeah, all right.
All right, there. Down to number 4 now.
Number 4.
It's time for number 4.
Well, it's Cape May Point.
Cape May Point.
Oh my God, is it beautiful there?
Is it?
It says while there isn't as much to do at Cape May as its eastern brother beach as far as boardwalk activities and food options, that also means less crowds to compete with. And that means that the just about same idyllic sands with way more real estate. It's a bit of a hike to get from the street to the beach, but it's a beautiful walk through the dunes and trees.
This looks the picture we're looking at looks very lovely, and it has a lighthouse.
Yes, there's a exactly. The beach itself is so raw and secluded that you hardly feel like you're at the Jersey Shore. It is pretty quiet there.
It is, and it's definitely one of the appealing factors. That used to be my vacation spot for a number of years. I love Cape May Point. There was a store there called the Red Store, and it was a great restaurant, and I believe it's closed. I think they closed during the pandemic, and they have not reopened. It's a really cool little spot right in the section, right in the middle part of that part of town, and there's nothing that's gone in to replace it, which is a shame.
So I like how all you guys know all these locations and all the places to eat. Like, so I guess part of the process growing up here would have been to migrate to sample all the towns. Was that kind of the thing?
Yeah. We would vacation in a couple of the towns, and you sort of get your feel and what you like. And the thing is too is like once you finally get your town, like where you like to go, that's really the only one. And there,
So that's the process, though. You sample and then you decide what town's your town. And that's that.
Yeah, as a kid, we went to Ocean City, we went to Wildwood Crest,
right.
And where you land is like your beach town. No one can convince you otherwise.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, there's an ownership thing, it seems. I'm picking up on.
Especially if you legitimately own property, right?
I'm being indoctrinated into this. There's a pride of what your town is, what your beach is, and all that stuff.
I think if I won the lottery, I'd buy a place in Cape May Point. That's my favorite town, I think.
All right, number 2 on this.
Number 2.
Oh,
that's a little more aggressive.
What happened to that?
That's from Hamilton, by the way. Those are the 10 rules of dueling.
Casey Kasem is Alexander Hamilton.
All right, number 2 is Cape May.
All right.
Cape May.
Number 1 beach in New Jersey for 3 years running is finally dethroned. It says, but let's be honest, the beach at exit 0 on the Garden State Parkway is basically 1A.
perfect sand, picturesque boardwalk, dining options that make the town one of the state's top food designations, and blocks of gorgeous Victorian architecture make the long trip down to the state's southern tip well worth it. So, all right, and then number one, I'm not familiar with Beach Haven.
It's on LBI.
According to NJ.com. Okay.
Beach Haven.
Yeah. It says, for the first time in the history of our rankings, a new number one takes the crown. Beach Haven has been knocking on the door for a long time, finishing in the top 4 every year. One of the southernmost beaches on Long Beach Island is knocking no more. It's here. The mellow vibe combined with pristine beach. Some of the best surrounding food and entertainment in the state make it truly perfect beach destination. Any of you guys ever been there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
LBI is interesting because there's I think just the one way in and out. And so when you get onto that island, you then have to make a decision. You going north or you going south? And it's a long drive. Like when you get to Wildwood Crest or the Wildwoods, there's a bunch of different ways to get onto that island.
Yes.
I believe with LBI, there's just the one, and it's just it makes it interesting.
Wow. I would imagine it makes it a long trip to get off.
As you
of
can
there
imagine.
when you need to.
This was our day trip spot, like
Okay.
as a kid. Thank
you very much, Marissa. We shall now fire up the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Nifty 50s, a 10-time Best of Philly winner and now open in Newark, Delaware and Fairless Hills. You can order online and get no fee delivery through the Nifty 50s app. Nifty 50s, taste the memories. And I put this is a wonderful feat. It's not necessarily Bizarre File, but I knew with all the stuff we had going on today, I wouldn't be able to fit it in anywhere, so I wanted to throw this in somewhere. An American skier made history on Wednesday as the first to descend Mount Everest's notoriously narrow north face route.
Wow.
The guy named Jim Morrison, who's 50 years old, by the way.
Mother, I want to ski down you.
He accomplished the feat at 7:45 p.m. local time after spending over 6 weeks on the mountain.
It's up very high, above the sky. Yeah, I'm that guy.
The route began at an incredible height of 29,032 feet, and it was his third attempt to ski the line. History is made just 4 hours and 5 minutes after Morrison began his descent when he reached Camp 1 at 19,974 feet in elevation.
If you excuse me, I'm gonna burp my Sherpa.
He was joined by Chin and Chai Vazelli.
Jimmy Chin did Free Solo.
Correct. Yeah. They were the Oscar-winning documentary directors behind Free Solo, which came out in 2018.
It sounds like they're making a movie out of this.
They documented, and it'll be a forthcoming National Geographic film. So Morrison dedicated the record-breaking achievement to his late partner Hillary Nelson, who died nearly 3 years ago in a fall from Nepal's Manaslu, the 8th highest mountain in the world. He spread her ashes on the peak of Everest before beginning his now historic ride. Speaking with the National Geographic group about the emotional moment, he said, I had a little conversation with her and felt like I could dedicate the whole day to her.
So a climber named Janis Joplin drove a Razor scooter down K2, Preston.
Oh, my God. Merely summiting Mount Everest's elusive Hornbeam Collier was an achievement in its own right. It's only been accomplished by a few mountaineers since it was first done by American climber Thomas Hornbeam, and it was last successfully summited in 1991.
So
this guy kicked ass.
I'm perpetually fascinated by this stuff. I watch any documentary on Everest or whatever. I just want to see it in the distance.
Yeah.
I have no desire to go anywhere near doing any of this stuff. It's just, no, it has no fascination whatsoever.
All right, so is the air too thin up there for anybody to wingsuit it out of there?
Probably, yeah, because helicopters have a really hard time getting up high,
right?
Because the
low air pressure,
and the rotors, like just they don't. There's not enough
grab on
lift. Yeah.
Wow. All right, moving on. The Kenyan Catholic Church has introduced a new brand of altar wine for Holy Mass because the previous one became widely available in local bars. Simply labeled Mass Wine, the new sacramental drink bears the coat of arms of the Kenyan Conference of Catholic Bishops and an official signature to certify its
What's your
authenticity.
poison, Padre?
So the old wine, which was distributed by a local alcohol manufacturer, was widely sold in liquor shops, hotels, bars, and supermarkets. Archbishop Muhira said it has become common that, unfortunately, the former wine is readily available in secular outlets and bars. After exploring several wine options, the Catholic Church in Kenya settled on a South African vintage.
Hey, what are these tasty round white wafers?
He directed all Catholic churches in the country to discontinue use of the old wine and urged priests to familiarize themselves with the new distribution guidelines and authorized outlets.
I can see why you'd want to have that, a little different than something that's on tap at a
that
local.
you're getting hammered on?
Yeah.
I guess. All right, these are some rough times for Russia's civilian space program. In the last few years, Russia had cut back on the number of Soyuz crew missions that it's sending to the International Space Station, replaced a replacement for the nearly 60-year-old Soyuz spacecraft remains elusive. While the United States and China are launching more space missions than ever before, Russia's once dominant launch cadence is on a downhill slide. Now, Russian access to global markets dried up after Putin launched the country's invasion into Ukraine, and the fallout from the invasion killed several key space partnerships between Russia and Europe. Russia's capacity to do new things in space seems to be focused on military programs like anti-satellite weapons. Now, here's where I'm going to bring this into the bizarre file. The Roscosmos State Corporation for Space Activities, which is the official space agency, may have a plan to offset the decline. Last month, Putin approved changes to federal laws governing advertising and space activities to allow for the placement of advertising on spacecraft.
Like a NASCAR.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Roscosmos has been granted the right, effective January 1st, to place advertising on space objects owned by both the state corporation itself and federally. The amendments will create a mechanism for attracting private investment in Russian space exploration and reduce the burden on the state budget.
Messengeld 1 is ready for liftoff.
The law requires that advertising symbols not affect spacecraft safety. The Russian government said that it will establish a free structure for advertising on federally owned space objects. And they didn't say this, but advertisers eligible for the offer will presumably be limited to Russia and its allies. Any ads from the West would likely violate sanctions.
Could you imagine if you could stick like a banner ad on the outside of the space station?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what a gimmick. Yeah,
that's what they are working on. All right, we have time for one more story. Let's end with this one. A French TikToker who pranked people by pretending to inject them with syringes has been sentenced to 6 months in prison.
Good.
Amin Mojito, whose real name is Ilian M, whatever, became a viral sensation by posting videos of himself spoofing injections on bystanders around Paris with an empty syringe during a time when fear of such attacks was high.
So I watched some of these videos. People are just mortified.
Absolutely.
As you would well think they would be.
He was accused of violence with a weapon and defended himself by saying that he never intended to hurt people and only copied pranks from other countries to promote himself. However, prosecutors showed that some victims were so traumatized they had to be hospitalized for mental health assessment. 27-year-old kept the syringe cap on during the pranks, but prosecutors said that his actions contributed to the climate of fear, and he was sentenced to 12 months total with 6 months to be served in custody and the rest suspended. So, people will love this.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be great.
Yeah. All right,
what are you in for?
And that is what I have in today's Bizarre File. All right, we have another break we're going to take. We'll come back in a second. We will give away a prize with our lesson question, and we'll get into trash music news as well. So stay there. Back in seconds.
We would go with our friends. This is where we would go. I don't know what traffic is like now, but when we were going in high school, we were fine. It wasn't too bad getting there.
What's the most northern beach in New Jersey?
Isn't it the one where the nude beach is? That Sandy Hook? Because we've talked about that a couple times. No, like you can see Manhattan
that's a little
from
further north.
Yeah, you got to keep going, Steve. That's Massachusetts.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's near Boston.
Okay, I've heard of that.
But we've talked about that nude beach in Sandy Hook more than once, and Case, you can see Manhattan from there. You can see the Freedom Tower.
That's got to be pretty cool.
By the way, Marissa handed me this note. She was at the Dinner on Blanc in Atlantic City over the weekend, and she learned that MTV is filming Jersey Shore 2.0 in AC this summer. And
That's
she found
pretty
the house.
wild.
She took a picture of it and posted it on social media. Yeah.
Maybe we should audition.
Maybe we should.
I was in New York on Long Island this past weekend at a place called Nickerson Beach, and just the difference between the beaches, like our Jersey Shore and there, it's just like it's completely different. I mean, it was beautiful, and I loved it there, but just the difference, I was like,
Yeah. No, so growing up on Long Island, we had all of the, you had your beaches. We had a multitude of beaches, and you eventually settled on your one.
But just even the way they do, even the way they go to the beach is different than us.
Absolutely.
Well, I realized that we didn't do the city beat here. We did the beach bum. Because that's all we have time for.
Wasn't even the city beat.
I apologize. I have more city beat stories. Maybe we'll get to them in a little while. So I guess this has been the beach bum. I don't know, which I just made up. Or have we had that character before?
No. We can do the beach bum.
No, we
Absolutely.
did. Yeah, because we even had theme music for it.
Did we?
Yeah, it was.
Was it Wipeout?
It might have been
Was
like
it the
Miserlou.
Bird?
It might have been a Dick Dale song.
All right.
Okay. All right. Well, anyhow, that's NJ.com. The full article they have on their website, but it's all 44 New Jersey beaches ranked worst to best for.
And number one again?
For this year. Number one.
Beach Haven.
Beach Haven, yeah. But more in our area, Cape May came in at number two, which is it's been number one many times before. All right. With that, let's take a break. Come back in just a moment because I got some bizarre file stories I think you shall enjoy. Stay with us. Kathy, I saw this article this morning, and it was in the Daily Mail. And who was it? Tracy Cox is her name, believe it or not. Yeah, she's like a relationship advice columnist.
Out of England, correct?
Out of England, correct. And I saw this article, so it's, obviously online dating, using apps and all that stuff is very easy to, peruse. But then again, you might be hesitant on that type of thing.
You want to do it old school.
She had come up with some ideas on how and where to meet men if you're, like in your 30s or something like that. That age range is kind of where she's targeting. But out in the real world.
Yes.
Like some good places and what to do. And I was like, okay, I'll take a look at this. And there's some good practical advice here. But it goes on to later on describe, and I'll get to it at the end, of how to tell when a man is interested in you. Secret signs that he's ready for sex, which I found very, very fun. But I wanted to go through some of these other things.
Locations where you can meet men.
Yeah.
So we're trying to help out the ladies who are guys.
Well, that's where you messed up, son. You can't go to no bar to find a nice woman. You got to go to a nice place, a quiet place like a library. There's a good woman there.
Church.
And at church is good girls.
Yep.
Or this place here, where I'm going tonight, the Black Awareness Rally, there's going to be some fine women there. Good, clean girls. That's where I'm going.
I love that scene so
It's
much.
great.
Anything that takes place in Mighty Sharp in that shop is just gold. For those who have never seen Coming to America, that's what that's from. So anyhow, where to meet men, she says. All right, so not, and like he says at the beginning of that clip, you can't go to no bar.
Well, that's where you messed up, son. You can't go to no bar to find a nice woman. You got to go to a nice place.
All right, so
A library.
instead of the bars, here are the suggestions. So exercising, she says, but Pilates, probably not going to turn up too many prospects. So you don't want to go to yoga, Pilates, things like that. If you're interested in meeting a guy, chances are you need to go somewhere else like a gym, boot camp style classes, and running clubs and things like that.
So her suggestion of a boot camp made sense to me. Like in a gym, a lot of times I would think, and Kathy, obviously, and you and Marissa can speak to this more, but I think you're kind
busy.
You're working with other people, you know, whereas at a gym you're on your equipment and
you're on
you
your
don't want to
own.
be bothered.
Yeah, you need some sort of class or like CrossFit. It always seems to be like that family feel, and you get to know people, you become friends with them.
And if you're just starting, you can have a heart attack in public. That's always a benefit.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kathy, have you ever been hit on or approached in a gym? Because, it's really like, you should never do that if you're a guy. It's just it's rule number one, but it still happens.
I don't know. I don't think he was hitting on me, but actually, he's a listener of the show, and he ended up telling me. And we used to call him Superman because he used to wear a Superman shirt to the gym. He's probably listening now. I don't think he was hitting on me, but he once said to me, he's like, "I'm practically doing flips over there." He's like, "And you're not even looking over at me."
Wow.
But he was like super. He was very fit. He would do pull-ups and like flip up over the bar.
Right,
and,
right.
we always like kind of smiled at him because he was like, he drew attention to himself in the gym. And
right.
I would do a class with a group of girls, and so we'd be like, Superman's over there.
All right. She also recommends going to your local park. Go to the park. It says post-pandemic.
Go to the park.
Parks are the new cool place to be, but don't just go for a walk. Sit on a bench. Resist the urge to drag out your phone and simply look around you. Make eye contact with anyone you like the look of and stay put. If they like you, they'll find a reason to walk past again within the next 5 or 10 minutes.
So I saw a woman in the park the other day. She had a shopping cart with a lot of what appeared to be her belongings in it. Was she on the prowl?
She might have been, Steve.
She was sending out the vibes to you, bro.
Was I getting hit on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did she tell you? Did you walk up and say, "Give me $1"?
Yeah, I want $1.
But I don't know. Maybe she was interested. Steve, who knows? All right, taking the dog for a walk. So if you have a pet, or if you want to borrow one, it gives people the perfect excuse to approach you, and that is actually guys use that.
It's an
tactic
icebreaker
as well, most definitely.
What was the Janine Garofalo film that was really
Truth About Cats and Dogs?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I took my dog to, and I didn't realize this, but Cape May has like a little town center walk, and I took Reggie there, and I mean, people went crazy for him.
The amount of tail you got was crazy, right?
Well, I mean, but you're talking about this, Preston. I think it's weirder and harder for a guy to approach a woman in public.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
But
I mean,
I don't want to scare you.
If you want these, I think, provide, to Preston's point, the point of the article, these provide you a more viable, unless you're like what they used to classically refer to as a masher. If you're legitimately would like to speak to a woman and start a line of conversation.
Well, here's the thing. These are just the places to go to. Now, your technique that you use.
Like, you can't just whip it out.
When you get there is a different story.
Hey, nibble my shack.
Right.
I love this dog.
Nose
walk.
bag.
Right.
Nibble my bag.
Nibble my bag.
I like sack works, too.
It's actually
it's
better.
even better.
Actually, that was Gerald Ford's line.
Oh, okay. All right.
Nibble my bag.
Places you may want to go, ladies, to places where men outnumber women. This is if you're indeed interested in a man, that is. So.
Vasectomy center.
Chances are going to be more men than women there. So she says a local pub rather than the glitzy bar that attracts girls looking, hopefully, out from behind a cocktail. A gym that has a heavy weights section rather than one that targets the yoga crowd, which kind of goes back to that first thing we said.
So you don't want to go to a real meathead gym. If you go to, I think, like a CrossFit or like a lot of women are into now getting into sort of the more powerlifting line for a good exercise. So that might be a good option.
But a pub rather than a meat market bar.
Right.
So I saw this Instagram video not that long ago, and it was advertising Kavanaugh's. And I love Kavanaugh's. This is a great place. But it was for their nightlife, and it was showing off what a cool club it is at night. And they clearly not aimed towards me in their demographic, but it was people in their 20s, all good looking, all having a really great time. And I was just like, it boggles my mind that anybody ever goes to places like that to meet, and they do.
Whatever. We have things to give away and stuff to do still before our program is up today. So why don't we do that very thing and give away a lesson question prize. Today's prize, 4-pack of tickets is MMR Rocks Mr. Green Jeans at the Ardmore Reunion and Halloween Bash, Thursday, October 30th and Friday, October 31st. So here's the question for you. We had celebrity chef Jose Garces join us earlier this morning, and we need to know what his pork version of Uncrustables is. 610-660-9333. If you heard it, that was around 8:36 this morning. Reach out to us now. Jose Garces' pork version of Uncrustables. And let's see if you heard it. While you call in, we'll do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, this morning is brought to you by Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. They're asking for your support with our Preston and Steve Camp Out for Hunger. Donate a jar of peanut butter at participating bars through October 31st. And while you're there, try a Screwball on special. And details are available at WMMR.com/campout. What is happening this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, Kim Kardashian revealing on a podcast that daughter Northwest often calls her out when she cries over her tricky relationship with Kanye West Apparently, North describes Kanye as the Nazi that got away.
Oh my God.
And speaking of that world, Black China, inciting rumors that she wants to get back with ex-Rob Kardashian after posting a cryptic message on Instagram. China posted a pic with the message, "Is it possible for your vagina to crave something stupid?"
Oh my God.
And finally, Danity Kane. You all remember Danity Kane, the old girl group created by Diddy years ago. Well, they're going out on tour with 3 of the original members. Apparently, the group thought the time was right now when Diddy is getting so much press for being a violent pimp.
All right, thank you, Steve. I would say let's go to the phones, but I don't have any correct answers, so
Try to use the phone.
I will reiterate the lesson question and see if indeed somebody can get through with an answer. What is Jose Garces' pork version of Uncrustables? Steve had mentioned this. Let's see if you know. Case, flip those two things because we'll go ahead and dive into music news while we are waiting for that call to come through.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Hang on. We're having an issue with our sponsor.
Let's get that later. I thought I
Okay.
grabbed it. I think I put it away already.
Nope, all good. All right, so we will start with this story, and it's unfortunate news to pass along that Ace Frehley of the band Kiss passed away yesterday. He was 74 years old. We had a lengthy discussion about it earlier in the 6 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
He died peacefully, surrounded by his family in Morristown, New Jersey. He had a fall recently, and yesterday, you know, we last evening we were all on the phone together, and we had heard that he was hospitalized and had a brain bleed from this fall, but we didn't know it was that bad. And apparently, you know, he's since passed. But that was just terrible to hear. Family members said in a statement that they are completely devastated and heartbroken, but will cherish his laughter and celebrate the kindness that he bestowed upon others. The original lineup of course, included Frehley, Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, and Peter Criss. And Ace is the first death among the 4 founding members. Years ago, the drummer who replaced Peter Criss, Eric Carr, passed away. So they did have a death within the band, but one of the guys who started this.
Yeah.
I mean, Ace was a pillar of that group. So they said in a joint statement, Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons were devastated by the passing of Ace Frehley. He was an essential and irreplaceable rock soldier during some of his most formative foundational chapters of the band's history. And he is and always will be a part of the Kiss legacy. And in fact, Gene expanded a little bit more on his own and said, knowing a touch Ace's legacy, I know that he loved the fans. He told me many times, and sadder still, he didn't live long enough to be honored at the Kennedy Center Honors event in December. Leave it to Gene to plug an event coming up.
Right.
He said Ace was the eternal rock soldier. Long may his legacy live. Now, in the earlier days of Kiss, Rush toured with him. They were actually an opening act for Kiss in the 70s. And Getty looked back on their time on the road with Ace and the crew. He said, back in 1974 as the opening act for Kiss, Alex, Neil, and myself spent many a night hanging out together in his hotel room after shows doing whatever nonsense we could think of just to make him break out in his infectious laugh. An undeniable character and an authentic rock star. Pearl Jam's Mike McCready said, all my friends have spent untold hours talking about Kiss and buying Kiss stuff, and Ace was a hero of mine, and also I would consider a friend. I studied his solos endlessly over the years. I would not have picked up a guitar without Ace and Kiss's influence. R.I.P. Rip it out, Ace. He said, you changed my life. Thank you. And Tom Morello, a huge Kiss fan. He actually inducted them into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and he called Ace his first guitar hero. He said, the legendary Space Ace Frehley inspired generations to love rock and roll guitar playing. His timeless riffs and solos and the billowing smoke coming from his Les Paul, the rockets shooting from his headstock, his cool spacey onstage wobble, and his unforgettable crazy laugh will be missed, but will never be forgotten. Thank you, Ace, for a lifetime of great music and memories as well. He was He was born in Hey, I had a little background story on him. Where is this? He was born Paul Daniel Freely. That was his name. And grew up in a musical family and began playing guitar at 13 before joining Kiss. He had actually played in local bands around New York City and was once a roadie for Jimi Hendrix when he was 18 years old.
Pretty wild.
Yep. He frequently feuded with Paul and Gene through the years. He left the band in 1982. He missed out on the years that they took off the makeup, and they had mixed success at that time. He later said that he nearly was replaced. Paul said he nearly replaced Ace with Eddie Van Halen, but Vinnie Vincent ended up taking on that role. Freely performed both as a solo artist with his band Freely's Comet, and he rejoined Kiss in the mid-1990s for a triumphant reunion and restoration of their original style that came after bands including Nirvana, Weezer, and the Melvins, and others had expressed affection for the band and paid them musical tributes. He would leave again in 2002, and when the original four entered the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2014, a dispute scrapped plans for them to perform together. Gene and Paul objected to Chris and Freely being inducted instead of then guitarist Tommy Thayer and drummer Eric Singer, so they ended up not performing together.
That sucks.
Which is too bad. And of course, Kiss and Ace and all these guys went on to inspire so many people throughout the years. So as you can imagine, a lot of people were devastated by his loss. But I only had a chance to see them once, and that was in the mid-1996 when they put the makeup back on. It was such a cool experience.
Everything you wanted, right?
I don't consider, as a kid, I was a massive Kiss fan. I was way into it. Had the albums, would put on the makeup, and Peter Criss was my favorite. He was a drummer, so I wanted to be like him. And I phased out of it. But going back in 1996 and seeing that concert, it was something else, dude. And to, 2 rows behind me, Sebastian Bach was sitting there at the Core State Center.
Yeah.
And he was freaking out, and it was something else, man. They were a hell of a show.
Can we play the clip again of him on our show? It's so entertaining.
Yeah, so this was Ace. We had him on a few years back, and we were asking him about what his stage show would look like on his solo jaunt. Does anything come along with an Ace Frehley show that will be a throwback to Kiss? I'm not talking about the songs. I mean, like some of the performance. Do you still have the smoking, burning guitar or anything like that?
I still got the smoking guitar. I haven't brought out the rocker guitar in a long time because that usually entails getting a pyrotechnic guy, and it's a much more involved thing.
I saw that live.
It all depends on how big the tour is. I mean, if this album breaks everything wide open and is as big a hit as I hope it'll be, who knows what the staging will be? If somebody wants to throw in a couple of $100,000, it could be a full blown show with a goddamn spaceship on the stage. Who knows?
I love it, man. We got a little giggle out of him, too, there.
So it was just a great interview.
The whole interview is up on WMMR.com and PrestonandSteve.com if you want to check that out. And speaking of his laugh, of his giggle, I had Marissa pull this montage of him. Some of this is when he was on the band was on the Tom Snyder show, and Gene and Paul are trying to be all serious, and Ace is just cracking up. Here's a little clip of that.
I think this outfit is self-explanatory.
But you're kind of like a spaceman, huh?
No, actually, I'm a plumber. On the side.
Hey, listen, I got a little piece of pipe backstage I'd like to have you work on.
Tell me about it. Oh, you love it, but I like that. I'm trying to make him a space bear.
I mean, it's almost cartoonish.
Well, the guys having
his
fun.
laugh.
I mean, they were trying to be the rockers,
Yeah, but that laugh, it just cuts through everything. So lived a hell of a life. 74 years old, too early, though.
Way too early.
Yeah. All right, and then finally, The Cure have teased that they've recorded 13 new songs for a follow-up to their 2024 album, Songs of a Lost World, and are also working on a concert film from their 2024 Truxie show. The band's updated website bio notes that they returned to Rockfield Studios in March this year to record the new material. It also mentions that frontman Robert Smith was involved in re-editing the show of a Lost World film after appearing with Olivia Rodrigo at Glastonbury. Smith had previously said the group had another LP virtually finished and a third one in progress. That's it in music news, but we got to double back.
Yeah.
And we got to find an answer for today's lesson question.
You know what? I didn't give
What is Jose Garces' pork version of Uncrustables? That's what we asked. And I'm going to go over to Renee to see if we can get the answer. Hi there, Renee. How you doing?
I'm good, Preston. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you. So do you know what the pork version of the Uncrustables would be called?
Unpickable.
Unpickables. You got it, Renee. Hang on, and we're going to set you up with 4-pack of tickets as MMR rocks Mr. Green Jeans, Ardmore Reunion in Hollywood, Halloween Bash. Thursday, October 30th, Friday, October 31st, Ardmore Musical with DJ J. Roy, and that's Thursday night, DJ Double E on Friday night. Tickets are on sale now at ardmoremusichall.com. All right, we will take a break. We'll call. Oh, and by the way, Music News was brought to you by Worldwide Stereo.
Oh, we love Worldwide Stereo.
Luxury meets innovation. Worldwide Stereo's all-new Experience Center in Wayne. Explore statement audio, framed art, TVs, and cinematic tech in a stunning space. WorldwideStereo.com/Wayne. Be back in a moment to wrap up the show. Stay with us.
I just don't know how anyone ever is able to actually have a conversation, or if that doesn't matter whatsoever.
There is, and I know completely what you're saying.
I mean, I'm 46, you know.
Even then, though, when you want to communicate and it's so loud or so
I've never gotten
cacophonous, and that
I used to do that. I mean, it was hard, but I used to totally be in the clubs all the time.
Did you lean in and do the yelling thing?
Yeah, totally.
Man.
You would have to
like you.
Yeah, you would have to yell. We were doing shots, and I mean, it was a different atmosphere. I mean,
what are you reading these days?
Yeah. That's what we talked about.
It doesn't stink. It's called Blue Emu. It's great for joint pain, but you can't smell it. So William Devane advises we invest in gold.
Advice? Other places?
I use a jitterbug phone because the display is much bigger. Wait, what? The jitterbug when the grandkids call.
Ladies can go to meet men if you're looking to actually meet in person and not be at a bar where you're screaming like that. She recommends a rally. So you're not going to be waiting long to join one this weekend. Extinction Rebellion march through central London. Plenty of climate-aware, smiley hippie types out in force if you were looking. So there's always some type of a gathering of types. You can find those. All right, Steve, this one, she actually recommends a hardware store.
A hardware store.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I'll tell you what, I've met a lot of great guys at hardware stores. I always have questions.
I've been with Casey. I've told you before. I have been with Casey in a hardware store where he just goes up to random people.
Yeah. They're not random. They're random to you, but they're
people you've never met before that don't work there. They're random people.
I have eyed these people up. I have judged them by the way they look. They are not random. I'm like, this guy looks like he can help me out. Right?
Just friends you haven't met
he'll walk
yet.
up and say something like, hey, you look like you know how to build a fence.
Yeah.
How to put in a ceiling fan.
Yeah. Stuff like that. And then he'll ask questions about and strike up a conversation. And that is a great way. And I know you've hooked up with a lot of guys.
A lot of guys that way. I had a guy come over last summer.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was great, man. I love what you did with your tongue, but I'm married. I know you're married. We can't do this.
Don't catch any feelings.
Don't get attached. I'm a loose cannon.
She said they attract lots of men, and you got plenty of excuses to strike up a conversation. Can you help me choose which picture or glue or paint I need?
I can do that for you.
Yes, we all know women are just as good at do-it-yourself, but a bit of pretending won't make you a traitor to feminism.
3 testicles.
No, I'm just looking for a ceiling fan. I could see. So it isn't. Yeah, that could work.
You'd have to hang around all day.
You're like
I've seen
a Home Depot hooker.
I've seen people in hardware stores, and I'm one of those people in hardware stores. You don't want to come up to me, and So anyway, but if you hang out, if you loiter at the hardware store, maybe you got a shot. She also says a coffee shop is a good spot. If you spot someone you like the look of, note the time they arrive for their morning coffee. We are creatures of routine. Turn up the next day and the next at the same time, and make eye contact and smile. And the next thing you know, you're chatting comfortably.
In a cafe, a classic cafe where they have like Wi-Fi, or you might have that sort of situation where you'll see people sitting at their tables, working on things or whatever.
Did you guys ever continue to show up somewhere because you knew somebody was going to be there, or you would hope that somebody would be there?
I'm sure that I have.
An employee.
Oh, yeah. There was a girl.
I had 3 testicles.
He's here.
Nah, there was a girl that worked when I was early in my radio career, and she worked at this grocery store. And I would go there. She worked at a counter that served like hot food and stuff like that. So I had a reason to go there because I was hungry. But I would go there specifically to see
Didn't you walk past her with a whole bunch of meats and stuff under your shirt? And
I told her it was a fraternity prank that I was doing.
Nothing for me today, thanks. Yeah, Baskin Robbins, man. That's where the cute girls in high school worked. And so, I mean, a different kind of vibe case, but we would go there all the time. And I had a really cute golden retriever. And so I would take the dog over. None of it ever worked, but I tried.
Right.
I gave it a shot.
You know what? You got to feel bad for the girl that works there that's not interested because she is chained to that location. And has no choice but to.
More free samples, please.
Yeah.
Man, exactly. I went to Cali every single Saturday night. No, not Saturday night. Wednesday night. And you would think because it was a covered charge of $5 and then 25-cent drink. Cali. It's not. Well, I think RP McMurphy's is now closed. It was across the street from them in Dade Mall. But like, I would go there because specifically there was this girl, short blonde hair, who just did not want to give me the time of the day. But
you tried.
I tried.
Yeah. Just by being there.
By being there. Mm-hmm. I think I offered to buy her a drink, 25-cent drink a couple of times.
Hey, 2 bits, no problem.
Here's $1. I'm going to buy you 4 drinks.
Yeah. All right. Another opportunity, ladies, for you to meet men through volunteering. She says, this is according to the author, Tracy Cox is her name. God knows there's plenty of organizations that would welcome your help, and he's likely to be nice as well. Offered to be the person who registers everyone, welcomes them to the event, and you'll meet all potentials. Live music events, and then she goes on to say, like waiting in line somewhere, so on and so on. So anyhow, here you go. Ladies, how do you let them know you're interested?
All right.
And she gives some advice.
How do ladies...
Yes.
Telegraph that they're interested in. And Marissa and Kathy, pay attention. We want these rated.
She said, women are great on picking up subtle body language clues. Men, not so much. So keep it simple and overt.
Okay.
So make it clear. These are 5 body language clues that men recognize most.
So you do you spread your legs and do the hatchet chop.
Oh my
God. So she says, don't just use one, use them all. So here's one of them. Stand close and face him.
Mm-hmm.
That way he can't help but see you. Make lots of eye contact. It's the most obvious flirting signal of all.
Should you rapid fire blink?
No, I don't think so. Make sure that your body language is open. Uncross your arms, relax your shoulders,
spread your legs,
turn your torso to face him.
Okay. These are all sort of seductive, or not, if not seductive, inviting.
Yes. There's one on here that I really, that's like, okay.
I don't think they're
definitely interested.
Giving you guys enough credit, though. If somebody's making eye contact with you or comes over to talk,
I can tell in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
That's how I got free French fries from this girl at Burger King in college.
Maybe, but then again, I might be going, I might be wrong. Maybe she's just being nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
So she says, smile directly at him to know that you want to chat him up. And then this is the one that would do it for me. look down at the floor, and then up to meet his eyes again.
You're on the radio, aren't you?
That's
I recognize that voice.
Wait, what?
Kathy, you want me to do it?
Williams is running for mayor.
Yeah, I want to know why.
Do it. Because this,
Okay.
all right, this
All
is
right.
what I'm envisioning. All right, I'm going to do it to you.
Oh, God, I'm going to be creeped
So
out.
here we go.
That's it.
Let me take my glasses off. Let me do it again. Hang on. I want the cameras to get this. Should I do it at the camera?
You look up, so
I'll do it at the
Nick
camera.
Murphy can cover it. Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Kathy's got a boner.
No, that's too much.
All right.
Stop it.
What do you? What's your go-to subtle, inviting look? There's a great scene in the Batman where Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman is walking along.
She's real seductive.
And so the Batman says, "Look back at him." She goes, "If I look back at him, he's gonna think the connection's gonna take place." All right, and she does it. She turns back, and he gets up and walks over. Here we go.
Yeah,
because she knows she's got that.
The look back is definitely that's a big
look. Yes,
like a second look at
she saw him once and she passes
as if you're walking
away.
Right. Oh yeah.
Boom. Yeah.
Oh, good.
WMMR. It is everything that rocks, and we have had a fun Friday morning.
It was fun.
Yeah, we had a lot of stuff to get to today. Enjoyable, and I'll reiterate the things we did today. By starting with the announcement we made about Camp Out for Hunger and food trucks and fireworks. We now have a date. Try to plot these things specifically around like the schedules that are going on at the sports complex.
Yeah.
So Thursday, November 13th is a perfect night to do it. And we will have not only Celebration Fireworks with their amazing free show for you that includes a drone show on top of that, but also great food trucks to choose from. So it's a dinner and a show event outside. Hopefully we'll have great weather. We'll have to see. That's the one question mark about the whole thing, but that's what happens when you have fireworks. You just got to take a shot at it.
And when you come down, honestly, in anticipation, I'm going to say this well out in advance. Bring a couple pieces of Tupperware if you want to pick up some stuff, because
it's a good point.
There is some great stuff.
Yep. And we'll have Skelly's amusement park rides and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So a reminder, though, if you have a food truck, if you're a food truck operator or owner, and you'd like to be one of those for the evening, reach out to Marissa at WMMR.com. Just send her an email. You can also go to WMMR.com and find our contacts there. But if it's not you, if there's a regular food truck you love checking out and things should be there, let them know about it. If you have friends that are in the food truck business, let them know. And it's coming up on November 13th.
Yeah, I want Burger Buff out there.
You do?
So yeah. So I'm making that call right now. Well, one of the coolest food trucks and fireworks experiences I had was it was 2 years ago when our boss Jim came back. He had left for a number of years. I was in the Twin Cities for a hot minute, and then he came back, and for him to see what this thing has grown into.
I agree.
Yeah.
It was really awesome.
Yeah.
Jim McGuinn. Jim McGuinn, he put this group together, our morning show, back at Y100. And he'd gone away, moved away for several years, and then came back into the market. And he came out of the event. I'm like, dude, we started this. Look at this. This is nuts. So very cool. And I would like to thank our guests on the program today as a quick check-in guest with our Connoisseur segment. We had Jose Garces.
Yeah.
Amada is celebrating his restaurant 20 years in business. And they have some special stuff going on this weekend. So you can check their website out. You can go enjoy. They've got some specials that you can take advantage of. The reason we talked about the what would you call it? The piggable?
Unpiggables.
Unpiggables. That they're going to have a roast pig. They're going to be carving up while they're there, too. So it was great to talk to him. And then we had fun with Chris Franjola, who stopped by. Franjola, who is at Punchline tonight and tomorrow. I had a wonderful little conversation with him. So that was a great way to wrap up the week. We need to do the letter of the day. And fortunately, the keeper of said letter has made his way into our studio.
I'm the keeper.
You are the keeper, and you regale us with your letter powers. You ready?
Regale.
Let us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show has been brought to you today by the letter
R as in Rock.
Yeah. Rock. What a great word.
Yeah.
Rocking tonight.
I was trying to remember the word you used yesterday.
Rop. And then we rop it out. Yeah.
Rop.
Caller number 9, 610-660-9333. We will allow you to take a stab at this and see if you can end up winning the prize. How are you doing on this Friday, man?
I'm well.
Excellent.
We have made it.
Yes.
Sometimes when you get a 4-day week, the 5th day still creeps in there somehow.
It really does. This does not seem in any way a truncated week.
Yeah.
It's been enervating.
Enervating?
Yes.
What's that
Suck
mean?
the energy out.
Oh, yes. Well, let's have less enervation then and more energy.
Yes.
Let's do
on
that.
the program today, we will... I think we should do a block of Kiss in honor of Ace.
Definitely.
And then we've got Foo Fighters and another block of Talking Heads in honor of David Byrne's first of 3 nights. He'll be back at the Met tonight and again on Saturday night. And an amazing new record he's got. And if you've never seen him, this is something, I think there's some tickets for Saturday. This is something, he's an artist in every sense of the word.
Are you going to take in multiple shows? Or are you going to?
Well, I was going to go last night. I wasn't feeling super good, but I may go tonight. I'm definitely going tomorrow.
Okay, wow.
But I wanted to see it a couple of times. I want to get a long-form interview with him. He's just such a fascinating guy. He rides his bicycle all over New York City.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
And he has a song on his latest album called My Apartment is My Best Friend. And it's all about how his apartment knows him intimately and has been through all these rough times, good times and bad times. It's just hysterical. I mean, he's got this perspective on life. And then when he performs, none of the band is plugged in, as I think I mentioned yesterday. Well, they're wireless, and they're all moving. So there's no mic stands, there's no set equipment. It's just incredibly cool.
Nice.
So,
you're going tonight?
Maybe tonight.
Okay.
If not, definitely tomorrow.
We'll get a report back from you next week then.
Okay.
All right, we're looking for caller number 9, and it's Brian, who happens to be our 9th caller. Brian, morning, my man.
Bart'll do.
Bart'll do.
Same to you, brother. All right, what's that word of the week?
It's door.
Great day in the morning.
Brian, you would be correct, and you got a full setup. I hope you like movies because we have a pair of VIP weekend badges for the Philadelphia Film Festival. It's coming up the 23rd through the 26th. These passes are going to give you priority admission to all screenings this week, that particular weekend, plus RSVP admission to the Centerpiece Films screenings and the closing night film and party. And you'll also get access to the festival lounge and special badge holder perks on top of that. So congratulations, brother.
Thank you so much.
You got it. Hang on. We'll gather the information. We will take good care of you.
Sort of your doorway to great cinema.
There you go.
Yeah.
And we're going to give it, by the way, you can get tickets at filmadelphia.org. I'm going to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh food, local flavors, and Screwball Whiskey. Buy a bottle of Screwball Whiskey at participating PA locations, and $1 will be donated to Camp Out for Hunger.
Nice.
Next week on our show, a few things happening. We have Brad Inglesby and Jeremy Zager from Task that are going to be in the studio.
The director, right?
That is correct, yes. We also have Christy Martin, the boxer, the movie about her.
Yes, Sydney Sweeney.
Yep, she's going to be stopping by the studio. And we're also going to talk to Chris Kattan next week.
Hey, I haven't seen Chris in a while.
He might be in the studio, so we'll see how that comes together. So that's it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great weekend, friend. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.